Section 17 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Michigan, Volume 2, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Shiawassee County, Part 1. First Settlement of Shiawassee County, written by B.O. Williams and published in the Owasso Weekly Press in May 1872. Read at the annual meeting of the Michigan State Pioneer Society, held at Lansing, February 6, 1878. To the editor of the Owasso Press, having been often urged by you to jot down for publication in your paper some of the incidents of the earliest settlement of Shiawassee County, and learning first by reading the press that a society of old settlers had been formed at Corunna, before whom some interesting incidents were related, among which is a statement which needs correction, viz., that Mr. Allen Beard plowed the first land in the county. I will now comply with your request, commencing with the condition and size of the county at the time the writer, with a brother, settled in it over 40 years ago. I state from recollection principally. The county was set off and named Shiawassee County about the year 1824. Either by an act of territorial council or of Governor Cass, perhaps both, and then comprised a territory 36 miles square, comprising its present limits, also the west tiers of townships of Genesee County, except the two north towns, the north half of Livingston and the northeast quarter of Ingham counties. The same year, I believe, the county seat was located by commissioners appointed by the governor at the forks of Shiawassee River and named Byron by Judge Dexter, the founder of Dexter, Washtenaw County, who had purchased the land and who paid all the expenses of making the location by the commissioners. That was the first land purchased in the county. Mr. Dexter subsequently purchased a large tract of land at the present site of Shiawassee Town, near the Indian village, Gamasking, Soft Maple Place. This was the second land bought in the county. Judge Dexter subsequently informed me that he made this last purchase in view of a probable relocation of the county seat, as cutting off the two south tiers of townships would necessitate a removal. In 1836, when Michigan became a state, Genesee County having been organized by taking another large slice from Shiawassee to form that county, Shiawassee was reduced to its present limits, transforming it from one of the largest to one of the smallest counties in the state, the west tier of townships having been reduced in width in consequence of the principal meridian line not having been run on scientific principles. It was a standing joke among early surveyors that the Frenchman who run the line was afraid of getting lost, and that had he run the line far enough, he would have got back to Detroit. On the second day of April, 1829, my brother and myself, both then minors, started from our home near Pontiac, Oakland County, to explore the country between the settlements and the Shiawassee River. Following an Indian trail most of the distance, with our rifles, blankets, a small tent, and what provisions we could carry on our backs, the first night we encamped at the north end of Long Lake, near Fentonville, then in Shiawassee County. We slept soundly, notwithstanding the night, to ears unaccustomed to the sounds, would have been made hideous by the howling and snapping of teeth of, one would think, a dozen wolves that had pulled down a deer within 40 rods of us. Some of them we heard trotting over the leaves within a few rods of us. The next day we reached the Indian reservation of 3,000 acres on the Shiawassee River, Ketchawandorgoning, Big Salt Lick, then called by the French traders Saline, and since called the Nag's Place. At this point we reached the trading post of Mr. Richard Godfrey, in charge of Mr. Benjamin Cushway, with whom we were acquainted, a rude log house and stable covered with bark. The goods and furs were all packed on horses and Indian ponies, a great number of which the Indians then possessed. We were very kindly received and entertained with true French hospitality. The Indians had at that time a small summer settlement, a few apple trees, and some small cornfields that had previously been quite large, but the annual inroads of sumac brush and the June grass had nearly driven them out, they not having any plows to subdue the grass. This was the summer residence of Washtenaw, the principal chief of the Shiawassee band of the Chippewas. We passed down the river on the west side to near the present site of Vernon, crossed by wading the river, and met a large number of Indians moving out of their sugar camps to their summer houses upon the river banks, in and near their cornfields, about halfway between Vernon and Shiawassee town. They had plenty of corn, potatoes, and turnips, and the fish had already ascended the river, completely covering the river bottom on the ripples. They gave us boiled and roast fish, potatoes, and turnips, also nice white maple sugar, urging us to stay overnight with them. This was the 4th day of April, and the maple trees were in bloom. The interval lands of the river and on the Maple River flats were green with what we then called sweet Sicily, the cowslip and other early flowers, and the juneberry trees, or shadbush, were in full bloom. The air was alive with flies and the hum of wild bees. The Indians also had an abundance of wild honey. Returning at night to the trading post, we the next day went up the west bank of the river to a point about 1 mile above the forks, crossed on a tree we felled with our hatchets, went to the east fork and crossed on an old tree at the Indian Trail, and back to the trading post, making a short excursion west on the Indian Trail to the Bennington Plains and north to the Maple River. This completed our explorations, and we concluded when we became of age we would settle in this new and beautiful virgin forest. The vegetation and season appeared to be at least a month in advance of that in Oakland County, where we had already resided over 10 years. Our first settlement. In August 1831, we moved into Shiawassee County and settled upon land previously purchased of the government by my brother, A.L. Williams, myself still a minor. The land adjoining the Chewandergawning Reservation at about 2 miles above Newburgh, at a place then called by the Indians Pindatongoing, meaning the place where the spirit of sound or echo lives. Some of the old Indians every year, in fall or summer, offered up a sacrifice to the spirit of the river at that place. They dressed a puppy or dog in a fantastic manner by decorating it with various colored ribbons, scarlet cloth, beads or wampum tied around it, also a piece of tobacco and vermilion paint around its neck. Their own faces blackened, and after burning up the riverside meat, corn, tobacco, and sometimes whiskey offerings, would, with many muttered adjurations and addresses to said spirit, and waving of hands, holding the pup, cast him into the river, and then appear to listen and watch, in a mournful attitude, its struggles, as it was borne by the current down into the deep hole in the river bottom at that place, the bottom of which at that time could not be discovered without very careful inspection. I could never learn the origin of the legend they then had, that the spirit had dived down into the earth through that deep hole, and by a propitiatory yearly offering, they believed their luck in hunting and fishing on the river would be bettered and their health preserved. I will here add that about this time we found the remains of an old Indian fort on the east bank above Newburgh on a high bluff. It was nearly round and had a ditch on the outside with mounds in front of the east entrance. This place, where we first settled, was subsequently called the Shiawassee Exchange. It was the first purchase made in the county with a view of actual settlement by the purchaser. We started with ox teams and wagons from Grand Blanc, now in Genesee County, where a sister, the first settler in that county, resided, taking 2 men to assist in putting up a log house. We bought pine shingles to form the roof and cut out the road almost the entire distance via Copenic Corning, an Indian village, reaching our location in the afternoon of the 3rd day. After lunching, we set the 2 men at work cutting logs for the house, my brother pitching the tent and cutting firewood for the night, myself engaged in preparing supper, when, upon looking up the hill, we saw a party of about 20 Indians approaching us from the direction of the reservation, with painted faces, knives, tomahawks, and 2 or 3 guns, fusees, probably not loaded. The band was headed by Washtenaw, the principal chief of the Shiawassee, and Wandergoning Indians. They marched up in single file between us and our men, who were chopping timber, and Wasso, having a tomahawk and knife in his belt, imperiously demanded in the Indian language to know by what right we were cutting his trees, at the same time ordering us to tell our men to stop. We explained to him that we were not trespassers, that we had bought the land of our great father, Washtenaw, the President of the United States, and pointed out to him the line of their reservation, also telling him that we were the sons of Pontiac, the name given our father in 1819 by Kishikorko of Saginaw, and that we were intending to establish a trading post there. He haughtily contradicted us, repeating his demand that we should desist from cutting timber, and peremptorily ordered us to leave. Seeing that our explanations were of no avail, I concluded for myself to make no further statement. He again repeated his demand, appearing to stammer with suppressed rage, which, producing no effect on us, he at once advanced a step or two, saying, "Did you not hear what I said?" Receiving no answer, he muttered, "If you can't hear me, I will see if you can see me," at the same time with his moccasined foot kicking my bread, baking before the fire, into it. Not thinking it best to argue the case any further in the mood that this act had placed us in, and at the moment having in my hand a long-handled frying pan over the fire, full of hot frying pork and venison, very nearly ready to serve up for supper, I quickly raised the pan, and by a sudden turn emptied the frying mass with a hearty goodwill upon the old man's head and neck. He, perceiving my intent, quickly drew his loose blanket coat over his neck and head, thus escaping a hot bath. Not wishing to break my frying pan, I instantly seized a fire poker at my side, and before he could recover from his surprise, gave him a whack across the shoulders and back that sent him to his hands and knees, following that up with as good a hit with a stick as I was capable of giving, where naughty mammas used to spank good children, which sent him to the forward scramble downhill, not stopping to get up to a perpendicular until beyond my further reach. At the moment of the first hostile demonstration by the chief, a rush was made towards us by several of the others. My brother, seizing a limb of the tree he had just cut off, struck at the nearest Indian advancing, the sharp end of the stick cutting a slit in the coat or blanket the fellow wore as he jumped back to avoid the blow, and we both sprang towards the band with sticks in hand. Our two men ran towards us, and in about the time it would take a Yankee to say, "Get out," the whole band were making some tall walking back up the hill from whence they came. To say that we slept any more soundly that night than usual would hardly be believed. We had good guns, and they were well loaded and freshly primed. We had a small spaniel dog, ever on the lookout, and we had a good sound sleep after a hearty laugh over the affair. It may not be amiss to explain that we had resided in Michigan since 1815, that we both spoke the Indian tongue quite fluently, and our acquaintance with Indian character had taught us never to show fear in their presence, however great the danger, and to promptly resent an insult or an injury. The result showed that this act on our part gained for us the respect and lasting friendship of Wasso and his whole band, while those who had urged the Indians on, and by misrepresentations caused them to pursue the course they had taken, lost it. Suffice it to say that we completed our house without further molestation or interference, except from those pests of the forest, mosquitoes, that seemed anxious to get a taste of our real Yankee blood. We would gladly have rid ourselves of them as easily as we had of the Indians. The first farmer and settler with his family in the county was Mr. John I. Tinklepaw, brother of Captain Edward Tinklepaw, commander of Vanderbilt's steamship North Star, on board of which, as passenger, was our Honorable Governor H.P. Baldwin, when captured in Domingo waters by the Alabama, Captain Semmes, during the rebellion. They moved into the county and on to Section 24, town of Shiawassee, 1 mile above Newburgh, in May 1833, bringing 5 children. He, previously having built a log house, cleared a small lot and plowed it on the river bottom land. This was the first land plowed in the county, at least 2 or 3 years before Mr. Allen Beard moved into the county. Their youngest child, 3 weeks old when they came, I was requested to name, which was done by calling her Harriet, after my youngest sister, adding a calico dress, a piece of which I am told she still retains. The old couple, happy and in good circumstances, both over 72 years of age, are still living in Greenbush, Clinton County. The next spring, after planting his potatoes, one Sunday morning when they had given to their children the last quart of milk with what ground nuts, leeks, and boiled leaves they could obtain for breakfast, he taking his hoe to dig up some of the seed potatoes to eat, he was fairly driven off by his courageous and more hopeful wife and compelled to go again to our trading post to try to borrow some more flour, of which we had already lent him nearly 2 barrels and some other provisions, and had then a very scanty supply on hand. We willingly divided with him and sent him back to his brave wife with flour and some dried venison hams, after fairly forcing him to eat a hearty breakfast, which he seasoned with his grateful manly tears, we occasionally giving him a slap on the back to make him swallow, and thus we lived and joked together in early days, while keeping bachelor's hall in the primitive wilderness. Late in the fall of 1832, Henry S. Smith and a Mr. Cooley built a small log house just below Shiawassee town on land owned by Dr. Raynal, father of Spencer Raynal of Corona. They brought a few goods and a barrel of whiskey, endeavoring to establish a trading post with the Indians, but they did not succeed very well, however. In June 1833, Mr. Smith brought his wife, a nervous and delicate woman with 5 children. This was the second settlement. He was a blacksmith by trade and brought the first plow into the county. He was a genial, big-hearted, social good fellow, liked by everyone, and of course his wife had to scold some, but it never hurt him. They subsequently moved into the first house we built in Owasso, where he commenced the blacksmithing business. This spring, 1833, we took our furs, consisting of 64 packs, averaging 100 pounds each, down the Shiawassee to Saginaw in 2 large canoes or dugouts, about 35 feet long and 4 feet wide and lashed together, thus forming quite a craft, freighted with about $10,000 value. After twice filling by striking on the rocks and necessitating the unpacking of many of the valuable furs and spreading them out in the sun to dry, the weather being favorable, I succeeded with the aid of Mr. Truman Bunce. He and Charles Wilkinson were the first settlers in the town of Venice in the year 1837, and the Indians in opening a passage for our craft, only unloading twice to carry our boats and furs around driftwood in the river. We reached Saginaw after narrowly escaping the loss of several $1,000s in damage to the cargo from heating after having been wet. This year, Mr. Bobine had his family at Godfrey's Post on the Saline Reservation. Mr. Godfrey also brought his bride to that place. Mrs. Godfrey was a lady of refined, cultivated manners, a frank, noble, intelligent woman. She only remained a few months, and her leaving was considered by all the settlers a great loss to the society of our small colony. There also came in the spring of 1833 to the county Mr. Hosea Baker and his son Ambrose Baker. They purchased the land comprising the present site of Newburgh. The father returned to Pennsylvania for the family, and Ambrose remained and built a house under the hill near a cold spring of excellent water. And in August, the father returned with his family, consisting of his estimable wife and several daughters, some of whom were young ladies, who made the woods and river valley fairly ring with their merry voices and gave the first vocal songs and religious melody these old hills and valleys ever heard. Some of them are still living, respected as they deserve to be by those who have had the pleasure of their acquaintance. Ambrose was a big-hearted, good, clever fellow, too good to become wealthy, and was recently called to the land of the Pawnee Moor. Of his many kind acts to early settlers, there are now living witnesses. The family of Mr. Baker was considered the most valuable acquisition our settlement had received. Mr. Aaron Swain and wife, the latter a daughter of Mr. Baker, also came at the same time and settled half a mile above Newburgh. Mrs. Swain's firstborn, a daughter named Julia, was the first white child born in the county. Mr. Swain and wife were social, friendly, intelligent people, universally respected and esteemed. Baker's family had with him a boy named Alexander Stevens, now a resident of Bennington, I believe. Hosea Baker had the first new land, a field of any size, broken up and plowed in the county. He hired a Mr. Lathrop to break up the fallow on the bench of land under the hill at Newburgh in the spring of 1834. Mr. Lathrop, also the same spring, had plowed a field for Mr. William Black on the old Indian cornfield below Shiawassee town. Mr. Black subsequently married a daughter of Mr. Baker and settled there, Mr. Lathrop having put up a bark shanty on the south bank of the Shiawassee River, a few rods west of the railroad bridge at Vernon, where his poor ladylike young wife fought the myriads of tormenting mosquitoes and doubly tormenting pests of the forests, the scarcely discernible gnats, until life must have become a burden and was nearly extinct. They moved away in the fall, after a summer of great suffering, and we lost sight of them. That woman ought to be entitled to eternal happiness as a reward for that summer alone, and if the women who first settle in a new country like Michigan and endure the hardships attendant upon such acts do not attain it as a reward for their sufferings and privations, then the chances of any man it has fallen to my lot to know through life, in my humble opinion, aren't worth a red. That's so. Mr. Henry Leach, wife and 3 children, settled in the county in the fall of 1833. He bought the farm known as the Van Auken Farm at Vernon Village. He erected the best log house then in the county, and also built for us in 1835 at the Shiawassee Exchange, where my brother then resided with his wife, the first frame barn built in the county. The lumber was all drawn on wagons from Waterford in Oakland County, that being the nearest sawmill. Let it be understood that the floors of our houses then were generally made by hewing plank out of butternut, ash, and basswood. Mr. Leach was a mechanic and farmer, a hard-working, driving, energetic man from the state of Ohio, always ready to take the laboring oar of life. He subsequently settled in the township of Scioto, removed there in 1836, cleared up a large farm where his excellent and much beloved wife, a member of the Methodist Church, died. Their house was always open to visitors and strangers. To offer them pay for their generous hospitalities was considered by them little less than an insult. To them, money was of no value except the means it furnished them of doing good in aid of the poor or in procuring the necessaries of life. Mr. Leach subsequently died in California from injuries received from a runaway horse. 1833. This spring foreshadowed what was soon to awaken into life the vast forest between Shiawassee and the Grand River Valley, then unknown except to Indian traders, and a band of bogus moneymakers just established at the present site of Lyons, among whom were men by the name of Prentice, King, Belcher, and several others, the heavy bed pieces and screws having been floated down the Grand River from Jackson. These implements were afterwards found in the cedar swamp at that place, back of the house they occupied. Nothing but an Indian trail, in many places difficult to follow, existed between the Shiawassee and Grand Rivers, and an old Indian settlement of a few families only at DeWitt, Clinton County. In the early part of May, Judge Dexter, with a colony comprising 73 persons, some 8 or 10 families, arrived in wagons with horses, oxen, and cows at the Kethawandangoning Reservation, en route for the present site of Ionia on the Grand River below the General Ford and Trading Post. Having in vain tried to get Bobain to pilot them, Mr. Dexter, Yeomans, and Windsor came to us for help. I left our planting, taking my blankets and small tent, and in 6 days landed them at Ionia, looking out the route and directing where the road was to be. This was the first real colonizing party we had ever seen, myself never having been farther than DeWitt, the Indian village. I then procured Makatapanasi, Blackbird, a son of the usurping chief of all the Saginaws, viz. Keshakorko, to pilot me past Muskrat Lake and Creek, and from there proceeded with the party. At that point, a son of Mr. and Mrs. Dexter, a child about 2 years old, died of scarlet fever. This was a brother of Senator Dexter, now in the legislature. We buried the child by torch and candlelight in a box improvised by the party. Never shall I forget that scene. The whole family, and most if not all others, in tears. The gray-haired sire, after inviting the heads of other families to lead the exercises of the mournful occasion, with tears streaming down his cheeks, read a burial service amid the sobs that nearly drowned his voice in that deep, dark, gloomy forest, the gloomiest spot of the whole route. But there was no other recourse. The poor, heart-stricken mother yielded up her youngest born to be borne by sympathizing friends to the shallow grave prepared by torchlight, to receive the tender frame she had so often and so lately pressed to her breast. But stern necessity knows no law. I have assisted at many a burial, both at sea and on land. None ever seemed so solemn, so awful. None ever made so deep an impression on my mind, and I doubt if it is not the same with other witnesses of the scene. It rises as vividly before me today as immediately after its occurrence. I hope I may be pardoned the digression. The road we opened was next year followed by others, and was substantially the present Grand River Road through Shiawassee and Clinton counties, and was traveled for many years after. End of section 17. Section 18 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Michigan, Volume 2, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Shiawassee County, Part 2. 1834. Shortly after returning home, I was employed by the United States to assist and give directions in a topographical survey of a military road from Saginaw to Mackinac. After being absent 4 months, we finally reached Mackinac early in September. The party was under the control of Lieutenant Poole of the USA. The country was not surveyed and was an entirely unknown tract. Even the lakes had not been surveyed, and no white person, and perhaps no Indians, had ever penetrated it. The road was never opened. The party consisted of 13 men. Returning home in October, I found a few new settlers had just come in. Mr. Josiah Pierce and family, the first county treasurer, also a Mr. John Smedley, Clark, Bouvier, Z.R. Webb, Cornelius Miller, and Judge Rayton, one of the first county judges, I believe, composed the additions to the settlement in 1834. They settled in Vernon, near our trading post, and along the line of a new road we had cut out and opened for travel directly east through Vernon and Genesee to Copany Corning, where was then settled Mr. William Gage. We opened the road without any aid for 23 miles. Our county was then under the jurisdiction of Oakland County, and in the spring of 1833, the sheriff of that county came to our trading post to collect a license tax of $6 or $8, which we paid, the French traders escaping because they lived on Indian territory, i.e. the reservation, over which the civil authorities had no jurisdiction. The sheriff traveled 140 miles to collect the tax. The next year we paid the tax in Pontiac to save him the travel. He seemed to consider our contribution a real godsend to his pocket. We, of course, were happy to keep him and his horse for the outside news he brought from home on his first visit. In the spring of 1835, I left the county and was absent, except on an occasional visit, until the spring of 1837. During the summer of 1835, Mr. Banks, Very, Phillips, Van Auken, John Knaggs, a half-breed of French descent, and perhaps a few others settled in the county, mostly along the Grand River Road. During the fall and winter of 1835 and 1836, the first settlement was commenced at what was then known by the Indian name of Sheboywating, or Big Rapids, of the Shiawassee, now Owasso. We had purchased the first land here in 1833, and Honorable Elias Comstock, having also purchased in the summer or fall of 1835, commenced an improvement near his present residence. We had erected a log house and sent Henry S. Smith, before mentioned, there. During that winter, the county seat was located by 3 commissioners, viz. Gary Spencer, a tailor of Detroit, John Greenfield, a molder and workman in a Detroit foundry, and Honorable Samuel Axford of Oakland or Macomb County, the land on Section 28, now Corona, having been located by Colonel Andrew Mack of Detroit at the land office in view of such a location. Mr. Mack had never then been in the county, as he subsequently informed me. During the spring of 1836 and the following summer, very large additions were made to the population of the county, extending from east to west along the Grand River Road. Mills were built at Shiawassee town that season. A large colony came under the lead of one Bacon and a colony from Ohio. The colony under the lead of Daniel Ball, father of Senator Ball of Grand Rapids, came from Rochester, New York, and settled at Owasso, still known as the Rapids, Judge Comstock having already sent 2 families there, viz. Overton and Blank. He also removed his own family there the next season. The following families, Phelps, Lang, Nichols, Hutchins, Rowe, Jackson, Sargent, Seymour, Wilkinson, Griggs, Castle, Dewey, Slocum, Flint, Roberts, Green, Cook, Harmon, Beard, Whitcomb, Provost, Ezra D. Barnes, Green, J. Barnum, Crawford, Cole, and many others moved in during 1836 and 1837. Progress of settlements in Shiawassee and Clinton counties. As stated above, the settlement extended west along the route opened by the Dexter and Ionia colony. In 1835, Captain Scott located at the Indian village on the Looking Glass River, named after the Indian name Wabwawaseep in Clinton County, and subsequently named the place DeWitt. He improved the road and induced others to follow. At the organization of Shiawassee County, Clinton was attached to it, and both had one representative in the legislature. In 1836, speculation was at the zenith of its glory. Papertown was in the hands of everybody, and unfortunately for our county, the settlement attracted scores of speculators in wild land. Much of the most desirable lands were taken up, and very largely by persons not intending to settle upon it. The lands were bought one day for $1.25 per acre, and the next day held to be worth $5 by the purchasers. As stated before, my brother and myself had previously purchased about 200 acres of land where Owasso now is, being attracted to the place by its Indian name, Shiawassee, Big Rapids, and as during our travels through the large section of country our Indian trade had led us to explore, we saw a fine water power and beautiful plain on one side, while a dense forest and heavy timbered land were on the other, together with the central position it would ultimately occupy to the county whenever the eastern portion of the county was taken off. We even then suspected a new county would be formed, with Grand Blanc or Flint as its center. We located land at Owasso in the years 1833 and 1834 in view of founding a town, although we made no improvements until the fall of 1835, when we agreed with Mr. Henry Smith to build a log house there, that being the first building erected in the north half of the county. The next winter, Judge Comstock, a scholar and Christian gentleman of the old school, erected the second log house on the left or west bank of the river, where he now resides with his family, universally respected in his mature age by all who have the pleasure of his acquaintance. During the fall and winter of 1835, we negotiated for the sale of the water power and a portion of the land at this place to a company formed at Rochester, New York, headed by Daniel Ball, who were to bring a colony, erect a saw and grist mill, and assist in building up a town at the Rapids. Mr. Ball located and purchased of the government 2 or 3 sections of land in the vicinity and south of Owasso. This was in the fall when he first came to explore, my brother A.L. Williams falling in with him and suggesting the place as affording good facilities for such a project. Location of the county seat. During the winter of 1836, the county seat was located on Section 28, then recently purchased by Mr. Mack of Detroit. I came from Pontiac with the commissioners, making headquarters at my brother's house at our old trading post. The late Honorable Jacob M. Howard and a young attorney of Baltimore, Maryland, named Churchman, with 2 or 3 others besides the commissioners, formed the party. We spent 3 days examining various locations and visiting the rapids, Owasso, twice on different days. The second day, on returning to my brother's, we found a boy courier with letters to Spencer and Greenfield, who, after a long private consultation, asked my brother to describe to them where, on our route down the river, made the first day upon horseback and upon the ice, all the way from the present site of Shiawassee town, was situated Section 28, carefully examining a map to see where that section was. Mr. Axford had, upon seeing the rapids and meeting Judge Comstock there, expressed his opinion very frankly in favor of the place. The next day, after the dispatches were received, we again visited the rapids after going to the geographical center of the county, and that day before they had seen Section 28, except when riding rapidly down the river upon the ice the first day of our exploring. Mr. Gary Spencer and John Greenfield, both of Detroit, in my presence decided to locate the county seat on Section 28, its present site. Mr. Axford told them it seemed strange to him that they could arrive at such a conclusion before they had seen the land, and that he would go with them the next day and look at it, provided they could find it. At that time, neither Spencer nor Greenfield had ever before been in the county, and I had been with them all the time in exploring. There was no road, and the Indian trail did not run within a mile of the river at that point. The next day, my brother piloted the commissioners to Colonel Mack's land on Section 28, where the location was made, myself returning to Pontiac the same day, fully satisfied that a great wrong was being perpetrated. It may not be amiss to say that every man in the county, a settler at that time, signed a remonstrance asking the governor to withhold his sanction of the act. Thus was located the county seat of Shiawassee County. Settlement of Owasso. We had previously surveyed and staked out the village plat of Owasso, and we completed the contract with Daniel Ball and Company while the commissioners were exploring. The next spring, Mr. Ball brought on his colony, comprising several families, among whom were Rufus Collier, Simon Howell, Don Carlos Griswold, John B. Griswold, now a resident of Chesaning, Mr. Hopkins, Mr. Sweet and their families, Henry Crooks, Mr. Hilton and son, John Lute, mayor of Rochester, New York, last year, Mr. Siegel and family also. Mrs. Siegel gave birth to a son, the first child born in the village and north half of the county. The old lady is still living with said son in the town of Woodhall. Mr. Ball proceeded to excavate the present mill race and erected the sawmill, bringing much heavy gearing and machinery via Saginaw and up the Shiawassee River. Few at the present time can have any just idea of the difficulties to be overcome by such men in settling such a new country. The nearest grist mills were at Pontiac or Dexter, and nearly all supplies had to be carted from Detroit. The season of 1836 being very wet and cold, the roads were almost impassable, and in October, the 8th, I believe, a heavy fall of snow occurred, breaking down much timber, obstructing the navigation of the river below Chesaning, and filling the roads with timber and treetops. But the indomitable energy of Mr. Ball and his party knew no bounds, and they succeeded in bringing through their supplies and machinery, with furniture and the necessary articles of a new colony, so as to pass the winter in tolerable comfort. In the spring of 1837, my brother removed with his family to Owasso, myself returning to the county, and we united our energies to build up the town. We built a log house just in front of Dr. Barnes' present residence. The mosquitoes and gnats were terrible to bear. We built fires with rotten wood long before night to keep them away, bringing in pans filled to keep them out of the house. And I well recollect one night being in the chamber with 2 or 3 workmen, among whom, I think, was Mr. William Newberry, a mechanic. We were nearly smothered or choked to death from the effects of the burning of some capsicum or red pepper that A.L. had, in desperation, thrown into the fire, all of us in the chamber having to run for our lives. That quieted the mosquitoes and gnats and came very near quieting us, too. Does anyone wish to know the sensation? Just try it. During the summers of 1836 and 1837, quite a village had been built up at Shiawassee town and at Byron. Mr. Provost and Company erected mills, and the county received large additions of settlers both to the villages and surrounding towns. For me to attempt to give names of any considerable number of the settlers arriving in the various sections of the county would be simply a work of supererogation. There are now residing in every township then settled many persons far more competent than myself to furnish for publication the early statistics required for preserving a history of the progression made in each town. Why will not some one or more of these men in each town do it? And if the men won't, then ladies to the rescue. And I am well assured that if you move at once in this direction and give us the result of your experience in settling a new country, much will be preserved that will be invaluable to those who come after you. But I must return to Owasso and its progress. During the fall of 1837, Mr. Daniel Gould, the first county surveyor, settled at Owasso. Also Mr. A. Griffith, the Chipmans, George Parkhill, Honorable S.M. Green, the Findleys, and many other families. This summer, the Northern Railroad line was surveyed and located as a part of the internal improvement plan adopted by the state. The route was from Port Huron via Lapeer, Flint, Corunna, Owasso, Lyons, Ionia, and Grand Rapids to Lake Michigan, and during the years 1838 to 9, much of the line was chopped and grubbed out and considerable grading done at various points along the line, very little of which work has ever been utilized by the railroads since built, and except when occasionally used for a wagon road, the money thus expended by the state was thrown away. We at Owasso, which had now been regularly named by the proprietors after consulting with Daniel Ball, Sanford M. Green, and Elias Comstock, prefixed to the chief's name, Wasso, the letter O, thus making the name, as was claimed, more euphonious. We found it necessary also to seek an outlet for the products of the county, as well as some means of getting goods to the place other than by the deep rutted roads from Detroit, Pontiac, and Ann Arbor. We then endeavored to use Shiawassee River. Mr. Ball and Company expended several $1,000s, my brother and myself adding $3,000 in 2 years, in removing obstructions of driftwood and fallen timbers, principally between Chesaning and Bad River, making a towpath along the bank, forming stone dams, and the many expedients necessary to render the river navigable to Saginaw. To that work, Messrs. Ball and Green devoted themselves, both working in the water beside their men from early morning till dark, tormented by mosquitoes both day and night. In prosecuting their work, one of their foremen, Mr. John B. Griswold, greatly aided their efforts. To fail in this work we thought fatal to the success of settling our portion of the county, as the expense of cartage over wagon roads was ruinous to businessmen. We succeeded in rendering the river navigable for flat-bottomed boats, and one boat was built, called then a Durham boat, capable of carrying and did carry over 200 barrels of flour at one cargo from Owasso to Saginaw. Several scows were first built with foot or running boards at each side for the boatmen to pole the boat up the river. From Chesaning, a horse was used to tow the boat, occasionally jumping the horse onto the bow of the boat to cross him over the river when the bank afforded better facility for the tow line. Let it be remembered that in 1839 the state had abandoned the railroad, and we expected no other outlet soon. In 1838, Messrs. Ebenezer, now Colonel, Gold, and David D. Fish had established themselves as merchants at Owasso, really the first merchants here, although Ball and Company and my brother and myself had kept some goods in a log store previously, and said Gold and Fish aided in the river improvement and navigation enterprise. Dr. S.W. Pattison came to Owasso from Fentonville in 1839, being the first physician in the county that practiced medicine. Dr. Roberts had previously settled in Perry, but turned his energies to farming. being one of the first settlers in that township, a man of intelligence, possessing a well-cultivated mind. Previous to this time, we had occasionally sent to Flint or to Fentonville for a doctor, we always being provided with what physicians were then all armed with: lancet, turnkeys for extracting teeth, the grand panacea for all diseases, to wit, calomel, jalap, Peruvian or Jesuit bark, quinine, castor oil, Epsom salts, opium, and Dover's powders, and the woods furnished the cure for ague, bone set. The Indians. When we commenced trade with them, our field for collecting furs comprised Oakland, Livingston, Ingham, Eaton, Clinton, Shiawassee, Genesee, Lapeer, parts of Tuscola, Saginaw, and Gratiot counties. The various bands all belonged to the Chippewa or Saginaw tribes. In 1819, they had, by a treaty held at Saginaw, generally called the Cass Treaty, General Lewis Cass acting as commissioner in behalf of the United States, ceded to the government all the land they claimed in the lower peninsula, except an occasional reservation, the Indians reserving the right to hunt and fish until such time as the land was settled. We found them scattered over this vast primitive forest, each band known by its locality or by the name of their chief. They subsisted chiefly by hunting, although all had summer residences where they raised corn, min, potatoes, turnips, beans, and sometimes squashes, pumpkins, and melons. They were hospitable, honest, and friendly, although always reserved until well acquainted, never obtrusive unless under the influence of their most deadly enemy, intoxicating drink. None of these spoke a word of English, and they evinced no desire to learn it. During the spring and summer they visited friends and relatives at a distance and had horse and foot races, with wrestling and jumping matches. Some were fond of games and betting, but this was not indulged in by the best families. I believe they were as virtuous and guileless a people as I have ever lived among, previous to their great destruction in 1834 by the cholera, and again their almost extermination during the summer of 1837 by, to them, the most dreaded disease, the smallpox, which was brought to Chesaning from Saginaw, they fully believing that one of the Saginaw Indians had been inoculated purposely by a doctor there. The belief arose from the fact that an Indian had been vaccinated by the doctor, probably after his exposure to the disease, and the man died of smallpox. The Indians always dreaded vaccination from fear and suspicion of the operation. The Asiatic cholera in 1832 did not reach the interior of Michigan, but in 1834 it seemed to be all over the country and was certainly atmospheric as it attacked Indians along the Shiawassee and other rivers, producing convulsions and cramps with death after a few hours. This began to break the Indians up at their various villages, the white settlements becoming general, and many persons selling them whiskey, then easily purchased at the distilleries for 25 cents per gallon, soon told fearfully on them. When the smallpox broke out in 1837, they fled to the woods by families, but not until some one of the family broke out with the disease and died, when they hastily threw some earth over the body and fled to be again smitten at the new encampment. Thus whole villages and bands were decimated, and during the summer and fall many were left without a burial at the camps in the woods and were devoured by wolves. I visited the village of Chesaning, Big Rock Village, now called Chesaning, and saw in the summer camps several bodies only partially covered up, and not a living soul could I find except one old squaw that was convalescent. We afterwards sent some flour and other provisions to the few that remained. Judge Dexter, of the village of Dexter, gave me $10 to assist them to flour. Most of the adults attacked died, and it is a remarkable fact that no white person ever took the disease from them, although in many instances the poor, emaciated creatures visited white families while covered with pustules and scabs. Thus passed away these once proud owners of the land, leaving a sickly, depressed, and eventually a begging, debased remnant of a race that a few years before scorned a mean act, and among whom a theft was scarcely ever known. I do not think I possess any morbid sentimentality for Indians, I simply wish to represent them as we found them. What they are now is easily seen by the few wretched specimens left around us. End of section 18. Section 19 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Michigan, Volume 2, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. St. Joseph County. Incidents connected with the first settlement of Shiawassee Prairie in St. Joseph County by S.C. Coffenberry. Read at the annual meeting of the State Pioneer Society, February 7, 1878. It was about the year 1825 that the first emigration was directed to the county of St. Joseph. A more inviting and encouraging prospect was never tendered by the hand of nature to the many emigrants. More beautiful scenes than the wild domain presented never, perhaps, greeted the eye of the enterprising homeseeker, embracing a versatility of natural beauty mingled with imposing grandeur. On the one hand stretched bur-oak plains spread with a verdant carpet, variegated with dazzling wildflowers, without an obstacle to intercept the view for miles, save the somber trunks of the low oaks, sparsely spreading their shadows across the lawn. On the other hand arose the undulations of the white oak openings, with picturesque outlines of swells and slopes gracefully sweeping and sharply defined in the distance. Then there lay the majestic prairie, grand in expansive solitude, its fringe of timber, as seen in the distance, resembling a diligently trained and well-trimmed garden parterre. Here the emigrant foresaw a prosperous future for agricultural industries and an unlimited scope for domestic enterprise, prosperity, and wealth. Among the largest and most fertile of these prairies was Shiawassee in the northern part of the county, a large portion of which was not until several years later within the reach of the emigrant. A tribe of Potawatomi Indians occupied a reservation of 12 miles square in the northern part of the county, including a part of this prairie. As long as it remained the domain of the red man, it was inaccessible to the agriculturalist. The Potawatomi clung to this reservation with a dying fondness, and as the settlers thought, with a morbid pertinacity. The settlers did not reflect that this small reservation of land to which this tribe was circumscribed contains the playgrounds of the infancy and the graves of the fathers of a once numerous and powerful nation of warriors, that civilization had encroached upon by gradual advances, that here, for ages, their sires had erected their altars, and the savage chieftain had taught the young brave to tune the notes of war. That here the war dance of the nation was celebrated, and the smoke of the National Council fire had ascended. That this 12-mile square, embracing the northern half of the Nottawa Prairie and the heavy forests, now the fertile farming lands of Menclose Township, through which the St. Joseph River coursed from northeast to southwestwardly, had ever been and still remains a favorite haunt of the red man. Notwithstanding, the settler found himself surrounded with thousands of acres of the most fertile lands attainable for 10 shillings per acre, and offered to him by a munificent government at this paltry price. He still envied the poor Indian his little home. In vain the chiefs, in solemn council, said to him, "You have more lands than you can use. Why do you want more? You have much, we have little. Why do you want our little?" The red man could not comprehend the philosophy of that enterprise, or, as they considered it, rapacity of civilization, which had swept the aborigines from their native soil to make place for its advancements. For the time they had forgotten that their people had withered like autumn leaves before the atmosphere of that enterprise, and vainly thought that they could remain on their reservation of 12 miles square and prosper, surrounded by the white man and the influences of civilization, notwithstanding the same white man had set his heart upon having that little reservation, and was already exercising his ingenuity to obtain it. It was a little while after the first settlement commenced that the proposition was made to the Potawatomis to sell their reservation to the government. To this proposition, the unanimous negative of the whole nation was returned. The chiefs, however, notwithstanding this earnest negative answer, were constantly harassed with the repetition of the same proposition, while individuals of the tribe were importuned by individuals among their new neighbors to sell or trade to them lots of 80 or 160 acres on their reservation, or to relinquish and quit claim to them their individual right and interest in this reservation. These importunities, unpleasant and annoying as they were to the Indians, were firmly rejected and patiently submitted to by them. Several years before the period of the settlement alluded to above, the romantic beauty of the northern margin of the prairie bordered by the St. Joseph had pointed it out as an eligible trading post, and consequently the emigrants found here a small settlement of French habitants who had sufficiently introduced agriculture to show the fertility of the soil when reclaimed by a little labor. These traders supplied the Indians with ammunition, blankets, cotton and woolen fabrics, trinkets, etc., in exchange for furs and peltries. The Indians were sober and as indolent as Indians always are in their native condition. Their wants were few and easily supplied by the chase. The traders dealt fairly and honestly with them, won their confidence, and exerted a great influence over them. It was not until after years, when the tide of emigration began to set into St. Joseph County, that the firewater was applied to the lips of these unfortunate natives when they began to decline. Both policy and humanity dictated to the French trader to discourage the introduction of this withering curse among the Indians. Their pecuniary success depended upon their industry and prosperity, and their safety upon the sobriety and dignity of the Indians. On the south bank of the St. Joseph River, a mile and a half southwestwardly from the present village of Mendon, where now stands his magnificent mansion, Honorable P. Marintet, then a young man, established his trading house. In the year 1833, after the Indians had been corrupted and degraded through the introduction of strong drink by the settlers, the writer first saw Mr. Marintet exerting an almost absolute control over the Indians, in which his chief aim was their prosperity and happiness, and at the same time indignantly inveighing against the inhumanity and heartlessness of those who introduced the poison into the wigwam. Mr. Marintet was then a young man, and although time has gradually drawn his mantle of gray around him, it is presumed he has not forgotten with what deep earnestness he expressed his solicitude for those declining natives with whom he had long been in friendly intercourse, as he saw them rapidly sinking under the consuming firewater into groveling poverty, imbecility, and wretchedness. The history of the ruin of these poor Indians is indeed piteous, and there are those still residing in this county who grew rich from their ruin. How worthless must this wealth be to the possessor if he reflects upon the nefarious and vicious means of its acquisition. At the commencement of the first settlement of St. Joseph County, the Nottawa tribe of Potawatomis acknowledged the sway of Pierre Moreau as chief. Moreau was a white man and was once an educated and accomplished French gentleman. Whether a native of France or the descendant of one of the old French families of Canada is not known. In early life, he commenced business in Detroit as a mercantile trader. After some misfortune in business, with the remains of a stock of goods, he sought this secluded retreat on the banks of the St. Joseph River. Here he established a trade with the Indians, which he continued until his stock of goods was exhausted. He then married an Indian woman, adopted the Indian costume and habits of life. In his character as a savage, he seemed to have merged every reminiscence of civilization and to have lost every vestige of its conduct and manners. When the settlements began to gather around Nottawa Prairie, he was 90 years old, superannuated, decrepit, infirm, and disfigured. Moreau, by his Indian wife, had 7 children who attained adult age. Sauquet, the oldest of 4 sons, Monis, Isidore, and Wabiga, and 3 daughters, Betsy, Minawis, and Minna. Sauquet figured conspicuously in this tribe of Potawatomi. After his father became so dissipated and imbecile as to be unable to exert his influence over the tribe as their chief or head, Soaket disputed the right to govern with Shiawassee, the legitimate chief of the tribe, whose father, now deceased, had been supplanted by Moreau many years before. Soaket was a shrewd and wily man. He possessed wonderful powers as an orator. His competitor, Shiawassee, was a modest and unassuming man. Each had his partisans and adherents. While the warmest friends of Soaket admitted the rightful claim of Shiawassee, the fascinating eloquence, the winning manners, and impressive presence of Soaket carried a majority of the tribe, contrary to their better judgment and equitable convictions, to support his pretensions. Soaket was an extraordinary man. He measured 6 feet and 3 inches in his moccasins. He was straight and well-proportioned. He possessed a commanding presence and a most imposing and winning address. His features were classical, of the pure Roman mold. When the writer of this article, in 1833, made a crayon sketch of his head, he then thought, and still thinks, he never gazed upon a more perfect model of manly beauty, commanding dignity and perfection of human form. It was this noble form and commanding eloquence that was the secret of his great power over his fellows. This tribe of Potawatomis was continually involved in internal dissensions, while the pioneers supplied them with intoxicating drink, until the frontier war, known as the Black Hawk War, commenced, at which period the members of the tribe had sunken into the most abject poverty and dissipation. They had ceased to hunt the forests for game and furs. They traded their ponies, their guns, and even their blankets for whiskey, and left their children to starve in their wigwams. The once proud warriors had sunken into pitiable mendacity, and like a pack of hungry wolves, clung around the new settlement, howling for more firewater. At this crisis, the notes of Indian war were sounded along the frontier settlement. The southern line of the Potawatomi Reserve traversed Nottawa Prairie east and west near its center. That position of the prairie south of the reservation line was among the first lands to be located by the emigrants to the northern portion of the county. Here, then, when the alarm of the Black Hawk War was given, the huts of the settlers were scattered along the southern margin, and the shadows of the beautiful groves and islands of this portion of the prairie, in close proximity with this band of debased Potawatomis. It is not to be wondered at that the settler felt sensations of alarm, and that the mother drew her child closer to her bosom, as they were aroused from their slumbers in their cabin by the wild shrieks of the besotted Potawatomi as he galloped across the prairie to his wigwam steeped in drunkenness. A panic seized the new settlement. Some families fled in haste, while others prepared for defense. Many are the anecdotes and traditions still current of the inglorious flight of many, while others remained to meet the emergencies and grapple with the vicissitudes and dangers of frontier life. Goods and valuables were concealed. Cattle were sold at half their value or abandoned and turned to the commons. Crops left uncultivated and ungathered. A family from New England that had settled at Sturgis Prairie in order to preserve their valuables, consisting of plate, chinaware, mirrors, and other relics of fashionable Eastern life, which could not be made sufficiently portable for a hasty flight, carefully packed these goods in a large box, and in the dead of night, when there was no human eye to note where these relics of former domestic luxury were to be deposited, the whole family gathered around the well hard by their log cabin, having the box in their midst. Then, with many low whispers, the well rope was attached to the box. The windlass received a fresh supply of soft soap to preclude the remotest possibility of its telltale creak. The crank was seized by the men, and steadily, yet quietly turned. The box of valuables softly yielded to their motive power. When the all-important box swung clear above the well that yawned to receive it, the rope suddenly parted. The box was precipitated to the bottom of the well with a crash, like the discharge of a cannon, causing the earth to tremble and the contents of the box to shatter to atoms. Loud shrieks from the several females who were gathered around the well arose upon the midnight air, and was echoed from the adjacent cabins whose tenants had been aroused by the crash of the unlucky box of goods. The alarm was sounded along the prairie settlement. Shout answered shout, shriek replied to shriek, and the prairie was awake. The scream of females on the night air struck alarm into the hearts of the bravest, and deeming that the Sac warrior was at their doors, a general flight, with a few exceptions, followed. With all this alarm, there were those who appeared to fear nothing, and could not be persuaded that the settlements were in danger. Such were the venerable Judge Sturgis on the southern boundary of the county, whose cognomen the prairie bears, Martin G. Shellhouse and his brothers, near Nottawa Prairie. These men, as well as several others, pursued the even tenor of their ways, and while they became counselors and guides to the more restless and excitable heroes in the hour of fancied danger, they also became the subjects of indignant reprehension and outright curses, because they could not participate in the fear and panic of their neighbors. They were denounced as fools because they showed no sensations of alarm when the whole country, as it was fancied, was on the eve of being overrun by hordes of predatory savages. The militia were ordered out on Nottawa Prairie and duly organized under the territorial law. Patrols were appointed and sentinels placed. The shrill fife and rattling drum echoed along the borders of the late peaceful prairie, and the martial feather flaunted proudly on the breeze. Couriers were dispatched to the adjacent settlements to sound the tocsin of war. Marvelous were the adventures of those redoubtable heroes in the discharge of their various momentous trusts. Some of these, returning, swollen with the importance of their positions, and flushed with the glory of their missions, gathered wondering crowds around them to drink in the story of the signs of war, the preparations for deadly conflict, and their own individual hairbreadth escapes. It was certain from the various reports of these daring couriers that the Potawatomi Indians on the Nottawa Reservation were instruments in the hands of Black Hawk, and that they also were collecting the implements and munitions of war, and would soon prove formidable foes in the approaching dangers which were to try men's souls. These Potawatomis, it was true, could only muster about 50 warriors, enervated, enfeebled, and trembling with dissipation and its concomitant diseases and infirmities, and although they had no arms, nor the means to procure them, still their war-whoop might prove fearful. Thus the attention of the heroes of Nottawa was withdrawn from the seat of war in the west, and directed towards dangers and perils awaiting them in the immediate vicinity of their once quiet homes. The hostile intentions of these Nottawa Indians, by indubitable evidence, had been reduced to a certainty. Many facts existed and were commented upon, which were sufficient to carry conviction to the minds of a majority of the settlers of the murderous purposes of the Potawatomis. The premises and deductions which led to this ultimate conviction, to say the least, were curious to those who could not participate in the apprehension of danger to the settlers, and ran in this manner. If the Nottawa Indians have no hostile intentions, why do they avoid all intercourse with their white neighbors? One young man related that he was almost fired upon by one of the bloodthirsty savages, and that his own presence of mind and indomitable bravery was all that saved his scalp. He was on the margin of the prairie in pursuit of his pony, when suddenly turning an angle of a dense hazel copse, he saw old Muckamoot, an Indian well known to the whole settlement as an inoffensive old man. The wary savage darted into the hazel brush, as the intrepid young man assumed, for the purpose of securing a cover from which to fire. He did not see his gun, but he knew he had one, or why should he dodge into the brush? In this emergency, a light pair of heels and a stout heart to keep up their action soon delivered him from the vicinity of danger, while the enfeebled Indian, trembling with fear, crippled away in the opposite direction. Fortune always favors the brave. Minowis, the sister of Sawket, was detected in stealthily approaching the cabin of one of the settlers to ascertain by espionage the strength of the white enemy and the means of defense. It was in vain that she endeavored to conceal her treachery under the plausible story that her children were starving and that she came to beg a morsel of bread to save their lives. All knew this to be a fabrication, for if her purposes were honest, why should she skulk? Sure, the suffering wretches had received no means of subsistence from the whites, as was their usual custom since the war alarm had been sounded, for both parties, from some cause, had maintained a respectful distance from each other. But if it was only bread she wanted, why did she not come up boldly and offer her beadwork for it, as she had formerly done, instead of stealing along under cover of a brush fence to the back door of the log cabin? In vain she said she was afraid the white man, alarmed and incensed, might misapprehend her intentions and ill-treat her, and that therefore she sought the interview with the white man's wife alone. If her purpose was honest, why endeavor to avoid the white man and seek the white man's wife alone? In vain she told them that the white woman was a mother as well as she, and could feel for the starving papoose, while the white man could not know how the Indian mother pitied her child. In vain, when bread was refused, the tears mounted to her eyes as she threw down the little beaded moccasins which she had nicely guessed to fit the tiny foot of the white man's child. When ordered to take them and leave, her piteous reply, "Keep them, they are no good to poor squaw if they will not buy bread," was absolutely interpreted into the most indubitable evidence of nefarious intentions. The intrepid and fearless white man added new laurels to his brow by forcibly driving the poor creature from his door with the threat that, if she did not leave, he would hang her upon the nearest oak. Nor was the valor of this hero diminished as the Indian mother replied, "Hang me up, white man, and then Minowis will not see her children starve." This circumstance, with others of a like character which transpired about the time that the helpless and starving natives were driven by hunger and want from their retreat, were the crowning proofs of their hostile intentions. These incidents were poured into the ears of the settlers by those who participated in them, with such an emphasis and such an enhancement of their details as to arouse a perfect tumult of fear from one end of the settlement to the other. What was to be done in this crisis of danger? The number of the guards were increased, the patrols were strengthened, and a meeting of the entire settlement was demanded to deliberate upon the public safety and to devise ways and means of securing it against the inevitable attacks of the Nottawa Indians. Already women fancied themselves burning at the stake, while their husbands, the brave militia, fancied their names enrolled in the pages of history, surrounded by a halo of living glory among the heroes of the battlefield. A momentous day, fraught with daring deeds, was rapidly approaching, and the Book of Fame was about to receive an accession of illustrious names to be transmitted to the ceaseless ages of posterity. The meeting was called, and there was mounting in hot haste. The strong men of the neighborhood came together. The assembly was held at the house of Captain Powers, who commanded the valiant militia. The meeting was duly organized and presented a formidable array of citizen soldiers, armed with rusty cavalry swords, shotguns, rifles, and muskets, all of which, from their appearance, had seen service in former wars. There was to be seen also soiled and tattered uniforms, crushed and tarnished epaulets, and dimmed bullion lace. Elaborate and eloquent addresses were poured forth, replete with invocations and appeals to the patriotism of the lukewarm, and glowing with enthusiastic bursts of encouragement to those who were awake to the dangers which surrounded the neighborhood. After many speeches and the most solemn deliberation, it was determined to erect a strong fortification on the lands of Daniel Hogan, located near the east end of Nottawa Prairie, to be known as Fort Hogan. Andrew McMillan now owns and occupies this farm. The walls of Fort Hogan, which had received the labor of 1 day and a half from about 40 settlers, have long since been leveled by the plowshare of the husbandman. At this time, a large body of militia, under the command of General Brown, was massed at Niles in Berrien County, slowly advancing towards Chicago, the rendezvous of the operative military forces under General Atkinson. Among other decisions, by a vote of this meeting, it was determined to send an express messenger to Niles to beg General Brown to send a detachment of his volunteers and militia to Fort Hogan to guard and protect the frontier settlement on Nottawa Prairie. Then arose an important question. Who was to be that messenger? It was improper, unjust, cruel, nay, inhuman, to force, by stern military discipline, one of the citizen soldiers into the imminent danger of this perilous mission, perhaps to return after 1,000 hairbreadth escapes, perhaps to leave his bones to bleach in some solitary dell of the wilderness between Centerville and Niles. Where was the man who would volunteer on this all-important mission, pregnant with danger at every step? Who would accept the hazard? At this crisis of anxiety, Benjamin Sherman, whose name is associated with the early history of this county, and who, as Colonel Sherman, has been widely and favorably known until his recent decease, arose in the meeting, in which he had been a silent auditor up to this juncture of emergencies. Every eye rested upon Colonel Sherman, and everyone sat in breathless silence as he addressed the meeting. "Gentlemen," said the speaker in his sententious style, "I planted the first apple tree west of the Meridian line in Michigan, and I have abundant reason to believe that I have as good a knowledge of the disposition of the Nottawa Indians as anyone. I do not believe there is the least danger of their disturbing any of us. I believe the poor cusses are more scared than you are. But to cut a long story short, if you must send an express to Niles, a man can be found to go, though it's my humble opinion you will send him on a fool's errand. I am always ready to face the music, so make out your dispatches, and I'll be off." End quote. The welkin rang with huzzas as the colonel resumed his seat. "Arm yourself to the teeth, Squire Sherman," said one. "Here, take my horse pistols," said another. "Pshaw, nonsense," said the colonel impatiently, at the same time grasping a large hickory cane. "I want no better protection than this. I cut this at Mount Morris in York State in 1829, and have carried it ever since. I have carried it over 1,000 miles. It's the true blue. I wouldn't give it for all your footy pistols in a hand-to-hand scrimmage." End quote. Captain Powers delivered to Colonel Sherman his dispatch to General Brown, and just as the sun sunk in the west, the colonel mounted his pony and departed on his mission. On the day following this memorable meeting, the work commenced upon Fort Hogan. Plows, scrapers, and ox teams were in requisition. Manual labor was lustily applied until sunset, and the northeast angle of Fort Hogan had arisen in an earthwork of black prairie soil about 2 feet in height, extending west most 3 rods and south some 2 rods. There were those among the settlers who unequivocally refused to contribute by labor or otherwise to the erection of this fortification, and who persisted in the opinion that no danger threatened the neighborhood from the inoffensive Nottawa Indians. Cyrus Shellhouse was one of these. Mr. Shellhouse was then an active young man whose nature was strongly imbued with a vein of waggish humor. Since then, Mr. Shellhouse's name has been interwoven with the history of St. Joseph County. He was a man of enterprising habits of life, generous impulses, and humane instincts. He filled many honorable positions in the official responsibilities of the county, and died at Constantine but a few years since, honored for his integrity and usefulness as a citizen. While the labor was progressing at Fort Hogan, Cyrus Shellhouse stole away to the Indian village on the reservation. He found the Indians almost destitute and laboring under a false apprehension that their white neighbors, taking advantage of the Black Hawk excitement, meditated an attack upon their village with the purpose of driving them from their reservation and appropriating it to their use. He could not prevail upon them to send some of their leading men with him to the settlers to assure them of their peaceful intentions and to receive assurances from their white neighbors that their intentions were misapprehended by the Indians. After a brief council of the Indians, in which the partisans of Cushie West and Saw Ket united, it was determined that if they were invited to an interview with the settlers by Captain Powers, they would send a deputation to such an interview. It was with difficulty that Mr. Shellhouse could sufficiently counteract the excitement that prevailed among the settlers to take a rational view of the situation and accept the proposition of a truce and an interview between the belligerents. But this measure was finally adopted at noon of the second day's labor on Fort Hogan. The interview was appointed to take place at the cabin of Captain Powers. At 10 o'clock in the forenoon of the day following, a large gathering of the settlers had assembled at the place appointed in anticipation of the interview. The redoubtable captain paced back and forth in front of his cabin with a quick and nervous step. His plume nodded on the air as he suddenly turned his head from side to side in anxious expectation of the approach of the Indian deputation with which he was to confer. This worthy officer suddenly halted, as his eyes were fixed upon a distant object upon the level prairie. He seized his sword scabbard with his left hand, and grasping the hilt with his right, after several lusty efforts that were sufficient to start a sapling from its hold in the earth, the war-worn and trusty weapon leaped from its scabbard with a military flourish. All eyes at once turned in the direction of the captain's gaze, when was observed the approach of the expected deputation, consisting of Cushy West, with 2 others of his tribe and an interpreter, under the escort and protection of Cyrus Shellhouse. Thus these humbled and depressed representatives of a once numerous and proud people met the descendants of those who had driven them from their homes and run the iron plowshare over the graves of their fathers. While there was a marked humanity mingled with suspicion in the countenances of those Indians as they approached, there was firmness in their step and pride and dignity in their bearing. Cushy West was below the middle stature, but of strong and heavy mold. He was a man of great equanimity and indomitable firmness. He was above the middle age. In his habits he had not been so incorrigibly addicted to inebriation as were a majority of his tribe, and preserved in his personal manners and appearance traces of that native grace and dignity which, in their intercourse with civilized man, appears to be a national characteristic of the untutored red man. Whatever may have been the habits of Cushy West or those of his people, the non-intercourse between them and their white neighbors, which had now continued for several days, had interdicted the use of strong drink among the Indians. Consequently, they were all sober, for the reason that the poor Indians were dependent upon their friendly relations with their civilized neighbors for the means of their most brutal degradation. There must be many melancholy reflections to cloud the memory of the white man as he looks back to the past relations between him and the red man. In view of the logic of philosophy, the ethics of civil government, and the equities of humanity, he can find no sophism of civilization to serve as a sufficient apology for making the red man what he is, degraded and groveling in drunkenness, shorn of his honor, robbed of his heritage, and driven forth a pitiable mendicant. No genial reminiscences arise in this picture of reflections to soften and palliate its stern and severe inhumanity. It is difficult to say what the Indian might not have been had his feeble efforts to conciliate the white man and to cultivate his friendship been requited and met by efforts in kind on the part of the white man instead of cruelty and repeated acts of injustice. It is difficult to say whether civilized man could have played the savage more aptly had their lessons of barbarity been taught in the wildwood forest by lawless heathen chieftains, instead of the philosophy of peace on earth and goodwill among men, as taught them in Christian sanctuaries by surpliced priests. The small party of Indians advanced to within a few paces of the spot occupied by the captain of the militia. Cushy West approached that officer and presented his hand in token of friendship, then retired a pace or two with easy grace, and thrusting his thumbs between his person and his belt of wampum, stood facing the bold commander with an ease and unaffected dignity which contrasted strangely with the fidgety manner of the captain. Thus he stood several minutes, motionless and silent, awaiting the announcement of the wishes of his white neighbors, though the captain was as silent as the Indians. At length, Cushy West, through the interpreter, said, "What does the white man want? He has sent for his red brother. Let the paleface speak." "We want to know," returned the captain, "what we have done to induce you to set about cutting our throats and scalping our women and children." "The paleface," returned Cushy West, "does not speak the words of wisdom, or he would not ask the red man what the paleface has done. The red man could say that when the paleface came to the hunting grounds of the red man, our hunters showed him the haunt of the wild deer and the place where the honeybee made comb. He showed him the otter's slide and the places where the wildfowls built their nests. The white man killed many of our deer and drove many from our hunting grounds. He followed the bee from his cornfield to its home in the forest tree and carried away our honey. He traced the otter to its burrow and robbed us of his fur. He scared the wildfowl from our waters, and the red man had nothing to eat. His squaws and children were starving in the wigwam. Then the red man asked the paleface for bread, and the white man poured firewater down the throats of our warriors, and our strong men became squaws and trembled. The white man wanted our little reservation of land, and when our warriors were few and hungry, when they were weak with drinking the firewater of the white man, when they had no strength in their limbs, no bravery in their hearts, when they had no arms to shoot with, no voice to shout the war whoop, no breath to shriek the battle cry, then the paleface struck the warpath. He beat his drum and called all his strong warriors together to drive the Potawatomi from his little reservation and take it for himself. The red man did not wish to disturb the paleface. The red man was weak, the white man was strong. The red man few, the paleface many. The paleface speaks not the words of wisdom. What has the paleface to say? Why does he want the red man's land? Why does he call his warriors together to drive the red man from his wigwam and the graves of his fathers? Let the white man speak." End quote. The redoubtable commander was brought to a dead stand. For the first, he learned that the Indians had misinterpreted his patriotic operations for the defense of the settlement into the preliminaries of an offensive attack upon the Indian village with the intention of driving them away and seizing the reservation. He knew not what to reply to the touching appeal of Shiawassee. "Did you not receive messengers from Black Hawk?" inquired Captain Powers. "And did you not arm yourselves in order to aid the Sacs, intend to murder all the settlers?" End quote. "The paleface speaks not the words of wisdom," replied Shiawassee, and continued, "We are weak, you are strong. The weak are not fools to dare the strong. The Sac is the enemy of the Potawatomi. There never was friendship between our nations. There were never good words between our people and the Sac nation. We had many wars, and the tomahawk was never buried between us. The Potawatomi hates the Sac as the eagle hates the filthy crow. The paleface speaks not the words of wisdom. We wished the paleface to take many scalps of our old enemy, the cunning Sac. The few young warriors of our tribe who could still follow the warpath and not make a crooked trail went with the white chief, Captain Hatch, to fight with our white brothers against our old enemies, the lying Sac. We thought that if the Sac would come to Shiawassee to sound the war cry among our wigwams, our paleface brother would be our friend, and that together we would go on the warpath against him. We were weak, you were strong. We were not wise, for when the paleface saw that our few strong young warriors had gone with the white chief, Captain Hatch, to fight the Sac, then our white neighbors made war upon us. Then we feared the Sac far away, and the paleface near our own wigwams. Our men fled to the woods, and our women and children hungered for food. The paleface speaks not the words of wisdom. The red man would be the friend of the white man, and would fly to his cabin for shelter when danger comes. But the white man would not let us come. He raised the tomahawk against us. What has the paleface to say? Let our white brothers speak." End quote. Note: for the particulars of this interview, and very nearly the precise language of the interpreter of the address of Shiawassee, the writer is indebted to the excellent memory of Honorable Cyrus Shellhouse, who was present on the occasion. End note. After a few inquiries of the interpreter and other French settlers who had mingled with the assembly, it was ascertained to a certainty that a few of the Potawatomis of the reservation had volunteered with Captain Hatch, a trader among them, and several days before had gone to join the war forces at Chicago under General Atkinson. Here, then, was a denouement which at once stripped the war with the Nottawa Indians of all its impending dangers and its valiant and redoubtable heroes of their transient honors. This denouement was hailed by the crowd with a loud shout of relief, in which no small degree of ridicule was manifested in derisive hisses. The assembly dispersed, and the memorable occasion was one to impress upon the mind of the illustrious captain of the Nottawa militia a deep sense of the evanescent brilliancy of military honors and the vanity of martial renown. Crestfallen and disappointed in his ambitious aspirations, he retired to his quiet cabin, doffed his military plume and martial habit, and hung his trusty sword upon the wall, there to rest forever. For as the assembly dispersed, Colonel Sherman returned from Niles with the welcome news of the capture of Black Hawk and the termination of the Sac War. Those who now occupy and enjoy the highly cultivated and productive farms of St. Joseph County, and especially the broad acres of Nottawa Prairie, embracing the reservation alluded to in this article, may not readily realize that their own quiet homesteads were so recently the scenes of the stirring incidents here related. Indeed, the contrast is great. Industry and enterprise, by the touch of their magic wand, have developed the richest resources of agricultural wealth and luxury. The once unbroken prairie has changed into fertile fields laden with cereal products. The wigwams of the savage have changed into tasteful mansions crowned with peace and plenty. Where the council fire of the red man was kindled rears the district schoolhouse, and where the smoke from the midst of the war dance ascended, now points up the white spire of the village church. The war whoop is heard no more, and the midnight orgies and savage wails of the red man have ceased forever. The beautiful and enterprising village of Mendon, with its sumptuous hotels, its factories, stores, and workshops, stands where the Potawatomi was wont to chase the wild deer. But where is the Potawatomi now that once claimed this spot as his heritage? Like a storm-rifted pine, he has sunk to decay. Like the withered leaf of autumn, he has been swept by the winds of desolation into the abyss of the past. The landmarks of civilization have been erected on the ruins of his sacred places. What has the poor red man received from civilization in return? No nation, no country, no home. Scarce the memory of a name is left to him. End of section 19. Section 20 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Michigan, Volume 2, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Biographical Notes and Incidents in the Pioneer Life of Mrs. R.B. Norris, by her granddaughter, Maria W. Norris, read at the annual meeting of the State Pioneer Society, February 7, 1878. At the request of the President of the State Pioneer Society, I undertook some weeks since to prepare for the annual meeting a biographical sketch of my deceased mother, Mrs. R.B. Norris, a pioneer of western New York and eastern Michigan. The constant pressure of professional engagements have deprived me of the pleasure of doing this honor to the memory of her, to whom I owe all that I have in me of good, and all that I have been able to accomplish of use in the years that have passed since I first left the hearthstone of the old house by the river. My daughter, however, has undertaken that my promise shall be kept, and with no other help than a half-century's family correspondence and her own recollection of the closing years of her grandmother's life, has prepared this paper which she requests me to submit. Lyman D. Norris. Grand Rapids, February 4, 1878. I have been requested to write a biographical sketch of one known to many of you as a pioneer in Michigan, one whose recollections embraced many of the scenes and experiences incident to life in a new and unsettled country, my grandmother, Rosena B. Norris, late of Ypsilanti. She was born in Delaware County, New York, toward the close of the last century, December 15, 1798, the eldest child of James Vale of Southold, Long Island. His grandfather emigrated to Long Island from Wales in the year 1700. Here 10 children were born to him, the second of whom, Benjamin Vale, was Mrs. Norris's grandfather. He was a man of rare honesty and sincere piety, and for nearly 40 years officiated as deacon of the early church in Southold. There is still in the family a quaint old wooden chair, known as the deacon's chair, brought from Long Island by Mrs. Norris, in which the good man sat beneath the pulpit through the long sermons of those days, with an ear open to the discourse and an eye watchful of the behavior of the youth of the congregation. Mrs. Norris's father, James Vale, came to Delaware County, New York, while yet a young man and engaged in surveying. In July 1797, when 23 years of age, he married Helena Compton, a native of Brattleboro, Vermont, but who had lived since childhood in Delaware County. Their married life began with little of this world's goods. Themselves pioneers in southern New York, they underwent many hardships and privations in rearing the family of children who were destined to become pioneers in a yet newer and wilder portion of the growing Union. Among Mrs. Norris's earliest recollections was their living in a small house on the right bank of the Delaware River, where the road ended under a mountain, and travelers were obliged to ford the river or cross in a canoe. As Mrs. Norris's love of reading was so well known, it may be interesting here to record her first and only remembrance of the time when she was unable to read, for, as Hugh Miller naively puts it, she early discovered, quote, that reading was the art of finding stories in books, end quote. She remembered standing beside a favorite uncle and spelling words of one syllable, receiving with delight the uncle's praises for her proficiency. It was while living in the house before spoken of that she first attended school, a small one across the river, to which she was taken in a canoe, and where she was taught to sew and mark samplers, which accomplishments constituted the greater part of a little girl's education in those early days. In the winter of 1806, the family moved down the river to Deposit, then called Cook House. Very near this new home stood the modest schoolhouse, embowered in chestnut trees, on the riverbank fringed with the beautiful American laurel. This school building was also the meeting house. Here, during the summer of 1806, a school for learning to read and sew was kept by Miss Welty Judd, and for several summers thereafter by her younger sister, Lucy. The winter schools for several years were taught by one Master Gilbert, who was a tolerable English scholar and had some knowledge of Latin. This gentleman made his home for some time with Mrs. Norris's father. Of these schools, little can be said. We who find that books, especially school books, multiply until we are fain to say with a wise man, quote, of making many books there is no end, quote, can scarcely realize the state of things represented by the fact that a geography with maps was a thing unknown, and that Webster's spelling book was then just coming into use. This Master Gilbert, with Mr. Vale, laid the foundation of a town library, Mr. V being librarian and Master Gilbert secretary. There were only about 250 volumes, and these were kept at the house of the librarian, Mrs. Norris's father. It is easy to conceive with what delight such an acquisition was hailed by the child, who was already thirsting for knowledge, and to imagine how, during her performance of the household duties allotted to her, her thoughts were ever upon those wondrous volumes. No miner ever gloated over new-found golden treasure with keener pleasure than she exulted over these books. One of her first discoveries in the new field was a copy of Dr. Johnson's Rasselas. She often spoke of it in after years as having opened a new and enchanting region of thought, revealing a style of writing quite unknown to her. It is probable that at this early period was born that intense love of general reading, which was afterwards one of her most marked characteristics, and which grew and strengthened through a long, absorbing life. She remembered stealing away to read Don Quixote before she was 10 years old. During the last few years, Mr. Vale's health had steadily failed. His plans for a new house and his business arrangements for his family he was never able to carry out. Early in 1813, Mrs. Vale yielded to the solicitations of her brother and aged parents, and the family moved 10 miles up the river in the neighborhood of their early home in order to be near these relations. For a time, the change seemed beneficial to the invalid father, but when the summer waned, he rapidly declined and died in October 1813. A sad and lonely winter followed, the mother trying to devise means by which she could support her family, now somewhat scattered. Work that women could do was scarce in those days. Then, too, it was in the midst of the War of 1812-15. Prices were high and times hard. Cotton cloth was 75 cents a yard, calico $1, tea $2 a pound, etc. In May 1814, Mrs. Vale returned to deposit, leaving 2 of her daughters with relatives. They went down the river in a canoe, Mrs. Vale, Mrs. Norris, and 2 younger children, their goods and chattels packed in the middle, and an uncle and cousin managing the canoe. They went by invitation to live with a sister of Mrs. Vale. This family lived in a large, roomy old cottage, which, with its loom, spinning wheel, quill wheel, hand cards, etc., must have been a busy place. All the linen, and indeed everything which could be made at home, was manufactured by the women of the house. Mrs. Vale, being an accomplished needlewoman, soon procured more work than she could do, and was thus enabled to support her young family comfortably. In October of this year, 2 sisters of Mrs. V came to visit their mother and other relatives. One of them, Aunt Bert, was anxious to take Mrs. N home with her, and urged Mrs. Vale to go west, as they then called it, to Genesee County, New York, telling her she could support her family more easily there than in deposit. Finally, it was decided to send Mrs. N, then a girl of 15, home with her aunts to spy out the land, and the mother with the rest of the family would follow in the ensuing winter. So Mrs. N, with her aunts, left deposit early in November, and after a week's journey in a lumber wagon, reached the town of Leicester, where the aunts lived. A minute record of such a journey would doubtless sound strangely in these days of rapid transit. We have almost annihilated space with our railways and telegraph, yet there seems to be much less genuine hospitality and real social life now than in these slower days. For instance, not long after the journey just mentioned, Mrs. Norris took another, this time on horseback, to visit an aunt in Allegheny County. Near her uncle's, Indians were yet living on their own hunting grounds, and a visit to their wigwams was one of the standard amusements. In February 1815, the mother, with the rest of the family, Grandma Compton, 84 years old among them, came to Genesee County, arriving the latter part of the month, and went to housekeeping in a shaky old log house. In March, Mrs. Norris went to Pike to remain for a time with her Uncle Cooley. Here the home life and society proved so much more congenial to her that she persuaded her mother to remove there. Her uncle made a bee, and with the assistance of the neighbors a good log house was put up and covered in one day. The next day it was completed, except a hearthstone, which was soon after put in place. Before her mother arrived, Mrs. N had opened a school, the first in that part of the town. It was held in a little plank schoolhouse where the desks, such as they were fixed against the wall, having wooden benches without backs and front. This year, 1816, was a hard one. The country had not begun to recover from the effects of the War of 1812. Business was much deranged, and all through the region known as the Holland Purchase, half-starved Indians were wandering. The new settlers also had to encounter one of the coldest years ever known in the country. Frost and snow was severe freezing in every summer month, and many families were without bread or potatoes for weeks together. Mrs. Norris taught school and boarded round, and had her dinners sent to her. Often it consisted only of small new potatoes and green peas. She used to say that she never saw so many sad and melancholy faces as those of the mothers in these distressing times. It might well be so, when all they could give their children to eat was sifted bran made into cakes with a little milk. Mrs. Vale, however, had good health and plenty of work, while her children were old enough to assist her, so they never suffered for food, and were often able to help those who did, but the prospect must have often seemed dark enough even to her brave spirit. The family remained in Pike, Allegheny County, nearly 4 years, during all of which time Mrs. Norris was teaching, summers in the Plank schoolhouse, winters in larger outlying districts, where she earned the immense sum of $1.50 a week, and with her younger sisters assisted the mother during the evenings in sewing and weaving. The latter part of the year 1818, the Uncle Cooley already spoken of moved with his family to Indiana, and Mrs. Vale, having no other relatives in the place, went back among her own friends near Moscow, New York. Mrs. Norris accompanied her part way, then went back to Covington, Genesee County, boarding with friends and attending a school kept by Reverend Jonathan Davis, father of Dr. Davis of Ypsilanti, walking a mile and back each day in order to attend it. Here she remained until she had obtained what she called a tolerable smattering of the study of grammar. In March following, she went home for a short visit, returning the 1st of May to teach a school in Covington Center for $1.50 a week, boarding round. She had about 40 pupils of all ages, from 6 to 20, and of all sorts and conditions. About this time, she renewed a slight previous acquaintance with Mr. Mark Norris, who was engaged in business in Covington. They frequently met, and Mr. Norris sometimes drove her to her mother's home in Moscow, some 7 miles. Ere long, her school duties, with the long walks in the hot sun, proved too much for even her powers of endurance, and she was forced to take a 6 weeks' leave of absence, returning to her mother's house for rest. Here, under the care of an attentive physician, Dr. Nevins, and with the tender nursing of a devoted mother, she improved in health, and at the end of the 6 weeks was able to return to her school. She continued teaching until the end of November, when she again went home, this time to prepare for her approaching marriage. On the 13th of January, 1820, she was married to Mark Norris by Elder True of Covington. The wedding took place at her mother's house, in the presence of a few friends and relatives, and in the midst of a fierce snowstorm which lasted 2 days. On the 3rd day, the young couple returned to Covington, their first home. A brief description of the house, which was ready for their reception, may be of interest. It was built of logs, the floor of white ash, carpets being an undreamed-of luxury. 2 windows containing 12 7-by-9 panes of glass lighted the one room, and a cupboard which stood in one corner contained all their crockery and table furniture. The walls were the round side of the logs, hewed smooth and chinked, nearly even with plaster. The fireplace, of the generous size used in the days when men literally fought, quote, for their altars and their fires, end quote, had a crane with hooks for hanging kettles. There was the iron bake kettle for baking, and a tin oven to place before the fire for roasting. A ladder in one corner by which one ascended to the loft containing a bed and other stores. The furniture of this house consisted of 1 bed, 1 armchair, a few common chairs, and a small bookcase hung against the wall. In this humble home, the brave young people began the world together, and doubtless the log house witnessed many happy hours and much wholesome cheer, for its hospitable door swung open right gladly at the sound of friendly footsteps. Mr. Norris was engaged in a small way in trade, and also owned an ashery near their dwelling house for making pot and pearl ash. 3 months after their marriage, Mrs. Norris's mother and sister came, at her urgent request, to live with them, and soon after came the aged grandmother who, like many grandmothers, proved a blessing wherever she went. In the spring, Mr. Norris put up an addition to the log house consisting of 2 rooms, one of which was a bedroom. The other was opened as his store, which in the autumn of 1822 was well stocked with goods. In the spring following, the ashery caught fire and burned to the ground. It was before the days of insurance, but its place was filled by the neighborly kindness of new settlements, all the men of the town coming with tools and teams to Mr. Norris's assistance, and soon a new and better building was erected. In the summer of 1822, Mr. Norris built a good-sized frame store not far from the dwelling, and visited New York and Albany for goods. It was opened late in the autumn, and the prospects of success were good. In the winter of 1824, Mr. Norris was appointed postmaster by Benedict Brooks, P.M., who lived 2 miles west of Covington Center. The post office was thereafter kept in the center of the town. Early in the spring of 1824, Mr. Norris bought a lot east of his new store and commenced building a new house for his increased family. It was ready for them in the summer, when the family moved out of the log house into their more ambitious but still modest mansion. It consisted of a large living room, a bedroom, a good-sized kitchen and pantry, from which a door led to the cellar. This kitchen contained, instead of the ample fireplace, a small cook stove, the first Mrs. Norris had ever used. In September 1824, Mr. Norris went east for goods, traveling by way of Owego, Chenango Point, and Deposit to New York. Mrs. Norris accompanied him to Deposit on a visit to her early home and the friends who yet remained there. During this visit, she collected a quantity of flower seeds, and the next summer the little garden in Covington was beautiful with flowers. Those who remember how abundant and lovely were the flowers which bloomed around her in her Michigan home, and how keen was her enjoyment of the blossoms with which thoughtful friends supplied her sick room, can readily understand how great must have been her delight in thus causing the wilderness to blossom around her. Ruskin says, quote, "The steps of a good woman are strewn with flowers, but they rise behind her steps, not before them." End quote. Truly, behind the steps of this good woman rose rare and precious flowers. The sweet, fair blossoms of love and hope and charity were ever springing from her gracious ministrations as she walked the path of life. The year 1826 was memorable to many because of the abduction of William Morgan and the consequent anti-Masonic era. As a consequence of the bitter feelings of the anti-Masonic spasm in 1827, Norris decided to go to Michigan and look for a water power near which he could make a home for his family. He returned in August, having made several purchases in Ypsilanti, and at once set about closing up his business and arranging his removal to Michigan. While in Ypsilanti in the spring, Mr. Norris had engaged the only frame dwelling house in the village. He now bought a carding machine and a small stock of goods which were to go with their own household belongings, that he might make a beginning in business at once. It must have been a great trial for Mrs. Norris thus to break away from all old associations, from home and friends, for their untried life in what was then the far West, particularly as she was obliged to leave her dearly loved mother ill and suffering, much doubting whether she should ever see her again, though she knew she would be tenderly cared for by the other children. But realizing that the move must be made, she took the step with the same unflinching courage with which all her life she faced a difficult duty. It was 9 o'clock on the morning of the 9th of June, 1828, when the little family left their old home for a new one in the territory of Michigan, with which their history was thereafter to be honorably connected. They left Covington by stage for Buffalo, the family goods and chattels having been sent on by the canal a few days previous. The party consisted of Mr. and Mrs. Norris, their 2 children, now Mrs. Elvira N. Follett of Ypsilanti, and my father and a Mrs. Curtis, who joined them at Wyoming on her way to visit a son in Superior, Washtenaw County. They arrived at Buffalo late in the evening. Next morning they examined a schooner, whose captain agreed to take them much cheaper than they could obtain passage on a little steamer nearby. But they finally took passage on the steamer the Henry Clay for Detroit. It was a close and uncomfortable craft, having no upper deck, its cabin in the hold in which they had their meals, and where there were a few berths around the sides. Here they spent 4 days and 3 nights on Lake Erie. Arrived at Detroit, they stopped at the Steamboat Hotel, kept by Uncle Ben Woodworth. The Detroit of those days was a scattered village, and the roads leading out of it almost impassable, not an encouraging prospect for the already exhausted travelers who had still the most difficult part of their journey before them. There were no teams available to carry their goods, and no roads to take them over, if there had been, so they were stored until such time as they could come around and up the Huron by water. Taking their one horse and the old-fashioned two-wheeled gig built for smooth roads, they started for the interior in company with Mr. Anson Brown, a dry goods merchant of Ann Arbor, who took their 2 children with him in his one-horse wagon, Mrs. Curtis and Mrs. Norris in the gig, Mr. Norris walking. They left Detroit at 1 o'clock p.m. and went 10 miles to a log house called Johnson's Tavern, where they had supper and a night's lodging. Their meal consisted of fried pork, tea without milk, and a shortcake made with fat and water, and baked by the fire. The sleeping room was even more primitive, being partitioned off from the living room with rough boards and without a door. Here the whole party were obliged to sleep, the 2 ladies, with Mrs. Norris' daughter, squeezing themselves into one narrow bed, and the 2 gentlemen, with Mrs. Norris's son, occupying the other. Tired as they were, there was much merriment over the situation. They did not stop for breakfast, but got out of their close quarters the best way they could, and started on, pausing at a running stream to make their toilet, walking most of the way for the next 6 miles to the house of a new settler, Mr. Starkweather. They were kindly received and had a plain, substantial breakfast. Here they remained until noon, resting and washing the mud from shoes and clothes. At Dixboro they remained overnight at the house of Mr. and Mrs. Martin, formerly of Genesee County, New York. Here Mrs. Curtis left them for the Kimmel neighborhood, and Mr. Brown for Ann Arbor, and the little family were alone. Coming south toward Ypsilanti, they had straggled wearily along some time, with the children seated in the gig, when Mr. Norris exclaimed excitedly, "There's Ypsilanti." We quote Mrs. Norris's own description of what followed. Quote, "In a moment I was seated on a log, looking off over the half-mile of distance, no house in sight, only a board shanty, with a wreath of smoky vapor creeping out of a clump of hazel bushes on the banks of the Huron. Wearied, soiled, and worn, not a soul to greet me, whose face I had ever seen before, except my little family. It was little wonder that I leaned my head forward on the stump and burst into tears." End quote. But that was soon over. Urging her husband to go forward and prepare the reception and provide something for 2 hungry children, the mother and little ones trudged slowly onward toward a narrow footbridge, quite new, and stretching across the Huron, where now the lower iron bridge is erected. The river was rapid, narrow, and clear. The bank on the west was a steep and dangerous hill, at the top of which on the right was a blockhouse. Before this, a trading post of Godfrey, one of the early owners of the soil, but then, 1828, a country tavern kept by Judge Whitmore. It was about 1 o'clock, June 16, 1828, when they sat down to their first meal in Ypsilanti, after having traveled 8 continuous days over the same distance now passed in less than 14 hours. After dinner, the landlady invited Mrs. Norris to retire to her room and rest, but she preferred to go at once to the house engaged for them, from which Mrs. Chester Perry was moving out. This house is still standing on the southeast corner of Washington and Congress Streets. As their household and other goods had not arrived, Mrs. Perry lent them sufficient bedding to make up a bed on the floor and a few kitchen utensils. Their living space was comprised in 2 rooms and a pantry on the ground floor and 2 chambers. The front of the house was occupied as a store by Arden H. Ballard and Levi Cook. Before daylight the next morning, Mr. Norris started back to Detroit on foot to forward their goods by boat up the Huron, as the Chicago Turnpike, though cut through, was not worked. It was 5 days before he returned, and 2 weeks before the goods reached them, coming in a boat worked by poles and ropes up the Huron to Snow's Landing, now Rawsonville, thence by wagon to Ypsilanti. During Mr. Norris's absence, the newcomers received visits of kindness from Mrs. Chester Perry and Mrs. Salmon Champion, who loaned them some few household conveniences until the arrival of the wagon. Mr. Norris's first work was to build a dam across the river below the bridge, and erecting a building for his carting machine, which late in the fall was ready for use. In December 1828, Mrs. Norris opened a small school in one of the upper rooms of the house they occupied, assisted by Lorenzo Davis, now of Ann Arbor, he in turn receiving instruction from her. Thus early did she begin those good offices for the town, which continued through all her life. In March 1829, they moved into a new frame house, only partly finished, which Mr. Norris had built on the east side of the river near the bridge. A brick blacksmith shop now stands upon the spot, but Mr. Norris's house was the first on the east side of the river, with the exception of some bark shanties on the hill. In May 1829, the family left this new home to return to Covington for a visit. Mrs. Norris was ill, and she left her new home for the old, scarcely expecting to return again. But once among old friends and in a different climate, she slowly improved, and in August was able to return. Mr. Norris had returned in June to look after his business and put the house in readiness for the family. During his absence, Mr. Stephen Fargo attended to his business, and it seemed to prosper. The carding machine was in operation, the trade at the store good. In the summer, a new tavern was opened, kept by Mr. Perry, on the site where afterwards the Buckland House stood. Mr. Hovey taught the school, and property was changing hands a good deal. The little village was growing. A grist mill was in operation where the woolen mill now stands, and Mr. Harwood's sawmill, that had been undergoing alterations and repairs, was in June once more in running order. In one of Mr. Norris's letters to his wife, of the date of July 12, 1829, we find the following item of local politics. Quote, "Tomorrow is election for council. The Catholic priest and Mr. Biddle are the candidates. E.M. Skinner, James Kingsley, and Dr. Abel Millington are candidates for the Legislative Council." End quote. On the back of this letter, Mrs. Norris has written, quote, "Biddle was elected to Congress instead of Father Richard, Skinner and Kingsley to Legislative Council." End quote. End of section 20. Section 21 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Michigan, Volume 2, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Biographical Notes and Incidents in the Pioneer Life of Mrs. R.B. Norris, Part 2. In the fall, Isaac Powers, P.M., resigned his office to Mark Norris, appointing him as deputy, and in October 1829, he received from Washington his official appointment as postmaster of the village, which he held until a change in political affairs in 1837. In 1830, Mr. Norris built a store near his house on the east side of the river and moved his goods and the post office into it. A letter from Mrs. Norris to a sister, written in June, speaks of the schools, a subject which always engaged her sympathy and assistance, as being in a flourishing condition. Mr. Hovey still had one of them, and the girls' school of about 30 was taught by Miss Cannon. In this letter, mention is made of Mr. Jones, the first Presbyterian minister in the place. Shortly afterward, another letter to the same sister gave an account of the formation of a temperance society, from which we quote, "Have just returned from a meeting to hear the cause of temperance discussed. Remarks were made by Dr. Hayes, Messrs. Darling, Powers, Reverend William Jones, and others. The cause is becoming very popular here. It was first proposed to form a society by Messrs. Darling, Skinner, and others, and 35 men have joined it within 4 or 5 weeks. The principle is total abstinence, both for ourselves and families, from all intoxicating liquors." End quote. In June 1830, the immigration was unprecedented, and the population of the village rapidly increased. In a letter, Mrs. Norris speaks of it in this way: "It is no uncommon thing to see a dozen teams pass here in a day. The stage comes in laden daily. Yesterday it came in overflowing inside, 3 on the driver's seat and 1 on top. One day last week it came in with 15 passengers and an extra with 12 more, besides which there are a great many who come on foot, and yet there is room." In the same letter, she chronicles the fact that Mr. Jones, the minister before mentioned, had left for St. Joseph, and that, quote, a Mr. Weed is daily expected to take his place, end quote. In 1831, the people of Ypsilanti petitioned for, quote, a mail route from Detroit to Tecumseh 6 times a week, end quote, and received through the representative, John Biddle, an answer to the effect that a bill was then pending before the House establishing such new mail routes in the different states and territories as were deemed necessary, and that among the routes provided in the territory of Michigan was one from, quote, Detroit by Ypsilanti and Saline to Tecumseh, end quote, and one from, quote, Detroit by Niles to Chicago and thence to Green Bay, end quote, adding that the bill would probably pass, and if it should, the postmaster in Washington would decide how often the mail should be carried. The fall of this year proved a very sickly one, and this family did not escape. Mr. Norris was dangerously ill, the children and other inmates of the house sick, and Mrs. Norris spent most of her time in taking care of them all. The year 1832 was signalized by the appearance of that much-dreaded scourge, the Asiatic cholera, in the territory. Through the summer it raged with much violence in Detroit and adjacent villages. Governor Porter issued a proclamation enforcing a strict quarantine at Detroit and in other parts of the state, and calling upon justices and other officers to do all in their power to prevent in this manner the spreading of the infection. In accordance with this proclamation, a quarantine was established on the Chicago Turnpike, 2 miles east of Ypsilanti, which was the cause of much excitement upon one occasion. The mail coach from Detroit was coming in when the quarantine officers attempted to stop it in order to make the necessary examination. The driver of the coach resisted, and the men were ordered to fire at the horses, which was done, killing one of them. Confusion followed. Complaints of outrage retarding the mails were sent to the governor and the postmaster at Detroit. A vigorous correspondence between Mark Norris, as postmaster at Ypsilanti, and John Norville, postmaster at Detroit, followed. Threats of prosecution were freely indulged. It all seems to have ended in smoke. There were few cases in Ypsilanti, but wasting fevers made their appearance, and illness abounded, in the midst of which, as is ever both the duty and pleasure of the pioneer wife, Mrs. Norris labored and in the end suffered and succumbed to the fever. It was long before she entirely recovered from its effects. This summer brought to Mrs. Norris her mother, who remained, and until the close of her life made her home with her daughter. She was a help and a blessing to all about her, and the memory of Grandma Vale will ever be green in the hearts of those who knew her. In July 1833, a subscription was started among the citizens of Ypsilanti for the purpose of building a flat-bottomed boat, which should be used in carrying freight up and down the Huron. The names of many prominent citizens appear on the paper. In August, a meeting was held to consider the matter further, and after appointing Salmon Champion chairman and Mark Norris secretary of the meeting, it was, quote, voted that we proceeded to build a boat this fall, if we can raise money sufficient. Voted that we choose a committee to build a boat. Chose Elijah Grant, Mark Norris, Salmon Champion, the building committee, end quote. In this laconic fashion, the meeting is recorded, and as a result of these deliberations, on the 27th of August, James Ash began building the boat. It was completed in September or October, named the Experiment, and soon made its first trip down the Huron, Mr. Norris and his son being on board. It carried a load of 100 barrels of flour from Mr. Norris's mill. At Rawsonville, the flour was unloaded, taken round the dam, and reloaded. At Flat Rock, the next dam, they ran through the chute and came safely on to Detroit. The Experiment made 3 trips in this way, but not proving successful, the owners were glad to dispose of it. We last hear of it in a sadly demoralized condition, with one gunwale under water on the Rouge, somewhere in the neighborhood of Dearbornville. In May 1833, Mr. Norris adds a postscript to his wife's letter to her sister Laura. Quote, our new brick house will be finished in a month or 6 weeks, and we want you to come to the housewarming, end quote. This alludes to the house on River Street, since well known to all their friends. They occupied it sometime during the summer, and from thenceforth, the old house by the river, as it was lovingly called by its inmates, was the scene and center of delightful home life, of generous hospitality and all kindly influences. Many are the hearts scattered in all parts of the country and embracing many classes and conditions of life who will ever retain and cherish memories of that home and of her who, for so many years, was its guiding light. On the 22nd of February, the Territorial Temperance Society met at Ann Arbor. There were about 50 delegates, and Austin E. Wing of Monroe was elected president, Mark Norris vice president. In 1834, I find a letter written from Detroit on the 22nd of August by Mrs. Norris's brother that speaks in graphic terms of the desolation of that city, which was again being devastated by cholera. Quote, "No business doing, great many stores closed, and the streets deserted, but 1 or 2 schooners in port, and only 1 steamboat, the Henry Clay," end quote, adding, quote, "I am told there are only about 3,000 people in the city, and that from 200 to 250 have died since the 4th of August. In September 1834, a subscription was started for the purpose of defraying the expenses of a survey of a railroad from Detroit to the mouth of the St. Joseph River. The names of John Gilbert, Arden H. Ballard, Elias M. Skinner, James M. Edmonds, Abel Goddard, Grove Spencer, Abner A. Wells, and Mark Norris head the list with liberal subscriptions. This movement appears to have been the beginning of the MCRR, now so widely known, and it met with a ready response from the businessmen of Ypsilanti and vicinity. In December of this year, Mr. Weed was formally installed pastor of the Presbyterian Church, and a series of meetings were held, temperance being the grand theme. The Temperance Society now numbered 400 or 500 members. In the summer of 1835, Mr. Norris went east to buy goods, and his wife accompanied him on a visit to her friends. They started homewards the latter part of August. A letter from Mrs. Norris to her sister, Mrs. Blackman, concerning this journey is full of interesting details of the stage ride from Warsaw to Buffalo. A crowded coach and the breaking of a linchpin soon after they started were among the discomforts of the trip. After numerous delays and breakages, they left Hamburg for another attempt to reach Buffalo, 12 miles distant, but when only 3 miles from the former place, a wheel gave way, being left the length of the coach behind. A scene of confusion ensued, but a wagon loaded with oats bound for Buffalo opportunely made its appearance, and Mrs. Norris mounted it and rode the remaining 8 miles, while the rest proceeded as best they might. When they were within 10 miles of Detroit, after a pleasant passage, the Commodore Perry came alongside to take off some passengers for Toledo. While they were lashed together, the boiler of the Perry burst its cap off. Of course, a panic followed, and though the result proved less fatal than was feared, Mrs. Norris had her heart and hands full in rendering what assistance she could. In July 1836, Mrs. Norris had the misfortune to break her ankle. This was the first of several such accidents which happened to her, and she was for 10 weeks unable to walk. In October, her mother, Mrs. Vale, who had been east on a visit, returned with Mr. Norris. They had a rough and dangerous passage across Lake Erie. Indeed, the lakes were the scene of terrible storms all that fall. 15 vessels were lost on Lake Michigan, heavily laden with merchandise, and many of the Ypsilanti merchants lost large amounts on Lake Erie. In the winter of 1836 to 37, a large amount of business was transacted because of the fine sleighing, the finest yet seen in Michigan, which lasted 8 or 10 weeks. In March, Mr. Norris writes, quote, "The railroad is far from being done. If we finish it to this place this season, I shall be satisfied, for it is hard building a railroad when provisions are so scarce and dear. Laborers must have high wages, or they cannot live." End quote. Then follow the prices of a few articles. Wheat, 15 shillings, flour, $10, hay, $10, potatoes 4 shillings, etc. In February 1838, the railroad was completed from Detroit to Ypsilanti, a very different institution from that which now exists, yet it was hailed with great rejoicing. This, too, was the year when wildcat banks abounded, and though paper was plenty, money was scarce. It was, quote, almost impossible to get money that would hold good a day, end quote. But still the railroad prospered, and the travel was immense. In March of this year, Mrs. Norris wrote to a sister in reply to an invitation to visit her, quote, "It is impossible at present. We could not get money enough to get out of the state, such is the state of the currency, and the demand on our means by the large outlay Mark has gone into in building. I suppose you have heard of the State Bank, and which were the public deposits, internal improvement funds, etc., suspending specie payments. There is likely to be a stop put to the public improvements. Indeed, I hear they cannot obtain funds to pay the hands who work the cars to this place. Ypsilanti Bank's down, not worth a cent on a dollar. Is not this delightful? Sub-treasury with a vengeance." End quote. So it was then as now, the governmental tinkering with the finances that made the mischief. Yet in spite of the hard times, in May, we find the good citizens of Ypsilanti agreeing to pay certain sums to Mark Norris for the erection of a good footbridge across the Huron, below his new mill, when the same shall be completed, the progenitor of the conditional subscriptions of our day, quote, when the cars run through the town, end quote. In October, when Mrs. Norris and her daughter returned from an Eastern trip, they found a handsome new carriage waiting for them at the depot, and in the house a piano for their daughter, upon which Mrs. Norris writes, quote, "You see, times are better, or else we are preparing to take a leap off," end quote. On the day they arrived, October 17th, the railroad was completed to Ann Arbor, and the Detroit militia, with others, went through to hold a celebration. In March 1841, Mrs. Norris mentions in one of her letters some prices which show the state of the currency. Quote, "Wheat in good money is 56 cents, in Michigan money 70 cents, not much in market. Flour $3 per BBL," end quote. In the same letter, she writes of her plants in this wise, quote, "My plants are looking beautifully. I have now in blossom pinks, geraniums, and a large oleander, 6 feet high, all in my back parlor. You see, I mean to have some cheering things about me, if the times are hard," end quote. A most characteristic sentence. She always did have some cheering things about her, no matter what the darkness of the inner or outer world. In September 1841, their only daughter, Elvira, was married. In the spring of 1843, a temperance movement of great force spread widely through the state. 2 or 3 reformed drunkards from Detroit went through the state speaking, and as Mrs. Norris wrote, carrying all before them. In the 3 months, January, February, and March 1843, the Washington Army of Teetotalers received immense additions, and Marshall 750, Ann Arbor 600, Adrian 500, Monroe 400, Jackson 450, Ypsilanti 350, etc. There is no new thing under the sun. The reformers of 1843 seemed quite as successful in their harvest as the red ribbon men of today. The harvest is not all gathered in, and ever the crop of vice calls for the labor of love and compassion. In January 1844, Mr. Norris's flour mill at the depot was doing a good business, and also the sawmill, although there had been no sleighing that winter. He writes, quote, "In August, I manufactured 11,000 barrels of flour, have now 700 or 800 bushels of wheat on hand, am taking in about 400 bushels daily. Flour, $3.50 a barrel," end quote. We give here an extract from one of Mrs. Norris's letters to her sister, which is truly characteristic and may in some measure explain the methods by which she attained that serenity of mind which made her advancing years so fruitful and blessed. Quote, "I have for some time felt," so she writes, "more and more the importance of strengthening and cultivating all our mental faculties as we advance in life, striving to overcome any defects in temper and disposition, and not to acquire any offensive habits. I believe only in this way can we enjoy a cheerful old age and be made welcome to our friends." End quote. In another letter to her sister, Mrs. Blackman, whose husband was very ill, she says, quote, "Death to the Christian is only entering on an enlarged sphere of existence, a loss only of the natural state. There will be a reunion of congenial minds." End quote. That Mrs. Norris was a great traveler, even in the days when traveling was not so easy a matter as now, you will have already perceived from this narrative, nor did her love and enjoyment of it decrease from year to year. She was, fortunately, able to gratify her desires in this respect, and scarcely a year passed during her residence in Michigan until the infirmities of age and disease rendered it impossible, in which she did not take at least one journey in some direction. As a consequence of this, she numbered friends and acquaintances in many cities of the United States and Canada. To this pleasant friction with all sorts of minds in many places, she doubtless owed much of her knowledge concerning men and things, much of the generous culture which supplied the deficiencies of early education, making her conversation so delightful and giving much weight to her opinions of people and places. She never traveled without bringing home a store of pleasant recollections, which made her homecoming an event in the family. During Mrs. Norris's absence in the summer of 1850, her husband writes her from Ypsilanti concerning the 4th of July celebration in his own quaintly amusing fashion. There seems to have been the usual amount of bell-ringing, cannon firing, and firecrackers, all the uproarious demonstration by which only young America, when a quarter of a century younger than at present, could show its patriotism. But besides all this, there were services in the church, commencing at 9 o'clock and lasting until dinner time. Among others, Mr. Cheever, then pastor of the Presbyterian Church, gave, as Mr. Norris writes, quote, "a common-sense view of the difficulties of our Congress, and spoke a good word for old Zachary Taylor." End quote. After these services, there was a 4th of July dinner, but as people did not seem anxious to partake of the same, Mr. Norris drove over the river in search of someone to help eat it, picking up 2 young ladies who consented to assist in the operation. In a letter from Mr. Norris to his wife in 1850, he mentions that the plans for the normal school had arrived, but not proving satisfactory, were to be altered. He says, quote, "The plan only gives 2 stories, one 18 feet high, one 13 feet high," adding, "They expect some tall youth to attend, to need a room 18 feet high." End quote. He also speaks of the commencement at Ann Arbor, stating that there were only 11 graduates. These allusions may be interesting as referring to the beginnings of institutions now a credit to our state. In the spring of 1853, Mrs. Norris, in writing to her friends, Reverend Mr. Payson and his wife, concerning the admission of their daughter into the normal school, gives some interesting items concerning the early years of that institution. Under date April 9, 1853, she writes, quote, "The Teachers' Institute closes today, and Monday the classes in connection with the normal school are formed. 100 have enrolled their names, but not all for the entire course. The regular course is 3 years. If languages are added, 4 years are required. I find that an academic department has been added under the supervision of Miss Rogers, who in all her departments is one of the best teachers of my acquaintance. Pupils will be received any time during this term, but after this will only be received at the commencement of the session." End quote. Mr. Welch was principal, and teachers' institutes were to be held twice a year. In the summer of 1853, Mrs. Norris, with her son, Mr. and Mrs. Follett, and others, took a somewhat extended trip, going to Montreal, Bellows Falls, New Haven, and New York. Here the rest of the party returned home, leaving Mrs. Norris visiting her friends and seeing the sights of that great city, particularly its benevolent institutions, in which she always took a deep interest. She also made a hasty visit to Southold, L.I., where she looked into ancient church records, deciphered inscriptions 250 years old in the old burying grounds, one of the oldest in the country, and obtained information concerning her grandfather and his family. In 1856, Mrs. Norris went with her daughter, Mrs. Follett, to Elmira Water Cure, where they remained some time under the care of Mrs. Dr. Gleason. This was the first of several sojourns in Elmira, all of which proved beneficial to her health. In a letter to Miss Payson, dated August 26, 1858, Mrs. Norris says, quote, Mr. Sill gave us one of his beautiful poems at the dedication of the new Union Seminary building. It is very grand, cost $40,000. It was opened last week and is already over 600 pupils. Professor Estabrook is still in charge. A week ago, last Tuesday, was celebrated the opening of the seminary, the Atlantic cable, and the introduction of gas to light the city. You will find many improvements since you left. End quote. When the breaking out of the war roused every loyal American heart to a white heat of patriotism and sacrifice, we all know that Michigan was not the last to respond to her country's call. Among the noble army of women who at once engaged ardently in work at home for the brave men in the field, Mrs. Norris was active and efficient. In September 1861, she writes to a friend, quote, I do not know how any woman can sit supinely by and do and feel nothing. Our ladies have done a great deal and furnished material to a large amount for hospital stores. We supplied our own men with many comforts for their camp hospital. Wednesday, we were at Ann Arbor to attend the great county picnic. End quote. The 1st Michigan Regiment were at this time quartered at Ann Arbor after their reorganization under the command of Major Whittlesey. Quote, I never saw so much cooked provision before and began to realize what a vast amount of eatables it requires to feed an army of 400,000 men. In January 1862, she writes the same friend of her dear husband's failing health, saying, quote, I fear it is his last illness. End quote. It was but too true. All the previous summer he had been failing, had given up all business, and was now entirely confined to his room. He bore his great sufferings with patience and resignation, always having cheerful words of love and thanks for the dear ones who ministered to him with all the tenderness and devotion born of great love. In March 1862, the end came, and this good, just man went to his reward. Of the sorrow and loneliness of his wife and children we may not speak. Mrs. Norris bore her great bereavement with true Christian fortitude, but her health and strength had been so impaired by close confinement in her husband's sick room and by his subsequent death that when summer came her children desired her to go away and recruit. She could not now go among her friends on the Delaware. The associations there would be a constant reminder of her recent loss. So in August, with her granddaughter, Alice Follett, she went to the seashore near Portland, Maine, where, as she said, she had but one solitary acquaintance. Here they hoped to enjoy rest and quiet. Unfortunately, soon after their arrival at the Ocean House, Cape Elizabeth, she slipped and fell upon the rocks, breaking her arm badly and injuring herself seriously in other ways. Then followed a weary time of helplessness, always the chief trial of such misfortunes to her. But she had the best and kindest care, and when her son came, she was surely, if slowly, recovering. No doubt the beauty and quiet of the place, with complete change of scene and association, assisted by a wonderful constitution, hastened what was at best a slow process, and the fresh breezes from the Atlantic, whose broad refreshment none loved better than she, were a great benefit to the poor bruised body, as well as to weary soul and brain. It was October before she was able to return home with her son, who came to assist her, and for a long time afterwards she was obliged to use a crutch and carry her arm in a sling. Shortly after Mr. Norris's death, his son gave up his home nearby, and with his family came back to the old house by the river, that his mother might not be alone, and the quiet old house once more resounded with the noisy glee of childhood, much to the dear grandmother's satisfaction. In 1867, we find Mrs. Norris traveling in the West, visiting friends in Chicago, LaSalle, Rock Island, etc., and enjoying it with the freshness of a spirit that could never grow old, in spite of her saying that she was getting to an age when the grasshopper is a burden. The winter of 1868 to 69 was spent in Montreal, Canada. Among the many visits of her life, this one was ever remembered with especial pleasure, and the friendships there formed, or previous ones strengthened, were closely cherished to the close of her life. The years were flying rapidly now, and age and often infirmities were beginning to tell upon the frame which had endured so much, often being kept up and doing only by the will of the strong soul within. But still she went on the even tenor of her way. Still she helped and cheered everyone who came to her in sorrow or in need. She was never too tired or too busy to hear the tale of the needy or sorrowful ones who came to her freely. To the poor she was ever a faithful friend, helping by her wise and systematic benevolence all whom she deemed subjects of her care, giving, according to her means, money, time, energies, sympathy, and counsel. Her work in the Home Association has become a matter of history in Ypsilanti, serving first as the vice president and then being elected president, which latter office she held 16 years, resigning it on the anniversary of her election because no longer able to attend to the duties of the office. A record of over 20 years' faithful service for the poor in her own town is thus before us. Who can estimate the good the record indicates, which still goes on in ever-widening circles of joy and hope? In an earlier part of this sketch, we have spoken of Mrs. Norris's love of books and reading. It will therefore be readily seen how great an interest she would naturally take in a movement to inaugurate a ladies' library association, which should give the people of the town an opportunity of enlarging their stores of knowledge by putting the right sort of books within their reach. The association was organized in April 1868, with Mrs. Norris as one of the directors, and she was for 6 years corresponding secretary, exercising during all her connection with the society a strong, wise influence in its councils. The prosperity and success of this institution was an object dear to her heart, and in 1869 she wrote exultingly, quote, "We have now 700 volumes and are out of debt," end quote. She lived to see the association well established, with a fine, well-selected library. Being herself a reader of the best books in many departments of literature, and having a memory tenacious of all good and beautiful thoughts, her counsels regarding the selection of books for their shelves were invaluable. Often books were given her for the library, which, after looking over, she quietly laid aside as not suitable. For, while enjoying and appreciating all books of real worth, even when her own taste did not sympathize with them, she utterly eschewed all the modern sensationalism and loose morals found in a certain class of books which she emphatically denominated trash. We would fain linger over this beautiful life, whose harmonious completeness seems so rare, but the end of her earthly work was drawing near. One by one she was obliged to drop the active cares and duties of life. Frequent illness often confined her to her room, and an insidious but a fatal disease was slowly, though surely, wearing out the earthly tabernacle. As the days and months went by, she was more and more confined to the house, and finally to her room, though several times, even in the last weeks of her illness, she was carried downstairs to gladden her dear ones by her presence on some holiday or quiet Sabbath. Her sick room was never the chamber of gloom or sadness, and many of her friends recall the hours spent with her there as some of the happiest of their lives. Bearing her great sufferings with heroic courage, she had ever a bright glance and cheerful words for her visitors. She still kept up her interest in the world and its doings, while resigning herself to leave it without fear. Of the scenes immediately preceding her death, this is not the place to speak. She passed quietly to her rest before daylight on the morning of the 27th of October, 1876, and on the following Monday, the mortal casket of Mrs. R.B. Norris was borne to its rest in the beautiful Highland Cemetery, from one of whose hills she had obtained her first glimpse of the town where she had lived and labored for nearly 50 years. We have spoken of death, yet in connection with such a life as this, we feel deeply that the word has no meaning. Of her, it is not a poetical fiction, but an eternal truth that, quote, there is no death. What seems so is transition. This life of mortal breath is but the suburb of a life Elysian, whose portal we call death, end quote. In conclusion, we would fain bring before you some living picture of the noble woman whose life we have striven to chronicle. But how shall we fitly portray her? Hers was a character strong and self-reliant, but without pride or arrogance, and entirely free from the morbid self-analysis which is often characteristic of narrower minds. While she enjoyed and appreciated the society of the refined and gifted, she yet never treated the poor or the illiterate with condescension. Did the needy, the sick, or the sinful want help and counsel, they were freely given. Was there work to be done for God and humanity? Who more ready than she to lend a helping hand? A leader in many, nay, most of the good deeds of her native town, it was a leadership which always came unsought, was often accepted with diffidence, and with a full sense of the responsibilities she so nobly discharged. But it is in her home, and among her own dearest ones, we must look for a woman's most powerful influence, and here too she never failed. A faithful, loving wife, a devoted mother and grandmother, a tried and trusted friend, she was in truth a blessing to all. To her children and grandchildren, her memory and example will ever be among life's precious things. They love to attribute to her wisdom and tender care much of what they are or hope to become. With what more fitting words can we close this tribute to her memory than these of a great poet? Quote, I would the great world grew like thee, who grewest not alone in power and knowledge, but by year and hour, in reverence and charity. End quote. End of section 21. Section 22 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Michigan, Volume 2, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Washtenaw County, Part 1. Address at the 6th Annual Picnic of the Farmers of Sharon, Washtenaw County, Michigan, August 14, 1878, by Samuel H. Rowe. My old Sharon friends and fellow citizens, for the honor of an invitation to address you here today at your annual picnic gathering, I thank you sincerely. So far as I am personally concerned, it would have been an honor and a greater pleasure to have met you with a quiet handshake and mingled in your festivities, rather than to have attempted to amuse, interest, or honor you by a formal address. Some years ago, I made a short speech at Manchester in the Methodist Church that was moved there piecemeal from Sharon. That speech contained only 2 or 3 words, and yet it cost me 2 of the hardest years' work of my life. They were calling for volunteers to fill up the 20th Michigan Infantry, and I got up and told them to put down my name. I did not do it for the sake of speaking and meeting, or perform the service made necessary by it for the $13 and board which was promised. I thought then, and I now think, that I did it for love of the old flag. When I was called on a few days ago to make a talk here to you, I felt that I would rather pack up the old knapsack and take a long march the other way than undertake it, but love for old Sharon and her people captured me. I well remember how I used to come back to Sharon after a few months at school, back to the farm that my father located and cleared up not far from this spot. He used to arm me with a hoe and send me out into the orchard to war on the weeds in the corn. I do not think the corn was injured very much. While I was waiting around under the shade of my hoe to cool off, I used to wonder how they could expect me to hoe out all the corn alone. Perhaps it was upon the plan of the man who ordered his boy to go into the field to catch a spirited horse. The lad objected to that program, said he could not do it alone, that it always took the whole family. He was commanded, quote, to go on and be a-catching him until we come, end quote. There is inspiration here today in every field, on every farm, in every tree that casts its grateful shade, in every leaf that rustles in the breeze, in thoughts that are linked to the past or go out to the hopeful future. I am certain not to catch a tithe of it, and all the old settlers will have to be called up here to help me. It has been my good fortune to hear some of the world's sweetest singers. As I now compare their dulcet notes with the long-ago music that charmed me when a boy in the cornfield in those long, hot days in June, I shall vote my preferences for the sweet sounds that could be heard about 11:30, as regular as the clock, way down to Park's Corners and all over this neighborhood, saying, "Dinner in just half an hour." I refer to the sweet music of that immense and wonderful tin horn at Aunt Polly Gold's, just over the way. Whatever may have been the delinquencies of the boy who had been placed at the end of the hoe handle with orders to hoe out his row, he was quite sure of the kindly forbearance of the father, who thought more of the boy than he did of the corn. So comes back to you today the boy to perform the task your indulgent committee has assigned him, conscious of his love and veneration for old Sharon, for Sharon men and women, boys and girls, yet doubtful of his ability to bring you any golden grain. He trusts in your kind forbearance. Before leaving that hoe to rest under the shade of the apple tree, I want to relate a story of one of those utensils told me by my father. I remember that he used to like to tell anecdotes, and I think his boys were always willing to stop work to listen to them. It ran thus. A young man from the farm had been clerking in a store for 6 months. On his return, it was found that he had forgotten even the names of common farm tools. His father placed a hoe in his hand and said, "Surely you remember that." The boy shook his head and feigned ignorance of its name or object. He dropped the handle and carelessly put his foot on the blade. The handle came up suddenly and hit him a stinging blow on the nose. His memory quickly returned, and he exclaimed, "Confound that confounded hoe!" He was trying to forget what ought to have been among the best and fondest recollections of his life, his home on the farm. Not so with Sharon boys. They delight to come back and renew acquaintance with the trees, the fields, the farms, and the faces they knew to love in boyhood. They forget for a time the battle of life they are fighting out elsewhere. Gathered with you in one of her beautiful groves to rest, recreate, and rejoice with you over the bountiful harvest just ended, they live over again the days gone by, take fresh hope for the future, and thank God they were born and lived in Sharon. It seems to me sometimes, when I have to bound this town to locate it for someone, that they must have had a poor chance at geography. I have said that it was north of Manchester or south of Chelsea. These villages have a more than local prominence now, being upon the lines of our great railroads. But these were not when Sharon was. Their location was a thing of the future, when the axes of Sharon's pioneers echoed through the forests as they laid low the trees for their first cabins in the wilderness. In those days, the milk did not flow much in this land, as they brought it from Lodi plains, frozen in milk pans, but the sweetest of honey was in great abundance, and the pioneers used to make a beeline for it. I have heard my father, Gilbert Rowe, say many times that he and James H. Tyler cut the first tree ever felled by white men on the site where Manchester now stands. It was an immense bee tree, filled with the choicest honey. In after years, he located the exact spot. It is back of the Manchester Hotel and near the residence of John D. Keefe. Washtenaw was first laid out into a county by an act of the Legislative Council of the Territory of Michigan, which was approved by Governor Lewis Cass and became a law on the 10th day of September, 1822, which was the 47th year of the independence of the United States. By the provisions of the same act, it was attached to the then organized county of Wayne. Washtenaw was fully organized by an act approved November 20th, 1826, and on the first day of December following, Governor Cass commissioned its first county officers, Samuel W. Dexter, Chief Justice of the County Court, and Henry Rumsey and Oliver W. Whitmore, Associate Justices of the County Court, Cyrus Beckwith, Register of Probate, David E. Lord, Clerk of the County Court, and Benjamin J. Woodruff, Sheriff. By an act approved April 12, 1827, this then unorganized and unnamed township, with other nameless ones, was attached to and formed a part of the township of Dexter, which was organized by the same act April 12, 1827. This town had then no name and not much reputation, except the lingering one that was given it in the whole territory by a committee of the Congress of 1818, who were sent to the territory of Michigan to examine it for soldiers' bounty land. That committee actually reported that the territory of Michigan was worthless for agricultural purposes. They must have got lost in the short hills over there or got stuck in Chandler's Big Marsh near Lansing. Certain it is that when old Father Time stood feeling of his keen-edged scythe on the morning of the first day of the year 1830, this township had no inhabitants save the wandering Indians who roamed its forests in search of game, or fished along the shaded banks of the Shiawassee, or River of the Grapes, which we call the Raisin. On the 22nd day of June, 1830, as shown by the government tract books, Lewis C. Kellum of Pike County, Pennsylvania, located the first lot of land in this township. It was the north 84, 24 to 100 acres of the northeast quarter of Section 1. On the first day of October 1830, Daniel F. Luce, a government surveyor, made a venture and located the second lot of land. It was the northeast quarter of Section 32, and afterwards formed a part of the farm of Amasa Gillett. If these gentlemen did not get up a corner on real estate in this town, they each got just about as close as they could to the opposite corners diagonally, Kellum in the extreme northeast, and Luce lacked one section of the extreme southwest. If these men had built houses and lived on their land, which they did not, they would probably never have quarreled about line fences. In the spring of 1831, Ira Annabelle, Amos Bullard, John Bessie, M. Burke, David Cook, Edward Campbell, James Harlow Fellows, R. L. Fellows, Joseph O. Gilbert, Francis A. Gillette, Henry Rowe, Gilbert Rowe, and J. R. Sloat made the first settlement in this township, and this their lifelong home. The familiar names of Dr. Ebenezer H. Conklin, Conrad Rowe, Waite Peck, Nicholas Rowe, John Cobb, Sidney W. Dewey, Sabin Johnson, Oliver Kellogg, and others appear on the tract books as having entered land in 1831, but did not settle thereon until later. Some of those early pioneers bade their New York and Connecticut friends goodbye, as it then seemed to them, forever, took the boat on the Hudson River, where some of its Rip Van Winkles of today doubtless believe that Michigan is unfit for agricultural purposes, and came to Albany. From thence on the Erie Canal on the line boats, taking 2 weeks to reach Buffalo, from thence to Detroit by the rough old Lake Erie. Landed at Detroit, they rigged up the lumber wagon they brought with them, and bought a yoke of cattle that could smell an Indian 40 rods and run the other way like deer. Some of the household effects of 2 or 3 families were loaded up, women and children on top. The men went on foot to drive, to cut down a sapling on the trail, seize a handspike and boost the hind wheels out of a rut, or chain up those oxen to a tree on the approach of Indians. The cabins at Ypsilanti, Ann Arbor, and Lodi Plains were examined on the way to this place, laughed at, and used as models for their own a few days after. That is the way that the pioneers came to Sharon. Those who came just after followed the same trail in the same fashion. The winter of 1831-32 was a severe one. Edward Campbell and David Cook went to Detroit after provisions. Their ox team gave out on their return and was abandoned. They sought to reach home on foot, but the drifting snow obscured the way, and they wandered about for some days and nights. They were searched after and found benumbed and insensible from the cold. Mr. Campbell was badly frozen and died within a week. Mr. Cook recovered. In the month of June 1832, the first religious society was organized by Reverend E. H. Pilcher at the log house of Gilbert Rowe. There were 9 members, viz., Henry Rowe and his wife, Conrad Rowe and wife, and the wife of Gilbert Rowe, Mr. Lathrop and wife, Anthony Yerkes, and Joseph O. Gilbert. Mr. Pilcher was but 19 years of age at that time. He is now living and preaching in Canada. Curiously enough, in his valuable History of Protestantism in Michigan, just issued, He makes no mention of this infant society. I remember him as a stern old Puritan who never smiled. I think he was an excellent man, but I remember a lad who took him over the river to preach, who told his father that Brother Pilcher never spoke of the beautiful team that carried him, and that he could not be much of a Methodist preacher, or he would have noticed those horses. In School District Number 1 in this neighborhood, almost within sight of this spot, the first schoolhouse was built. It has been moved across the road, and the frame is now used as a part of a dwelling house. On the authority of Mrs. Harriet Rowe, I am informed that her husband acted in 1832 as the first assessor of this township, that she went with him on several occasions while he was assessing property. They drove their own Indian pony before a Democrat wagon belonging to Oliver Kellogg, and they, on one such business trip, took dinner at Deacon Stevens over beyond where Waite Peck now lives. The fact of the dinner is fixed by the recollection of having succotash. When he had finished his assessment, he reported to Dexter officials, by whom the taxes were collected. The truth of this bit of history can be vouched for by the lady who acted as assistant assessor and ate the succotash, as she is on the ground here today. I learned quite early in life not to contradict her, and shall not today, although I cannot imagine how he came to accept office, as he was much averse to holding any official position during my recollection. In 1832 and 1833, this township was rapidly settled, and a name for this beautiful tract became of the first importance. Some differences of opinion arose as to the proper one to select. It was thought by the settlers who came from Armenia and Romulus, New York, that the name of their old town would confer honor to this new child of the forest, while pioneers knew that Sharon was the loveliest name among 10,000, and that the name of their home in Connecticut ought to be given to this, the new home of their adoption. Petitions were forwarded to the Legislative Council expressing these different views. It is related that Dr. Amariah Conklin was mounted on a horse by his father, old Dr. Conklin, and sent out with a Sharon petition up into Berks and Annabelle settlement on his first electioneering tour. The doctor has had great success since then as a physician, but I think he never did a better day's ride in his life than when he killed those Armenia and Romulus petitions. I have hunted the old state archives high and low for them, but they are past resurrection. On the 7th day of March, 1834, the act of the Legislative Council was approved by Governor George B. Porter, enacting that, quote, all that part of the county of Washtenaw comprised in surveyed Township 3 South, Range 3 East, be a township by the name of Sharon, end quote. In the words of your old and honored citizen, Andrew Robinson, quote, we are satisfied with a good name. It would not change it for any other this side of paradise, end quote. The first township meeting was at the house of Oliver Kellogg. At the first town meeting, Lewis Allen was elected supervisor and B.F. Burnett town clerk. In the old territorial executive records at Lansing, I find that on the 7th day of March 1834, which was the same day he approved the bill naming Sharon, Governor Porter, with the advice and consent of the Legislative Council, commissioned Micah Porter and Abijah Marvin as the first justices of the peace in Sharon. I presume there are no records extant showing who, if any, were the defeated candidates for these offices of honor and trust. Certain it is that party politics did not run high here in those days, and there were no newspapers hereabouts to set forth in glowing colors the virtues of the favored aspirants, or depict the dire effects that would ensue if their opponents should be elected to rule over this people. The days had not come when newspapers were used as engines to create a furious smoke that might smirch over private or official character and hide the malicious detractor behind the freedom of the press, while he prayed in secret that a small fire might be discovered somewhere to justify the smoke. A man who sets himself up as an educator of the public through the press ought to be of clean hands and a pure heart. 100 reporters may stand at his beck and call. 1,000 busy fingers may arrange for him the chaos of types into the beautiful creations of his brain. The throbbing engines may press and whirl the pure white paper and stamp thereon his truths or falsehoods. He may write in a gilded palace or a hovel, but his emanations, having received the dignity of an editorial, they are transmitted by steam and lightning to his readers as the dignified and deliberate utterances of a man who has profoundly and truthfully investigated the subject discoursed upon, or they are promulgated as the sentiment of the community. But it makes some difference whether such utterances are simply one man's dictum, or whether they have a sufficient fact foundation to make them great truths which the people will accept as their own and act up to. The newspapers of today are the great popular educators. They are governed by the great law of supply and demand. Vicious readers demand an immoral issue and are supplied. Religious communities demand their peculiar theological food, and they get it. The people make the press and are largely responsible for its character. I may truthfully today compliment the press of Michigan, and in doing so I pay a deserved one and no less a compliment to the enlightened masses who support them and for whom they are toned. The press of Michigan may be counted on to make a vigorous canvass as the light of their several political views may dictate, and the man who has got a bad record, public or private, or has absurd views of public polity, better not accept any nomination or ask for the suffrages of the people who read these newspapers. The legitimate press of Michigan, with scarcely an exception, is not a sensational one. It will criticize wrong, fraud, and corruption, be it in a private citizen, a corporation, or a public officer, but it is not used to retail the filth of human weakness or defame public or private character. I do not think that the Sharon boys took much, if any, part in the early elections here. In more modern times, at the town meetings over at Townsend's Paint Brook Farm or at Ambrose's in Sharon Hollow, the boys used to pull pretty lively on the long rope that was sometimes used to haul the biggest crowd to our side before heads were counted on the important choice of pathmasters. There were some big boys there hold of that rope. For further particulars on that subject, I might refer you to Milo Hunter, Jim McGee, my friend William Bowers, the Reverend Daniel D. Gillette, or to Honorable John J. Robeson. I do not think the word bulldozed was coined in those simpler and mayhap purer days, but I remember how the vote for a new schoolhouse was carried in District No. 1. The old schoolhouse was in a tottering and dilapidated condition. For over a quarter of a century, its desks and benches had been cut and hacked by the jackknives of its graduates and undergraduates, as one after another succeeded to the possession of a favorite seat, which he was on hand to preempt very early in the morning of a new term. The new and bigger initials of his name had to be cut over those of his predecessors, and during leisure hours from study, the grooves for shooting out paper wads had to be cut out afresh. The walls had been patched and patched with all sorts of different colored mortar. Some of it stuck and some of it came down on devoted heads as the first class tramped along to toe the crack to spell. Some of the nails in the floor had the bad trick of working their heads up high enough to bite unlucky bare feet that came too near them as they trudged over the uneven surface to find out at the schoolmaster's desk how to pronounce that word. The shingles that remained on the roof had got their backs up at being retained long after they were of age. On the outside, the clapboards were off in many places. In others still, great square holes had been cut for the convenience of favorite ball clubs. The old door that faced the south was aged and trembling, and had no hall or entryway to bother it, or hide the boy from the teacher's eyes when he was cramming down the last bit of his apple before he came in so innocently. The old windows through which we peeped at passers-by, or looked for the old sleigh that came about 4 o'clock to carry scholars who accepted the cheery invitation to, quote, pile on all that are going this way, end quote. These windows kept up an awful clatter, sometimes when the master had just said, quote, now let us have it so still that you can hear a pin drop, end quote. It was high time that a new house should be built. The matter had been thoroughly canvassed. At last the decisive night came when the vote was to be taken. Considerable opposition was manifested, and I think it was led by Burr Gold. The boys had taken from the farm of John Williams, the schoolmaster, a persuader in the shape of a big lever, 30 or 40 feet long. The fulcrum was adjusted, the boys were in position, and at the whistle of the lad who stood sentinel at the open door, just as the moderator put the question, one corner of the first school edifice in Sharon creaked and went up about 2 feet. The vote for a new one was nearly unanimous. The I's and O's were all counted in the affirmative. These schoolhouses were also used in those days for houses of worship, and every one of them had what was called an Amen corner. On the night I speak of, the Amen corner of this house spoke up loud and prompt. What memories cluster around the old schoolhouses of this country? The miniature wells we dug there are all filled up. The rail playhouses covered with bows we built for the girls we admired are torn down. Some other lucky chaps are selected by special favor to take the old water pail and saunter off leisurely for fresh water, regardless of the thirsty souls indoors, some of whom are mechanically saying, "Please, ma'am, may I leave my seat to get a drink?" How we loved some of those teachers, and how we hated others. Nearly all of them are gone now, and our hardness of heart has vanished with a lapse of years that have also banished the whip and the ferule for the gentler and better rule of kindness. The pretty girl who used to pass the water around in the tin cup as we came back with such dainty grace has for years been sleeping beneath the grass up in the old burying ground on the corners. The snow forts that we built and the ammunition that red hands packed into ice balls have melted away, with all the soreness of heads or hearts that came of wounds or defeat in those boyish battlefields of snow. Some are living lives of usefulness among you. Others have gone to work out the problem of life elsewhere, and many have gone to join the great majority on the other shore. Some of those schoolboys are among the heroic dead, and Sharon people never did a prouder deed than when they erected, near the town hall, a monument to their memory. These dead heroes, which in the many, quote, nameless graves that he in east and south and west, by the brave heroic hearts they hold, God give them peaceful rest, end quote. Some of them wore no badge of authority, not even a single stripe upon the arm, but they ranked high in devotion to the cause for which they gave their lives. Quote, may God forbid that yet, or in all time to come, we should their names forget, end quote. These old landmarks of early educational advantages in Michigan have given way to more elaborate buildings and methods of study and teaching. Particularly is this the case in cities and villages. The country schools may have too many different instructors and use too many different textbooks that a consistent uniformity and better pay to teachers would largely obviate. It is thought by some that the graded system of the cities makes its great objective point the graduation of the few to the neglect of the larger number, whom stern necessity calls away from school before any regular course can be completed. Might not some of these superintendents and school boards come back to the country schools and pattern in some things on the models of the good old times, when they used to choose sides and spell down from Cobb and Webster's Elementary? The men of this state who devised and carried out its system of common schools, free for the child of the poor as well as the rich man, laid a foundation for its prosperity better than they knew or dreamed of. I remember how perfectly incomprehensible that saying used to be to me, that you might start from a given spot and travel right straight ahead in one direction, and you would come back to the exact spot from which you started. Having made the circuit of the world, I understand it now. End section 22. Section 23 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Michigan, Volume 2, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Washtenaw County, Part 2. I started out at the Sharon Pioneer, and I am now coming back to them. I know that Sharon is not the whole world, but I settled here as a very small pioneer on the 10th day of March, 1840, and made it my home until the 10th day of March, 1864, and I should have to travel this wide world over to find a spot that I love better. There are others here who can tell you from personal experience how they built log cabins without saws or nails, how the deer and Indian came to inspect their work, how night was made hideous by the howling of wolves, of the kindness of near neighbors who lived miles away, and the generous hospitality that would divide the last crust with belated travelers. Such traditions we listen to in open-eyed wonder, and tell now to our children as the experiences of their grandfathers and grandmothers. I remember seeing the bedstead with one leg, with hickory poles running from it to auger holes in the logs of the house, standing as a memento of those primitive days of cabinet work, long after its designer and maker had moved into more pretentious quarters. There was no foolishness of corded rope or spring mattress about it. I feel warranted in saying that the poet who wrote, quote, "Shall I be carried to the skies on flowery beds of ease," end quote, etc., had no reference to one of those pioneer bedsteads. I imagine that the uncomfortable habit of early rising prevalent hereabouts when some of us were boys was first inaugurated by bedsteads of that class and kept up by force of habit. The first sawmill in Sharon, that indispensable adjunct to a new settlement, was built on Section 29 by Amasa Gillette and B.F. Burnett on the extreme northerly bend of the River Raisin. This mill was the beginning of Sharon Hollow. It never justified the expectations of its younger days, but it was a rare treat for some of us to go there. Goldsmith was born in 1728, so he did not take Sharon Hollow as a text for his deserted village, but when I first saw it, some portions of his poem would have been appropriate. Quote, "How often have I paused on every charm, the sheltered cot, the cultivated farm, the never-failing brook, the busy mill," end quote. The now Reverend C.T. Allen of the Detroit Conference, known also to many soldiers in this county as Captain Allen, but better known to Sharon folks as Charlie Allen, has just taken a trip to Paris, and I think he is now there. I don't believe he went there with a lighter heart or more joyful anticipations than when he used to start from the Four Corners, 1 mile south and east of here, to spend the day in that almost deserted village at the times when sheep were washed, or when we used to angle for fish and go in and ride back on the carriage as it gigged back in the old sawmill at the important moment when the saw reached the stub shot of the log. Under the sturdy strokes of our fathers, the forest began to melt away and let in the sunshine to the patches of wheat that nodded their heavy heads for the cradle. The music of the flails kept time with joyous hearts as the golden grain of the first crop was beaten out. The tin bakers before the wide-mouthed fireplaces stood ready to turn out a first-class article of the staff of life. Not only did those mothers know how to make good bread and butter, but they could fairly make the spinning wheels sing when table linen or clothes were needed for the family. These mothers' hearts were young then and full of hope for the future. As the early morning sun came through the cabin window, latticed over by the morning glories their hands had planted, they took up the day's task gloriously. Gloriously because their honest hearts never dreamed that the hard work was unfashionable or dishonorable. They sang the baby to sleep in a sap trough covered over with a nice patchwork quilt. Baby carriages, nurse bottles, and Mrs. Winslow had not been invented for those baby pioneers. At the first wedding here in Sharon, an incident took place that I have often heard recounted by my father, who was present. All were gathered in the one room of the house. The happy couple were partitioned off by a quilt hung in one corner of the room. One tallow candle illuminated the scene. The curtain was taken down when all was ready, and the candle held high by one of the young men of the family, who was intently watching the ceremony. Immediately after Squire Lapham, from Lodi Plains, pronounced the solemn words that the couple were husband and wife, the person holding the candle seemed to think the business was finished, and he suddenly brought it down and blew it out, leaving the company as they stood in almost total darkness. They were relieved by the execution of the order that came from the man of the house, viz., Abe blank, light that candle. It is to be hoped that the light of their married life did not go out so suddenly. Sharon had its Wildcat Bank, and her volunteers in the famous Toledo War did just as good service as any who were not killed in that campaign. She had her general training days, and I can remember one in a 10-acre field just across the road from the present residence of Charles Rowe. I remember 3 men that were mounted on horses, Colonel Fellows, Ed Robinson, and Schuyler Botsford. No one can tell reminiscences of his boyhood home without making invidious distinctions, perhaps. He must tell them from his recollections and give you the pictures as they were painted on his memory as the days went fleeting by. I cannot forget such men as Robert Triggs or Calvin Clark, who preached all over this section in an early day. Nor do I forget that good Englishman, Wakelin, who used to create a smile on the faces of the youngsters as he gave out the hymn, Jesus, the name High Hover Hall. The smile was changed to delight as it was taken up and sung so beautifully by such singers as Henry Smith and others. There was one man among those pioneer preachers who lived in this town, and I think left an impress by his daily walk and simple eloquence on this whole community that is felt today. Father Young was the white field of Sharon. The old-fashioned hell of fire and brimstone that used to be preached in those days had not been abolished, but I think he knew what others have since found out, that no man or woman was ever frightened into heaven. Whether he believed in it literally or not, or thought that the hell of a man's conscience was a sufficient punishment, I know not, but I think he used to draw his hearers by preaching of the Father's love. I remember more about his tender voice and tearful eyes, and his belief in a religion that commenced on Sunday and lasted right on through the week. He used to tell the fathers and mothers that Sunday in the church was not the only time or place to sow good seed, but it might be done when the fallow ground of their hearts was best prepared to receive it. It might be that time would come when vivid lightning blinds the eye, or deep-toned thunder rolls along the sky, when you stood by budding tree, or in the field as the ripening grain beckoned the reapers to the harvest, or mayhap in the garden when the dewdrops were glistening like tears of thankfulness in the faces of the flowers, that by your home life and home example you might weld a cable that would anchor your children to principle when the temptations of manhood and womanhood should come. So preached he in log cabins and schoolhouses and tented groves to our fathers. I reverence his memory. The men who settled on either side of the bend of the Raisin in 1831, 2, 3, 4, 5, and following years are entitled to our highest regard. Not only are they entitled to our highest consideration for opening up to settlement and civilization this beautiful township, whose fields have for half a century never failed of a bountiful harvest, but they are entitled to our highest veneration for the inheritance they left us, the inheritance of good names, examples of hard toil, a stern devotion to principle, and honesty of life and purpose. It is an aristocracy that won't wash out. These Sharon farmers were aristocrats with muscle and courage and pluck. It is an easy matter to lay the axe at the root of the tree, but when you come to wield it in heavy blows on the monarchs of the forest, wherein lies uncarved your houses, barns, fences, and fortunes, you must be an aristocrat. If you want to vex an old soldier, sympathize with him because he had to carry a heavy load, march, and fight. That service he glories in. If you want to vex an old pioneer, give him your sympathy for the hardships of finding a home in the wilderness. Those were probably the happiest days of his life. His pulse beats quicker now, and his eyes shine with the light of other days as he recounts them. He had the vigorous appetite that comes with outdoor bodily fatigue. He had the sweet sleep that comes of a good digestion, a clean conscience, and the ventilation of a primitive log house. The songs of the birds, the fragrance of the beautiful wild flowers that carpeted the green earth, and the majesty and grandeur of the forests were sermons that lifted his thoughts to their Creator. His generous assistance to others who, like him, were poor in pocket but rich in manly souls, and his independent efforts to hew out a home for his loved ones crowned his manhood. To my mind, they were heroes. They never led armies to battle and to devastate, but they led right royally the grand march of civilization. They were statesmen, for they were toiling for the true interests of the Commonwealth. Such men made this wilderness to bud and blossom as the rose. The roses of Sharon bloomed apace, and long before the evening of their lives had come, they sat down under their own vines and fig trees. Most of them have been gathered to their fathers. By scores they lie beneath the grass mounds which overlook the scenes of their toils and their conquests. A few, a very few, remain with us, like some of these old oaks spared by the woodman's axe. We love those who are living. We love the memory of those who are dead. When we speak of Sharon's pioneers, our fathers and mothers, we also eulogize the noble men and women who pioneered this state. They were the rank and file of the grand army of progress, and have done as much, if not more, than any other class of citizens to give this grand Michigan of ours the proud position she today occupies among the states of this Union. Her hundreds of thousands of acres of corn, in its emerald luxuriousness, are waving millions and millions of banners today in the breeze, and they are banners of peace. The men who till these fields are men of peace. They own the soil by right of honest purchase, from the proceeds of honest toil. They love peace, but they will maintain their rights. In 1835, when the Great Seal of this state was devised, they represented on it a man standing on the peninsula with a gun in his hand. The sun is represented as just rising out of the lake at early morning. The man stands within a shield, and over it is engraved, Tubor, I will protect. It was a wilderness then, and on either side is a moose and an elk. Above the crest is the bird of freedom. Underneath, on a scroll, are the words of the Latin motto, Sequeris peninsulum, aminum circumspice. If you seek a beautiful peninsula, look about you, or find it here. It is a beautiful design and does honor to the Constitutional Convention at Detroit that in 1835 adopted it. But it was the morning of the state then. The sun of her prosperity was just rising. Standing here with you today to celebrate with thankful hearts the successful ending of another bountiful harvest, many of us native born to the soil of the peninsular state, the sun of her prosperity not yet advanced to midday, we may all re-echo the words of the Latin motto, quote, if you would behold a beautiful peninsula, find it here in Michigan, end quote. In 1835, her lakes were clear and beautiful. They are no less beautiful today, but they have the added charm of the white sails of commerce. Her forests were majestic and beautiful then, but today they are toned down to finer shade and set off in greater richness the choice landscapes of cultivated Michigan. This peninsula of ours is beautiful, beautiful for its scenery. We may glory in her network of railways, her financial credit, her humane, benevolent, and charitable institutions, her common schools and universities, but her chief beauty, the glory of her past, the great hope of her future, and all that goes to make up the good record of an advanced civilization, is the educated and enlightened masses that have developed the resources of this state. The farmers of Michigan have reason to be proud of their achievements. In 1838, there were only 63 miles of railroad in this state. At the close of 1877, there were 3,455 miles of completed and operated road. These roads have been made largely necessary by the contributions of Michigan farmers to the wants of the world. It is shown by our cereal statistics that in 1877, the farmers of the state harvested 1,312,314 acres, yielding a total of 23,796,214 bushels of wheat. Over 1 million acres in corn and oats were that year planted and sown. Your own county of Washtenaw stands third in point of wheat production among the great wheat-producing counties of this state. From the state census of 1873, it is shown that in Michigan, 5,618,000 bushels of potatoes were raised, 1,184,000 tons of hay cut, nearly 8 million pounds of wool sheared, almost 50 million pounds of pork marketed, 4 million pounds of cheese, and 30 million pounds of butter made. The farmers of Michigan have always had large influence in controlling the legislation of this state. The last legislature assembled at Lansing had 42 farmers out of the 100 members of the House and 8 farmers out of the 32 senators. Both the Speaker of the House and the Lieutenant Governor, who is President of the Senate, are practical farmers. When I pay to Michigan farmers the well-earned compliment for all their hard-earned achievements, I by no means underrate, nor do you, the honor due to other workers. For intelligent toil that takes brains and tact and produces good results, farmers are entitled to just as much credit, and no more, than men who toil with their brain alone. Today, the farmers of Michigan are educated and intelligent. They in a large measure owe it to the teachers and preachers who do not labor with their hands, but who are right worthy of their hire. Today there is a developed science in agriculture that chemists have wrought out. A free press disseminated, and intelligent labor has made it practical. The farmers are using with skill the improved implements that inventors and manufacturers have placed in their hands. The farmers sell more than they buy, and they profit by the capital of men who lay down iron railroads that lead to ocean highways. The men who interpret the busy telegraph or set up the types from which you read and take advantage of the prices current of the world. The men who manufacture your fleeces or give you in exchange commodities which you do not wish or cannot afford to buy in wholesale quantities are not and ought not to be your antagonists. I allude to these things to say what I know you are well aware of, that there ought to be no class antagonism among the workers of the nation. There should be no clashing between the producer and manufacturer, labor and capital, or about the payment of honest debts with honest money. I have spoken of Sharon's birth and development. I have alluded to the men who named it and gave it character. I have spoken to you, who are today, as her citizens, maintaining the good name of the founders of this township and increasing the productiveness of its soil, somewhat of the past. It does us good to countermarch sometimes. An absence for me of 15 years has marked many changes. Miles of board fence have taken a straight line through the zigzag of the old rail fence, and almost pays its own way by the increased acreage that the plow may reach and till. The old stumps which were filled with stone that tumbled into the furrows and made the boys high-steppers for the moment have been dug up and burned, adding beauty to the field and richness to the soil. The fields have been gleaned of rocks that broke the plow point, and mayhap the third commandment, and now grace the trim stone wall or make the foundation of the underground barn. The old log houses have crumbled away with age and disuse, but a grand resurrection of comely white and red brick farmhouses attests your industry and the yield of intelligent husbandry. The breath of near autumn can be felt in the air today, and the approach of silver hairs can be seen in the heads of many of you who are bearing the heat and burden of the days that bring hard toil. Hard toil, though, has won you a victory. It is not a victory that comes through idleness or shiftlessness. Its fruits are not only those that fill your orchards and vines with their luscious abundance. Your thrift has blossomed in your home surroundings. Your music, pictures, books, and amusements have cultured your children, and some of them will look back here someday and thank you for those investments. If time would permit, I would like to say something about the other wonderful accomplishment of the old century and prophesy what I think the signs of the times indicate, the development and progress that shall use the matchless resources of this country to pay up its indebtedness and establish its superiority as a manufacturing, commercial, and agricultural nation. How liberty and freedom of thought was won by stalwart sons from the mother country, of the progress of the republic from feeble colonies to mighty states, of the achievements of the arts and sciences and of peace, how this union of ours was preserved from a wicked rebellion that threatened its destruction, of the men who crushed it out, men who knew no party and but one flag. My friends, this is not the hour or the day for political allusions, or I, the speaker who could instruct you. I may say, however, that there is a grand old party with a glorious banner to which we may all belong. It is the party of good citizenship. Its banner is the flag of the Union. No state has superior advantages to Michigan for diversified farming. Soil, timber, and water are in happy proportion. It is true that Michigan winters are long, but they fill up the schoolhouses with boys who are to be the future legislators and businessmen of the state. The long winters, and lots of them, with books and papers, make the cultured men and women whom I address today. I have 3 little chaps growing up to boyhood, and would rather have them educated, learn to love to work and to think for themselves, than to bequeath them a fortune. It has been the salvation of many a man and woman that they are inured to toil. There are hundreds and thousands of men and women in the cities of this land today who are out of work and cannot get it there. The stores, shops, and offices are besieged with applications for some light employment that cannot be granted. Some of these persons eke out a scanty subsistence, while many lead lives of shame or fill the jails, prisons, and poorhouses of the land. They don't like the toil of the farm and imagine they should be exempt from the mandate, quote, "In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread," end quote. In passing through the outskirts of any large city on this continent, you may see hovels in great numbers that you would scarcely think fit for your dumb brutes, and yet these are inhabited by human beings whose rags, filth, and food are detestable, and yet they clannishly center there and live no one knows how. Their numerous children probably never saw a bit of green grass, drank a cup of pure sweet milk, or breathed a breath of the fresh country air. You may wonder why in heaven's name they do not wash their faces and set them countryward to till the millions of acres in the great West that may be had almost for the asking, or come and assist you, who could raise better crops if you could get in greater numbers reliable farm hands and house servants. The painful fact is that the men who are tramping the country today, or starving in the filth of cities, are not willing to do hard, honest work for honest pay. They would like to be farmers on the sublime system that strawberries and cream, fresh eggs and bread and butter, and no work was the bill of fare. Plenty of them could be found now to step into your well-earned competencies and farm it by, quote, "the sweat of their hired man's brow," end quote. It takes some tact, but very seldom an apple sprout to learn boys and girls to become working men and working women. I think the sage old men ought to be abolished who go into Sunday schools and day schools and gravely talk to the scholars that this is a free country and that some of them may become eminent divines, noted physicians, or great lawyers. Someone is responsible for the fact that there are divines hammering the pulpit today that ought to have accepted the true call of their abilities to hammer out horseshoes or chop cordwood. Perhaps this old man is not responsible for the fact that some people are physicked to death by quack doctors or set by the ears to be extricated by legal acumen or a jury of their peers. Why did not this old prophet leave out that part of his vision until later and advise schoolboys that if they went to bed early and slept the sweet sleep of youth, they would soon get up muscle enough to carry bundles in the wheat field or relieve mother at the churn? That if they were good boys and honored their father and mother, studied hard and worked well, their days would be long on the earth, and they fitted to take the shop, the farm, or the mill out of feeble hands that needed rest. How many boys have come home from school at night and forgot to bring in water and fill up the wood box, elated with the idea that Deacon so-and-so came to school and said that some of the tow-headed boys there might be President of the United States? How many of these same old boys are waiting around now, and have been for years, refusing to be hewers of wood or drawers of water, waiting to be president? Farmers sell wheat now by the pound. They used to measure it up in the half bushel. The piece of board called a strike used to be carefully and evenly passed over the rim of the measure, and all the surplus grain struck off to help make up the next measureful. It was not allowable to shake down the measure or jar it with a strike. That was simple justice. A farmer cannot be extremely generous, but the good ones are extremely just. Sometimes this strike board would get warped and bent, just like the judgment or integrity of the man to whom it belonged. When it passed over the grain in the measure, it would scoop down into the center and take out too much. If that grain had been carefully weighed, it would have fallen short, shrunk up like the man's conscience who struck off too much wheat. Farmers, as a rule, are not a stingy or penurious class, but the tricks of some of them have made inroads on the good name of reputable men. Some of them are counterfeiters and sell their wares in imitation of the genuine. Such men sell too much salt in their butter and foul stuff in their grain. Their unwashed fleeces and windfall apples damage prices in the whole section from whence they are marketed. Such men not only spoil prices, but they disgust their boys by the untidiness of their farms, the discomforts of home life, and their dishonest practices. They are glad to leave the farm for more congenial surroundings and for the education and culture that make men. Too many of these farmer boys find out too late that their education and correct habits of thought have been shrunk out of them by some penurious man whose strike was warped the wrong way. The boy was well fed and well worked, but when he comes to balance himself against the rough corners of the world with which he has to deal, he finds that somebody has cheated him. He is short weight. He could not claim a rounded measure, perhaps, but simple justice demanded an even one. The unlucky strike gouged too deep and robbed him of the education and manliness that make good citizens and independent men. If the farmers of Michigan worked 2 large farms, could they not work less acres and reap more abundantly? Might they not do something to counteract the mischievous doctrine of communism that is born of idleness and ignorance, and divide up some of these large farms with the boys who are your hope and pride? Their good habits and education are worth more to you in the future than broad acres. They are sure to find true happiness and health in the peaceful pursuits of agriculture than in the learned professions, in trade or political preferment. You may thus add to the well-being of the race and contribute to the wealth of the state by giving educated, honest toilers for its prosperity. You may thus do something to help to counteract the vicious schemes of demagogues who seek to incite class rebellion among men who would prey upon your prosperity, who want something for nothing. You may establish such a communism as I have briefly indicated. It is the only kind that you and the good people of this country will ever tolerate. True it is that some good businessmen, great preachers and teachers, men that plead law and statesmen that plead for human rights are called from the shops and farms. If your boys and girls are so called to other honorable pursuits, do not discourage such a laudable ambition, but first thoroughly educate them and teach them to work and to love to work. You will then have bequeathed them the best and only true genius that wins success. Perchance they may not win renown, but they will be almost certain of being good citizens, whatever their avocation. Quote, "No true work since the world began was ever wasted. No true life since the world began has ever failed." End quote. Good citizens today and in the years to come are the hope of Sharon, the hope of the state and nation. They are the hope of humanity and the world. End of section 23. Section 24 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Michigan, Volume 2, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Echoes of the Past. Dedicated to the memory of my dear father and mother. A historical paper prepared by Mrs. Mary E. Foster of Ann Arbor and read by her at the annual meeting of the Michigan State Pioneer Society at Lansing. I come before you, the representative of one of our pioneer families, formerly of Lodi, now of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County. My father was the eldest son of Peter and Hannah Lowry, and my mother was the daughter of David and Elizabeth Wickham, all of Onondaga County, New York. John Lowry was born February 14, 1793. Sylvia, his wife, was born March 20, 1799. They were married February 1821. My father's grandfather, John Peter Lowry, was stolen from a school in England with 12 other boys when a lad 13 years old and brought to America. He was sold to service for 5 years to pay his passage. His name at that time being Loudon, it was changed to Lowry when he commenced his 5 years' service in Pennsylvania. He served the 5 years honorably, and when about 24, he took for his better half a Dutch wife, with whom he lived years, and the family were Dutch-speaking, he living past his 99th birthday, entirely blind for many years, and yet not blind spiritually. He communed daily with the Father of Light, requesting and insisting that all his grandchildren and great-grandchildren that were born after his blindness should be brought to him, that he might lay his hands upon them and ask God's especial care and presence to continue with them, the writer being the last great-grandchild to receive his benediction. On December 13, 1822, my father and mother rejoiced over their firstborn son, who was called James. He has long since passed over the river, leaving a wife, 3 daughters, and 1 son. Although poverty surrounded them, they were thankful for this gift and resolved more firmly than ever before, by earnest endeavor, to have a home of their own. Previous to this, they rented a farm and moved, not as most people move in these days. They took their goods, all they possessed, and walked to this, their first home, driving a cow given them by my mother's parents. My father's education was limited as far as schools were concerned, 6 months being the maximum and a meager supply of books, his slate and pencil being procured from a running brook nearby, and my mother's education was limited. They were not satisfied with the prospects before them, and they decided to look for some locality where they could secure what they so much longed for, a home of their own. My father's first trip was to Quebec, where he engaged in rafting, but this did not satisfy, and in the spring of 1825, they mutually decided to go to the then far west. On June 2nd of that year, they were made aware of the presence of a black curly-haired daughter, which they soon named Mary Elizabeth, and as she stands before you, you will discover that the suns of 53 summers have somewhat faded and changed the color of the hair, and time has made its impress upon the face. But allow me to assure you, the heart pulsates for humanity more today than on that Thursday afternoon. The last of that June month, John Lowry gave the kisses of goodbye and left for Michigan by way of the Erie Canal and Lake Erie. He found his way to Ann Arbor with great difficulty, taking a guide to Lodi Plains. He was delighted with the plains, but he had been taught that no lands were equal to heavy timbered land for a farm, and he feared to purchase, but decided to buy 80 acres as an experiment. At that time, he could have taken nearly all of it from the government for 10 shillings per acre. For a farm to live on, he bought about 1.5 miles north in the timber, where there were many maple trees for a sugar orchard and a variety of timber in a clear running brook. My mother often told us how much of hope and fear were mingled together when our father returned, saying he had seen the Eden of the West, and when he told our neighbors and friends he should go to that goodly land the next year, they implored him not to take his family to be devoured by wolves or exposed to the embrace of bears, which was sure death, and if these did not prove enemies, they had inward convictions that the Indians would take our scalps. Everything was brought to bear to dissuade us, but they were decided, and these things did not move them. The last days of May the next year found boxes and barrels being filled with such things as were most needed in a new country, and June 2nd, 1826, found us at Rallimond Kellogg's, whose wife, Olive, was a half-sister of our mother's. Their son, George D. Kellogg, and family reside at Matherton in this state. Their home was at Marcellus Village, where my mother's youngest sister, Harriet, lived. Now came the trying time for my mother, when presents and goodbyes were given, and tears fell so profusely, for Auntie feared this was a final separation. Our father cheered them by saying my mother might come to them the next year. Hands were extended to me, and I took my first walk across the room alone, which was a surprise to all, as this was my first birthday. This event made them sure they should never see us again, and my father found it necessary to go before any further omen of ill should develop. A few hours later, and we as a family, goods, etc., were snugly stowed away on a packet boat bound for Buffalo. We were several days reaching this place, but thought this a charming way to travel. We secured passage across Lake Erie on the schooner Lady of the Lake, and were about 2 weeks reaching Detroit. We found this a small French town, peculiar in appearance, as since described by my parents, with but one tavern kept by a Frenchman. A sister of my father, her husband, and one child, Mr. and Mrs. John Cobb and Eliza, came with us. Beds could only be obtained for the women and children. The men were glad to rest on the floor. Father wanted to stay a day or two longer, but the rest of our party thought best to go if they went on foot. A span of French ponies and a lumber wagon were secured, and the women and children loaded in, also what baggage they could draw, the men securing poles to assist them through the mud and mire. The first night found us in more comfortable quarters on the River Rouge, the mothers rejoicing that their children were not fatherless. I think it took 3 days to reach Ann Arbor, when all began to take in the situation, what a home in the West meant. As Ann Arbor has been written up in its infancy and more mature years by others, I pass. I cannot recall the name of the people where we lived while our log house sprang into existence 5 miles south of Ann Arbor. It might have been Stratton. It was there my first distinct remembrances of life and happiness began. As I recall those days, there stands before me in imagination a form so broad, so strong and symmetrical in proportion, with hair of brown and eyes so gray and hands of honest toil. I see him going forth before the break of day in drab surtout and cap that Sylvia's hands had wrought to track the deer or wait for wildcats huge on winter mornings cold, when crystal forms assuming many shapes descend so slowly. His is no uncertain effort. He knows the licks and runs and bubbling springs where the buck and doe stoop to drink and all their day-dawn pasture grounds, and strong of will and step, he goes amid the snows and brush in search of venison. On and on he goes until he nears the passing place or runway. Then breathless stands he like some gnarled oak, shorn of top and branches all, save the glorious cap of snow resting upon the trunk. There stands this father mine, thinking of the loving hands and heart that help to make the leaden balls and wads and patches, who listen in the cabin home for the first report which meant success, so sure a shot was he. This was our mother. 'Twas she that knelt beside our bed where we were snugly tucked, my brother James and I, as she listened for other sounds, or more like unto the first. She said, "Get up and see what father brings." Out we bound, deers of another fold, and watch while mother makes ready the morning meal. Soon appears within the clearing around our home our pride, our hope, our trust. As he nearer comes, a paw is seen, a tail of gray, more paws, and stripes and hideous claws, and head and ears like cats, say we, and we are left to guess, while father laughs at our surprise, and mother wants to know just how these rebellious ones accepted their unlooked-for capture, and long before the wonder as to how they lived and where, the daily toil begins, and cats so wild are hung to await the noonday hour or evening time, which could best be used to rid them of their coats. High up they are nailed to dry, or by some other process tanned for future use. After piling our log fire, we all sit by its light and work or read, and interchange of thought goes on as to the day that's past, and consultations as to the morrow. Many a face and form is recalled of our dear absent ones, while we that sit in little chairs read volumes in the sparks and flame, and changing forms of wood with fire aglow. We sleep, and when we wake, the fire is covered for the night, and all is hushed. Our mother's name is called, because our father told us 'twas time for little folks to rest. But we thought 'twere better far to sit and watch the glowing fire than sleep. But does our mother answer? No. She quiet keeps, and after a long pause, our father says, such little folks had better stay up all night or retire as best they can without their mother's care. 'Twas then we learned that children were not always wise, and troubled were our dreams. That early dawn brought rifle from its place upon the uncovered beam, and powder horn, taken from some pet cow that in the mire went down, with wooden piece so nicely fitted in to make the thing complete. And out our father goes again, the same appearance in the dim morning light, to obtain the desired food that escaped the hunter's eye the previous morning. Now in our home, where once hung blankets white and blue, now hangs a door and wooden latch and hinges long, and tow or leathern string, and near by the window pane and sash, and loving father's hands with froe and axe and saw had split the logs and lain the floor, and by the firelight wrought and bored the holes, till it stood a bedstead so complete except the cord. This great need is soon supplied by bark, so nicely peeled and woven in by magic charm. No sooner were these complete than were they placed on either side, close in the corner, and then appeared our mother to lift the beds and spread with care and taste. The broom of splint appeared to help remove the chips, while potash cake stood closely covered by bright coals before the fire. In another corner, pegs, like great strong arms, were placed supporting boards, and on these the blue-edged plates appeared, and cups and saucers, knives of iron or steel, and pewter spoons and platter bright, while just below the iron skillet and wooden bucket stood, and kersey towel hung nearby. The baking kettle lid is raised, the kettle turned, and coals upon the lid replenished. Our mother listens. The echo of a gun is heard, and yet again she hears the report. After hours of anxious waiting, tired and hungry, comes the successful hunter after food and help to bring the strong, persistent deer. After the morning meal, so long in readiness, our mother with right good will goes forth and lends a helping hand. Her parting words, I almost hear them now, be good and do not touch the fire. We wait not long. With faces all aglow they come, bearing the high horns in sinewy form, all dressed in gray. My brother brings the gambrel, and soon the prize is lifted in its place behind the house. The work of skinning and preparing for future use is soon over, and venison hangs suspended from beams above, and days and nights are filled with earnest work and thoughts of future good or ill. And shapeless forms of wood are worked by firelight into useful things, with shave and rasp, and bits of glass and pocket knife, when soon a bow appears with wooden key, and shaped and fitted to buck or bright or diamond's neck. Then from a straight and shapeless stick appears a crooked wooden yoke, and this is fitted to the sturdy necks that are to bear their part in the daily toil. They bow their handsome horns, crowned with shining knobs of brass to yoke and bow, so white and new, with hickory keys secured. Next comes the preparation of great runners, shod with wood or iron, beams and raves, and tongue and stakes. Now song is heard from overflowing hearts, which is real worship. Then a neighbor is announced, as new and earnest, come to share the weal or woe of Western life, and when the moon is high in heaven, and stars look down, adding their lesser light, we of our cabin home decided to take from stable warm the well-kept pair, to try the yoke and sled with chain made fast to either stake, and hay and quilts and blankets that once were doors and windows, now well spread out. Now all's in readiness. Off we go, to know who is our neighbor, what their prospects, hopes, or fears, and what kindly aid can stranger faces bring by word or act or living deeds. Now fairly on our way, my brother James and I such questions ask about the Milky Way, and dippers great and small, and star of night, and peoples dark or fair that dwell high in yonder worlds called stars, until my precious mother asks for rest. Then deerskin whip on hickory stock swings high, and like a pistol shot it snaps, and haw or gee is heard as on we go with quickened pace, and none impatient grew. Now we alight with haste, and that most hearty welcome of "Come in" is heard from hearts that feel no bitterness. And in this shanty home is hung many new and wondrous things to children's eyes. How we wonderingly look, and sit all ears to catch each word that comes from young or old, and thus we ask and answer, while to and fro walks the housewife, with willing hands and glad to spread a sumptuous meal for neighbors true. They chat and eat and drink. No cider goes the round to muddle tongue or brain, for all the apple trees are crab, nor wine from currants red, as yet they grow not here. A temperance band around that board, whose stimulants are earnest thoughts and high endeavor. We take our leave, and cordial invitations are exchanged to know each other better, and soon the little questioners give the parents rest. They sleep, and oh, how sweet, until the owl is heard asking, "Who are you?" when we are all intent on knowing how he knew we were out. Our father tried to tell, but no convincing word helped us to understand how he could talk, nor did we cease to wonder until we saw and handled one who in a lawless mood came near to our pet hen and brood that she had reared the summer months before, and learned too late that we were trappers of "Who are you?" Thus passed this first winter in our wildwood home, and spring came with its showers and sunny days, the modest wildflowers spring, and gorgeous adder tongue, the unfolding mandrake, and Jack in the pulpit everywhere. With this resurrection time came the tender pigs and calves that Bruin loved so well, and on old logs and sunny nooks the porcupine and coon, and sly and cunning fox, and many other things came forth, and seemed as much surprised as we to find they weren't alone. Later came the mother deer and tender fawn, with eyes so bright and gentle, all spotted o'er with more artistic skill than any human hand can do, and disciplined so well that mother's look or motion gave the warning, and out of sight they bound beyond the white man's clearing, or Indian campfires, or sound of woodmen's axe. There were not many cows, yet the few made it literally true that the land flowed with milk and honey, the latter being found in great abundance, and our father and mother knew just how to find it. They spent many a day together lining bees. After the logging was over in the spring of 1827, our mother started from New York State to make the promised visit, and the decision before she started was that she should invite her sister, Harriet Wickham, to return with her, to share our joys and hopes. Few were the letters we wrote to friends in those times, as each sheet cost 25 cents, and such a thing as an envelope had not as yet suggested itself. We heard from mother but once, and that was to tell us when she would reach Detroit, providing the winds and waves did not retard. Oh, how lonely we were without her cheerful face. But when she came and brought her charming sister, a young lady of 18, I was so overawed that I hid behind the door. And even my mother looked so strange, with the new clothes that I had never seen before, and a new bonnet presented by her sister. I could not feel at home with her until they were put in the chest, and she assumed her accustomed dress. I can almost see the silent tears that dropped, one by one, because I did not recognize her. Soon after her return, our father was stricken with that terrible disease that is so often alluded to as nothing but the ague. He was always delirious when the fever was on, and talked constantly. After he had suffered for several weeks, I heard him say to my mother, "Let us go back. I shall never get over this disease." At first she looked sad and did not speak, but when pressed for a reply, she said, "No, I cannot do that. We came to secure a home for ourselves and our children." And she told him she would work out as well as indoors until he was better. She cheered him by looks as well as words. When he was well again, how he praised her for her courage and firmness. She did work out, day after day, the first years, to encourage and shield him when he was sick, And they were not the only ones that struggled through every difficulty. Hundreds did it, and were just as strong and brave as they. About this time came Mr. Lathrop, Alonzo Holcomb, Mr. Leverance, and Webster, the two last being bachelors. Mr. Lathrop planted a nursery, the first apple trees grown for sale in that locality, and the apple trees that now stand on what is known as the Hedden Farm between Ann Arbor and Saline are on the very spot. Mr. Hancock lived on the south part of the Hicks Farm. Thomas Wood, Horace, and Virgil Booth are now made known to us by asking for board until they could select farms and make the necessary improvements. The woodman's axe is the music by day, and cowbells the best music at morning and evening, as the cows follow the Indian trail to and from their frequented quiet nooks, for as yet our roads were marked by blazed trees, and every man carried an axe. Our Indian neighbors were plenty, and they seemed glad that the Shamakee man had come to raise corn and potatoes, of which they were so fond. They were of the Potawatomi tribe, and were kindly disposed towards the whites. An old chief that had incurred the displeasure of his tribe lived in and about this settlement. His name was Powat. He had a wife and children. When sober, he was considerate. When drunk, the effect of his firewater made him warlike and ungovernable. He used to hunt and fish with Timothy W. Hunt and my father, showing them the spot in the lakes where there was an abundance of fish and the good hunting grounds, he always respecting my father's opinions. The women and children in the settlement were afraid of him, or most of them, especially when he had imbibed freely of what was never known to the red man until so-called civilization introduced it. In the absence of the men, he asked for anything he wanted, and generally was supplied. I saw him attempt to enter our home when intoxicated in my father's absence. My mother met him at the door and told him he could not come in. When he informed her he would, and he made the attempt, she took him by the arm and walked him out, saying, "When you come sober, you may come in." Then came the attempt to ape the white man's oaths. The door was shut and the latch string pulled in. His next appearance was to press his lips and face against the window pane until he tired of this. Then, reeling, went to the bars. When thoughts of future ill came over him, he called my father, cried and whooped as none but Indians can. At last our mother asked what was the matter. He said the Shamokie would kill him when he came from Salt Saba, meaning Saline, because he did not mind his squaw. Powat's only friends were the whites. He endured terrible persecutions from his tribe, his back being fearfully gashed, and he left for dead, until at last they did kill him. The summer's toil is over, and the winters pass pleasantly by the log fires. The smoke and sparks ascend toward heaven through a stick chimney, all plastered over with clay, to prevent the wood from taking fire, while at the bottom and behind were great stones to support the structure. We could now visit almost any city in our state and look it over generally, in the time it took us to call on one of our more remote neighbors, and then what about 40 miles to Mill. This we did, as some of you remember. It is all over now, and we enjoy what they toiled for, and we, as a rule, grumble far more. In the spring of 1828, we heard of and longed to look upon many other families. They came one by one, and these are the names of some of them: Smith Lapham, Mr. Stillman, Orr and Howe, Messrs. Williams and Gooden, Timothy W. Hunt, Harvey Austin, Mr. Beckwith, Mr. Weller, Grant Perry and brother, Mr. Thompson, Harlow Fellows, Mr. Swain, Hatch, and Stewart, also Mr. Gilbert, the husband of the late Mother Gilbert, who used to be called Aunt Hannah by many. She is said to be the first woman that offered prayer audibly in private or in public. Hers was a firm faith and an earnest life, ever drinking at the fountain from whence cometh our strength. It was hers to overcome great obstacles in the spirit of a true Christian, and she has gone to her reward. It did not take famine, war, fire, and flood to compel people to love their neighbors as themselves. This accession brought quite a number of young people, and they made haste to get acquainted. The maple trees were tapped, wooden troughs dug out, and sugar-making commenced. The young people and some of the older ones gathered in various sugar camps to eat the wax that looked so like amber on the snow. There was more of merrymaking than ever before, and the old adage seemed fully endorsed by the men that all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, and the Jills thought it equally applicable to them. Next in order came the putting down of board floors, so nice and smooth above and below. Our parlor, dining room, and kitchen being all one room, and the rickety ladder was supplanted by one strong and new. The profusion of wildflowers all about us cannot be understood by any that have never been so fortunate as to see them in their native grandeur, and as my brother and I went with hands filled to our mother, we received in return such a slice from one of those luscious loaves, fresh from that great bake kettle, and one of our luxuries was a cake baked in the ashes. I can never forget the wild turkeys and spare ribs roasted before the fire, while just over in the corner hung the long honey bag with its constant dripping of the sweets of flowers, and in the other corner, on a clean swept place on a large stone, our white cobs set up, while under and within are coal to consume them. These cob ashes serve as saleratus. As the last summer month is about to dawn upon us, the early morning of July 31st, 1828, the ears of a quiet sleeper were startled by strange voices, and when the eyes opened, they saw tallow dips moving to and fro, and soon recognized the face of one of my mother's dearest friends, with a bundle on her lap, all wrapped in flannel, and I heard her say, "She has a veil over her face. Do remove it," she said to another neighbor. I began to feel it was time for investigation. I reached the place in time to see the veil of tissue removed, when I was informed that I had a sister. We all accepted the gift with gratitude. The next new thing was our log barn, and young people came often to our home, and one young man came more frequent than the rest. A few months passed, and such a busy time, when all things were complete, in came our neighbors, one by one. I began to ask if this were preaching day, and soon I saw the face that I had seen as teacher of the people, and in the house of mourning as their comforter, and yet I could not understand. But soon I saw my darling auntie, that loved us with so much devotion, led to the marriage altar by this fair-haired youth, whose name was Thomas Wood. Their home was all in readiness, about 2 miles distant, and soon we obtained consent to visit this new uncle's home, unattended by our parents. This new departure proved most satisfactory, and many were the days we spent going to and fro. Mr. Williams owned a pony, the only animal of its kind here. It was much sought for, and for a long time it drew the little wagon that carried the remains of those that died among us, or if a message were to be sent in haste. Harriet Stillman was the first young lady that died. This event, so unlooked for and so sudden, made every family feel they must give their presence at the funeral. It was not best always to take children, nor was it best to leave the cabins alone. On this occasion, my brother and I were left at home. The weather was severe, and my brother thought best to replenish the fire, and I thought 'twould be a smart thing to shut him out for a time. Accordingly, the string was pulled in. Then, getting impatient, I stepped out to tell him I had shut him out and closed the door behind me. Thus, both were out with no way to get in. We tried in vain, and at last resorted to the log barn, where I was covered with dried grass, and was thus kept from freezing until the return of our parents. 'Twas father that took me in his arms and wrapped that drab surtout about me, nor did he chide me, but that great heart gave throbs that I had never felt before. Nor were we left thus alone for many months. Death continued to do its work in other homes. Betsy Howe died. Her youngest brother, Edwin, who graduated at West Point, shot George Phipps accidentally. Barns and schoolhouses, as well as dwellings, were appearing in every direction, and each year the Indians went through by hundreds on their trails to get their pay and presents from government. They were paid at Malden. Harlow Fellows and Robert Wheaton were in my father's employ, and they were men of muscle. They could make the log fires glow by day or night in the clearing where they had felled the trees and split the rails. But Josephine Knight and Emily Dwinnell soon captured them, and they were building homes and clearing land of their own. Eli Benton came and in due time secured a home and made the acquaintance of my father's sister, Anne, and he soon became my uncle, and they still reside near where was their first home on Lodi Plains. The old Plymouth Road to Detroit was the first traveled. Later, the Territorial Road was worked and traveled from Detroit to Chicago. Miss Polly Stratton taught the first school in a schoolhouse. Orrin Howe was postmaster for many years and a member of the legislative body about 1838, and Captain John Lowry was a member of that body in 1839. Before this, my grandfather and grandmother came to live with us, also my father's brother, Cornelius Lowry, and his family. He still lives on a farm a little southwest of Lodi Plains. Friends from the east began to have a desire to visit the west. Among them, I remember Elijah Phillips and my cousin George D. Kellogg. They brought a book called Yankee Among the Nullifiers, which set forth governmental matters in a very funny style. This nullification crisis in 1832 showed how self-conceit led men to distrust the wisdom of our great men that founded and signed that compact, which in after years was the pride of all parties and all leaders of parties. There had been no cessation of praise during the nullification troubles. Some praised it because it protected labor in a certain locality. Others praised it because it afforded the means of indirectly assailing that sectional scheme. Thus, the would-be leaders of our settlements lost much time and nearly all of their influence, while the men of energy and dignity were improving the present hour and looking beyond for practical results. December 13th, 1833, brought us that world-renowned meteoric shower. That morning, Father thought to start with a load of wheat at 3, but the sight was so grand he did not get started as early as he intended. This wheat was to buy lumber for a framed barn on the plain, he being satisfied that anything would grow there, and this was preparatory to moving the family for a permanent home. The summer of 1834 brought the cholera very near us. 8 persons died at Saline, causing intense excitement. The year 1835 found the farmers willing to mortgage their farms for a stipulated sum to get a railroad from Ypsilanti to Tecumseh. So great was the success of the Michigan Central, and much work was done and a large sum of money expended with no practical result, and years passed before those mortgages were discharged. We left our home, where I had my first days of consciousness, my first playhouse near the old mud-over, the orchard where our mother killed the deer, the sugar bush, the pawpaw tree with its brown blossoms and browner fruit, the boxwood and wild plum. But the hardest thing of all to leave was the bubbling brook that ran nearby, where Brother helped to catch the shining fish, and never tired when I could keep him company, and in our pail, well filled with water, carried them alive to show our sister. We left all these with much regret, to live upon the plains, but had no regrets in after years. In 1839, the lumber was selected with much care, free from knots and choice, and put into a kiln after being weather-dried, and strong and heavy timber used to make the frame of our last home upon the plains. Our log house stood behind a row of cherry trees, and nearby, beyond the well, stood the old corn house where we used to spin and weave the cloth for daily use. In January 1840, we occupied our new home, our last home, and in the kitchen was placed our first cooking stove, which put our old tin oven, or baker, in the shade, and homemade carpets made of wool were sewed and laid, and curtains hung, and wheels and reels, great and small, and massive loom, all sent into the woodhouse chamber, and all arranged for coming days. In the spring, one April day, the 2nd of that month, a bud of promise came to us, and soon in favor grew with all our household, and he was, by general consent, called John Jr. He soon learned, when mother was not easy found, to cry. That brought her every time, and he would not desist when Grandma showed her teeth. Soon his exploring mind led him to walk into the street and call upon our neighbors. In our home lived our father's aged aunt, Hannah by name. She spoke the German tongue most fluently. She was glad to rock this baby John, awake or asleep, and never seemed to tire. This new departure caused her much grief, and to her room she went, and on her knees she asked that he might be restored in safety, and for general blessings on the wanderer's head. That simple faith in broken accents given into the ear of the infinite, that understands all languages and all that comes from stammering lips and sincere hearts, that faith helped me to trust and look beyond. Before the prayer had ceased, the youngster came, with hat all wreathed in flowers and apron full. As he neared the door, he commenced to tell of the wonders and kind words the neighbors gave. It was ever so this aged saint held him in arms of prayer. Even when death's cold hand had touched the lips, they breathed a prayer for him of tender years. And now, with whiskers long and hair with streaks of gray, he lives in manhood's prime. One child has he, a son, who has passed his 13th summer. He draws the house, the ship, or flower, or water flowing from the pitcher's mouth, or dog, or gun, and many other things this roguish, brown-haired boy can make when in the mood. Imagination is the mind working upon the materials supplied by memory, dissolving to recreate. Not satisfied with the order prescribed by nature or suggested by accident, it selects parts to form a new and more pleasing whole. When ceaseless care and age enfeebles the body, is not the mind cleared of all its misty shadows? Then does not the imagination paint many a picture, and is it not reflected? We may not see that reflection, and if we do, we may not understand its meaning. Who knows as well as those that have gathered precious stores of knowledge, like shells upon the shores of time, how to arrange artistically and paint by word pictures? Who does not like to listen to those lips that can interest the laborers, the real toilers for humanity, or when heart and brain are summoned, can choose words that shall be like apples of gold and pictures of silver? The past is the field from which we gather wisdom for the future. Has not the question been settled long ago that energy and force marked every step of pioneer work? Have they not supplied all needs according to the apportionment given? And where shall we look, if not to the pioneer, for dignity of deportment, that dignity without display, that commands respect, that without lavish expenditures makes one feel we are in the presence of real manhood, because self-respect permeates the whole nature, while he fully endorses the sentiment that was given in the Sermon on the Mount, "The pure in heart shall see God"? Quote, "We have had the Dally Madisons that were aids and sharers in their husband's greatness, and we have had men great in heavenly gifts. But like Burr, they were scorched and burned by consuming passion, making their lives and characters a hideous warning." End quote. May we not call our pioneers artists? Have they not been constantly translating mind into matter? With almost prophetic gaze, the future is foretold, while eye and brain are in the years to come. The hand takes pencil and brush, and as against the sky or high on canvas stretched, and near some real home, are massive boards nailed fast to upright posts, and there the artist writes his thoughts, and as the passing traveler nears the place, he looks and stops and reads. The figure at the right is a female form, with heavy chain in her left hand, but broken are the links. In her right hand she holds the balances. To the left, and in the act of rising, is the figure of a man of darker hue, and lips so thick and hair like wool, but clad in freeman's garb, while around one wrist is clasped the other end of slavery's chain, with many missing links, and to his sister he looks up for help and perfect freedom, their faces all aglow with triumph, and just below appears this motto, quote, "Liberty to the fugitive captive, and the oppressed over all the earth, both male and female of all colors." End quote. Many that looked and read seemed not to understand, and others said, "So let it be." One bowed low and prostrate fell before the prophecy of slavery's struggle looming up in the near future. It was my father's thought transferred to matter, that other minds might see and feel, that relief should come to all the oppressed, and he did not eschew the words of Mr. Webster when he said, quote, In regard to our country, there is no poetry like the poetry of events, end quote. And while the political sea is one of perpetual unrest, some great truths ever ride on the waves, as did slavery's overthrow represented by the man, and the ballot in the hands of all was represented by the woman dealing justice to all. Many pioneers were found full of bright hopes and future visions, which we, their children, have lived to see fulfilled. Were these artists of most royal stripe that would spurn to live at old Vesuvius's feet, subject to his incessant smoke and fiercer wrath of ashes, fire, and stone? No pittance dealt by kingly rule could satisfy our liberty-loving hearts, of nobler birth than kings on free Columbia's soil. Nor would we stay and longer pine, and longer wait for greater good, had we once tasted of the stream so broad, so free to all, as did the little band that from Genoa sailed, whose faith was in their God. Did not many of our pioneers attain to the clear and distinct knowledge of first principles in their search after absolute truth and ultimate reality? Did they not enumerate, analyze, determine, designate, ascertain, formulate, and deduce until they made some approach to absolute reality? If so, they were translating matter into mind. Then who shall say they were not philosophers? Some of them sitting upon the summit of real knowledge, while many hoped to form the base or foundation called science, quote, which is the reduction of individual facts until it rises from the visible to the invisible, from what we observe by sense to what we know by reason, end quote. They were master builders, conceiving and executing continually. Were they not literally strong pillars for others to tie to? Had they not ventilation and sunlight, pure air and water? And did they not have real homes, from whence sprang most of our presidents and leading minds that mold empires and guide states? Then if it be true that the reserve brain force is nourished in the country, shall we not educate, improve the ground from whence spring these buds of promise, that the flower may attain a high degree of perfection, and the fruitage yield abundance? What monument of stone can bear any comparison to the monument of a great and noble character that stands out in living lines for the loving reverence of those who will cherish it? Eternity alone can unfold the extent of such labors. Have not many of our households found the spring of perpetual youth? Are they not reaching loving hands to welcome us to a land that knows no decay, a land where no darkness is, a land of light, where we may taste with them of the river of life? End section 24. Section 25 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Michigan, Volume 2, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Wayne County, Part 1. Early History of the Township of Plymouth, by A.B. Markham, read at the annual meeting of the State Pioneer Society, February 6, 1877. I started from East Bloomfield, Ontario County, New York, on the 6th day of December, 1825, with my pack on my back, bound for the territory of Michigan, with $114 in bank bills in my pocket, proud as the gates of pleasure and pleasing anticipations would allow me to be. I bent my course towards the west, by way of Buffalo, where I arrived on the 8th that evening. Here I found a young man by the name of Gates, who persuaded me to take passage on board of a small schooner named Good Intent, which was to start for Detroit the next morning at 9 o'clock. The lateness of the season made me doubt my safety on board of so small a craft, but the reports that there were thieves and murderers on the route through Canada, together with the thought of the long journey on foot with a heavy pack and the amount of money I had, almost induced me to take the advice of my friend Gates and ship on board the Good Intent. I went on board and asked the amount of fare, but did not yet pay for my passage. I soon began to feel that I was not in the right place. I began to feel alarmed for my safety, My knees trembled and smote together like Belshazzar's, and it seemed as though I was compelled by some power unknown to me to leave that vessel. When the captain came on board and gave the order to shove off, my pack went onto my back. I ran across the deck, feeling as if I was propelled by the power of 100 men, and leaped for terra firma. I made the wharf on all fours, and some good man, of whom I shall speak hereafter, helped me to my feet amid the shouts of the multitude on shore and the jeers of the passengers on board. I made my way toward Black Rock, glad to be once more on land, plodding my way toward Michigan in the way I at first intended. I crossed the river at Black Rock and put up at a tavern near the battleground in Chippewa. There was a terrible storm that night. It thundered and lightened and rained, then froze and snowed, and the wind blew a perfect gale. The next morning, the Good Intent was found in Buffalo, but not a live man on board. Thanks to heaven and my good legs, I was safe in Canada. I now pursued my journey without much trouble, save the deep snow, which was, in many places, nearly 2 feet deep, till I got to the Long Woods, as they were called. Here was a tavern that was kept by a man by the name of Aljo, 13 miles from any other house on one side and 6 on the other. Here was the place where thieves and robbers were said to be numerous and active. About 2 o'clock in the evening, there came in a tall man with a pack on his back, but he looked rather suspicious, and the host cautioned me to have an eye single to his inquiries and actions, and advised me to pay my bill that night and be off in the morning very early, and get away from him if it was possible. This placed me on my guard. This fellow was traveling the other way, but proposed to go back with me. These things, all put together, made me think I was again on the Good Intent, bound for destruction. But, sink or swim, I was determined to have me a farm in the territory of Michigan. I therefore took the advice of mine host and started at least 1 hour before daylight, and at about sunrise I heard this fellow behind me, calling to me to wait, for he was coming. He came up, and we went on for some time. By and by he began to make inquiries about my business, what I was going to Michigan for, etc. I told him I had an uncle in Detroit who was an under-officer in the Army and wanted me to take care of his horses. He also wanted to know how much money I had and other like questions, all of which I answered in a very simple, boyish manner, not one word of truth in all I told him. I was obliged to exercise all my wits in order to save my $100 and my life. We had now got to a place covered with thick underwood and about 2.5 miles through to a French settlement, and it was very nearly sundown. Here I made a feint and went into the bushes as though I should rest a while. He going along, I soon stepped into the road, but did not see him. He had probably gone out too. Now, I thought, was my time, and if ever my legs served me well, it was then. They carried me through that thicket to the French settlement as quick as ever any man went on foot that distance. I saw no more of my unwholesome companion. I heard he was the head of a noted gang of robbers. I took a good rest that night at a private house, thankful that there were no more long woods to pass through, and again rejoicing that I should be a landholder in the territory of Michigan. I now continued my journey with alacrity, and in one day I was within 12 miles of Chatham. The next day I arrived at Detroit a little after dark, well satisfied with my safe journey through the dominions of George IV. On my arrival at Detroit, I put up with a man by the name of Campbell near the river, where I got a good rest from my 60 miles travel of the previous day. Mr. and Mrs. Campbell gave me all the information they could about the country. Their hotel was a small frame building with a bakery attached. They afterward built the Eagle Tavern. They gave me the direction to the home of an old associate by the name of Oliver Torrey, who lived in Bloomfield, Oakland County. I moved on very quietly over the new and muddy roads, as happy as a man could be in my circumstances. The country I passed through from Detroit to what was then called Piety Hill was not very pleasing to me, yet I did not despair of finding a more agreeable spot of ground than there was on this route. At about sunset, I found my friend Torrey, pleasantly situated in a log cabin and very happy. Such a friendly meeting as we had cannot be described by even the pen of a ready writer. This was the first log cabin I ever entered in Michigan. Here was contentment in its purity. Kitchen, pantry, bedroom, sitting room, parlor, and even the reception room, all in good order, all under one roof and in one room, about 12 by 14 feet in all. Here I took my first lesson in pioneering. Mr. Torrey gave me all the necessary information for looking lands, and after one day's rest, I went in search of a farm. At Farmington, I found Uncle Arthur Powers, and he directed me to a new settlement in town 1 South, Range 8 East, where a man by the name of Tibbets had settled a few months before. I went through the woods and with some difficulty found a town and plenty of good land and a few log cabins, all of which pleased me very much and paid me for wading through brooks and swamps to find the paradise of Michigan. I soon found a farm, and away to Detroit I went, anxious to become a landholder, wading through mud and water, sometimes up to my knees, but nothing like mud and water could stop me from having a farm in this noble town. I arrived at Detroit tired and muddy and went to the bank to get a certificate of $100, which was at that time the only lawful tender for lands at all land offices in the territory. The bank was closed for the night. The land office was still open. I told Major Kearsley my wants. He said I must wait till morning. I told him I had run all day through thick and thin to get there before the bank closed, and I had not money enough, beyond the amount to pay for the land, to pay my bill overnight. He then asked me what money I had. I handed him 5 new bills of $20 each on the Bank of Ontario, New York. He gave me a duplicate of the west half of the southwest quarter of Section 10 in Town 1 South of Range 8 East. I felt better. I was now a landholder. Before I left the city, I found my friend Torrey and told him of my good luck and what a fine lot I had entered. He then said, "You are now a citizen of this territory." I held up my head, although my face was scratched by going through the brush, and my pants covered with mud, and I had less than $1 in my pocket. I was now a landholder. This put an end to all my anxiety for a farm. The next thing was to clear it of the trees, and I was at it at once, but I must first have a cabin to shelter me from the weather, the bears, and the wolves. The first work I did on my new farm was to clear away a spot for my hut. I was careful not to place it where I would want to place my house at some future day. In 2 days I was ready for a log cabin raising. I therefore invited all the neighbors who lived within 2.5 miles, and they all came, every one of them. I thought I would count them. There was David Phillips, G.P. Benton, and myself. That was all. We went to work, and by night we had the building up ready for the roof. The next day the shakes were out and ready for laying. These shakes are used as shingles. They are thin pieces of ash, oak, or other timber, about 3 feet long. They are laid onto poles, which serve the place of ribs. Having finished the roof, I went to work at the inside. The floor is made of logs split through the middle, laid flat side up onto poles for sleepers, and made smooth with an adze. The chimney is built of sticks, then plastered on the inside with clay mortar. The back, or the place for the fire, was made of stone and clay mortar, 1 or 1.5 feet thick. This is the way all the log cabins were made for 2 or 3 years of the first settlement of this town. My cabin was a good one, 14 by 16 feet, finished off in good, comfortable style, without a board, nail, or glass. My cabin being finished, I went to work to make a bedstead. I bored into one of the logs in the side of the building and the end of the same, putting in poles and making one leg only, then laying on shakes for a bottom, then another set of poles over these, making probably the first sofa bedstead ever made in this town. I then went to Farmington, where they had raised some wheat the year before, and begged some straw of my old friend Hezekiah B. Smith, who had preceded me to this country nearly or quite 2 years. I bound up with bark a bundle of straw 6 feet long and 2 feet thick, raised it onto my back, and started for my cabin through the woods. I arrived home before nightfall and filled my new bedstead, made a good fire, and turned in about 9 o'clock, a happy freehold settler in one of the best towns in the territory of Michigan. This was the first night I ever slept on my own bed, or in my own house, or on my own premises. A more satisfied and happy settler could not be found in the whole country. The next thing was to obtain something to eat and things to cook with. Mr. Benton, a single man, living with Mr. Phillips, was going to Detroit to obtain supplies for himself and Mr. Phillips. I prevailed on him to buy some things for me, and I would chop for him to pay the amount he advanced for me. He was willing to do so, as he had plenty of money and wanted to hire chopping done. I had no money and worked from sunrise to sunset for 50 cents a day. In a few days, he started off with oxen and a sled, leaving me chopping so that his cattle that were left home could have the browse to feed upon, for he had no other feed for them. He had 4 oxen and 3 cows, and they all came through the winter in good condition. I was to meet him at Mr. Hoisington's, near to where the Honorable Jonathan Shearer now resides, a distance of about 2.5 miles. On the 4th day night, for it took about 4 days at that time to go to Detroit and back with oxen through the woods, I started in season to get through by sunset with his best rifle on my back, thinking to kill some game. I got about halfway through, and there stood before me 5 wolves. 2 of them were large ones, the other were smaller. They were only about 10 or 12 rods from me, and nothing in the way. They had not discovered me. I got behind a cluster of basswood trees, and as the bounty was $25 each, I was almost sure of 2 of them the first shot. My imagination led me to see myself with 2 wolf skins on my back, plodding my way to the city to claim the bounty. I got a fair sight at the 2 largest and pulled clip went the faithless gun, stopping, as we say, at half bent. I hauled back and got another sight when clip went the old thing again. By this time, the wolves were going west for safety and future speculation, while I was minus my anticipated bounty. I went through to Mr. Hoisington's, stayed overnight, got home the next morning, and resumed my work, heaping everlasting contempt on the treacherous old rifle. Mr. Benton arrived home on the 5th day, bringing me a good set of shanty equipage and some pork and flour. I was now in full rig for keeping shanty. I had 3 stools, 1 bench, 1 table, and a shelf to put my dishes on. The table and shelf were made of split logs, laid on pins at the side of the house. Of course, they were immovable. The seats were made of the same material, but movable. Now a few more days' work for Mr. Benton, and I am out of debt, a landholder, a housekeeper, and a citizen of a noble town. Having worked out my indebtedness to Mr. Benton, I began keeping house and chopping, piling brush, and doing all other work incident to new settlements in general, all of which I was wholly unaccustomed to. In 2 or 3 days my hands began to crack, and they were very painful. I had probably been handling some poison ivy. For a few days I could not chop, so I visited different sections of this town and the adjoining ones and found a good country all about. As I was prospecting for others, I saw many fine lands, springs, brooks, and rivers, all indicative of a good farming country, and my anticipations were fully gratified with regard to my location and prospects. In these rambles I saw many wild animals, such as deer, bear, wolves, etc. We started up a herd of deer of over 40 in number, a very beautiful sight for me at that time. We saw turkeys and other wild game in abundance. There was no danger of starving for the want of meat. I soon found that I must go to chopping or have nothing the next autumn. My land was very heavily timbered, and it required more than an ordinary amount of labor to clear it for a crop, but I went to work as though there was but little to do, and by the time 1 acre was chopped, I had worked full 10 days. So I laid off 7 acres for my stint to chop, log, fence, and plant, and work out for team hire, seed corn, potatoes, etc. I soon found I could chop an acre in 6 or 7 days, fit for logging. My hands soon got well, and I could lay the big trees down equal to anyone. I never had a more pleasant winter's work before or since that time. I finished my 7 acres in good season, then worked out for such things as I needed, or to pay for such things as I had had. I got of H.B. Smith of Farmington 8 bushels of potatoes, for which I split 1,600 rails, then paid Mr. Benton 2 days, working for drawing them in 8 miles. This was all right, but about 1/3 of them froze before he got home with him, so I had only 6 bushels to eat and plant. Well, I ate them all and planted the rest. That is, I cut off the seed end of each and then cut this piece in two and kept these in a trough till June. They then looked as if there was no life in them, but I planted them in the crooks of the fences, putting 2 pieces in a hill and making a large hill of muck and leaves, but did not hoe them. In the fall I had 80 bushels of the best potatoes I ever raised. I had now paid up all my promises and was looking for a good time to burn the brush. At length it came, and guarding my shanty in the best way I could, I set fire to the brush on the west side of the fallow. A good wind from the west increased the flames, and the flames assisted the wind, and the wind the flames, so that in a few hours there was not a brush heap left in the whole fallow. Such a fire had never been known in this region. There was not at that time, after this great fire, a single rod of fence or a frame barn, house, or anything of the kind within 2 miles of this scene left standing, save Mr. Phillips' house and my log cabin. It was a mighty fire, not a log nor a stump, but what was as black as a coal in the whole fallow. I got a good burn. I was now ready for logging. I had to work for Mr. Benton 2 days and for Mr. Phillips 1. Then they would log for me 1 day, Mr. Benton with his oxen in chains. In this way I got my logging done, for I had no oxen, yoke, or chains. I got a team of Benton or Phillips sometimes to draw out rail timber, so I could be splitting rails when it was not suitable weather to log, or they did not need my services. I was determined to have a good rail fence, so I did my best every day, rain or shine. I will mention a few incidents that are not uncommon in the settlement of a new country like this. I think it was in the month of March that Mr. Lovejoy Cady came to my shanty and requested me to go with him to get the dimensions of some lots of land. These lands were the lands whereon the village of Northville now stands. We looked for an hour to find the stake to get a starting point. We followed the line to the river and started to cross on a log, when it gave way and in we went, thankful that the water was only 2 or 3 feet deep. One day, about the same time, an old Indian came to my shanty while I was cooking some pork and beans. It was raining, and he stopped during the rain and then went on, and I went to my work. When I came in from work, I thought I would have a fine supper, but there was no food in the house. That old redskin had returned and taken everything eatable, pork and beans, and all that I had in that line, leaving me not a morsel for my supper or breakfast. After bringing down all the curses I could upon the old fellow's head, I went to work to prepare something to eat. He left my flour, but took all my pork, say about 12 or 14 pounds, and a good loaf of bread, etc. One evening, as I was making a brush heap, I saw 2 deer browsing at the opposite end of the heap from where I stood. I let fly my axe at them, but they were 20 feet away when the axe struck in the snow where they stood when the axe started. The deer were very tame at this time of the settlement, for they had not been hunted much. As soon as the snow went off in the spring of 1826, Mr. Benton, Mr. Phillips, and myself were occupied in cutting out roads, making causeways, etc., for a large portion of our time. Then came settlers, and log cabins had to be built, some of them 6 or 8 miles away, but generally from 1 to 4 miles. We generally had some fun at these log cabin raisings, as well as hard work, but we were all kind and generous, and no unhappiness existed among us. We were all poor alike, and all rich alike. We had no lawyers, doctors, or priests to make dissensions among us. We were a happy people. There were no mills nearer to us than Detroit on the one side and Pontiac on the other. All had to go or send to one or the other of these places for their groceries, nails, etc., or go without them, which many did. I built the first mill in this town and ground the first meal. I was 2 whole days building the mill, and it answered very well for grinding corn. 2 boys or 2 women could grind a bushel of corn in 1 hour. 2 men could do it in less time. Many people ground their corn at this mill, but no toll was taken. Each one did their own grinding. The mill made very good meal. It was made after this manner. I felled a large oak tree, very tall and straight. then flattened the upper part of it for 70 feet, then struck 2 lines 1 foot apart along the length of the flattened part, dug a trough 10 inches deep, triangular shape, and 70 feet long. I then sawed off a wheel from the butt of this tree 1 foot thick and brought the surface of the wheel to fit the trough, then put a pole through the center for an axle, allowing it to project about 4 feet on each side to take hold of to run the wheel. I then raised the wheel into the trough, and the thing was done and in running order. Now put into this trough a half bushel of corn, run the big wheel back and forth for 20 minutes, and you have a fine dish of meal. This was the first mill that was ever made in this town. Mr. Lincoln built a sawmill the same autumn, 1826, east of Plymouth Corners on the river, but my mill was in full blast before he got his running. Mr. Lincoln and myself produced the first meal and the first board ever made in this town. He sawed every board that was sawed in this town for more than a year, and my mill ground every bushel of grain that was ground in the town for the same length of time. We had full sway and monopolized all the milling business of this town and a number of other towns north and west of us. There was no lack of mill power or custom. We had all the business in this line that we wanted. About the 1st of June, 1826, 3 men came to my shanty and wanted me to go with them to look lands. At the land office in Detroit, they had taken off plots of lands on the Huron River, where Ypsilanti now stands. We started out, and before night we reached the plains that lie east and north of Ypsilanti. We wandered about and found a line, a stake, and a section corner. Night then came on, and we did not know of a house within 10 miles. We began to think of camping out, but we had not anything for supper. This being the case, my 3 companions came near deciding to leave the territory at the first dawning of the morning. A little after dark, we kindled a fire and retired to rest on the ground, and I had a good sleep. As soon as morning came, we took our lines, found some fine lands, got the dimensions all down correctly, took out our pocket compass, and started for the north. We got to the Dix Road, and my companions went to Dixburg, while I returned to my home, very hungry and tired, having been without supper, breakfast, and dinner. We saw many fine herds of deer and large flocks of wild turkeys, also both large and small snakes, and 1 large turtle, which has on his back 1826, if he is still living. The men gave me $1 each. I then paid off all my debts and had some money left. Logging was now our business. On the 15th of June, my fallow was ready for planting. I then took my pack one Sunday, don't tell it, and went to Farmington to my friend H.B. Smith and bought some seed corn, returned, fixed up a planter that was made of a handspike burned a little at the end and then sharpened. This I would thrust into the ground, make a hole, drop in the corner, make a heavy step on it, and let it go. I now laid up my fence, which took me 4 days. Then the corn was up. I borrowed Mr. Benton's hoe, the only one within 2 miles of my home, cutting out some ox balms and a weed that we called deerweed. There was no grass of any kind. The corn grew with only this tillage, yielding over 100 bushels of good, sound ears to the acre. Now, after the fence was made, bars put up, corn dressed out, provisions eat up, and the shanty closed up, I started for Bloomfield, near to Pontiac, to work at haying and harvesting. I arrived at my friend Torrey's on the 3rd day of July, 1826, with more money in my pocket than I had when I came onto the farm the last of December, 1825, and owed no one a cent. My friend Torrey and myself spent the 4th in our own pleasures, and then went to haying. Here I found as good grass as I ever saw in Ontario County, state of New York, my native place. Everywhere that I went, and all kinds of work that I did, gave me certain signs that Michigan was as good a farming country as any other in the same latitude. We secured the hay in the very best order, and then went to reaping wheat. We had 10 acres of excellent wheat. This was the first haying and harvesting I had seen done in Michigan, and I was satisfied that I had found the right place for farming, and I have held to that opinion ever since. We cut the wheat and stacked it, as he had no barn. We then went to cutting some late grass, but we had worked only a few minutes when my friend began to show signs of insanity. He went to the house and immediately became furiously insane. I remained with him 5 weeks. He recovered from this attack, but he had taken too much of the white powders to be able to ever open his mouth again. I took out 4 of his front teeth, which enabled him to take food. He lived 15 years after this, but never fully recovered from this illness. When Mr. Torrey had so far recovered his health as to dispense with my services, I returned to my home and built an addition to my house, for my father had come, bringing mother and the rest of the family. I cut my corn and found I would be able to live quite comfortably. I bought a cow and calf and a pair of steers, but they soon ran away, and it took me about a week to find them. I first went to Brownstown, then to Flat Rock on the Huron River, where I found a tribe of Indians. Their chief was there at that time. He was a graduate of Hamilton College. I stayed with him overnight. His name was Blue Jacket. He was a fine-looking Indian and was very social. He sent a young Indian with me for a whole day and would not take pay for his services. He said he did not teach his children to speak English, for he thought they would be none the better for it. I went up the river, intending to reach a house that was situated at what is now called Woodruff's Grove. This was the only house on my way up the river before getting to where Ypsilanti now stands. About 4 miles from the Indian camp, I saw a large bear in the trail, about 4 or 5 rods from me, standing upon his hind feet in the attitude of defiance. Mr. Bruin appeared to me, at that time and in that position, to be as large as a black ox of the French hornless kind. My active living principle began to beat a tattoo, calling every nerve to action for safety. As soon as I got the master of myself, I stepped back to a small maple tree and drew my squaw piece from my shoulder and leveled it at him with all the caution I could muster, taking good aim at his broadside, just below the shoulder blade, and let off. Mr. Bruin keeled over, made a very fine noise, as much as to say, "You may have the trail." He took to the woods and I to the trail, and as far as I was concerned, we were very well satisfied. I soon met 2 Indians making towards their camp with full Indian speed. I told them, as well as I could, what success I had met with 2 or 3 miles back, giving them all my right and title to the wounded bear. I went on and found the house I was in pursuit of, stayed overnight, and the next day went up the river to where Ann Arbor now stands. There were not many houses there then, but on the door of one there was an advertisement of my cattle. It was a public house, of course, as all houses were at that time. I went on to Lodi Plains and there found the cattle. I started for home the next morning, and when I got back to this public house, out came the 2 Indians. They took me into the house by force, and there they laid before me the bearskin with a ball through it exactly where I had pointed my squaw piece 2 days before. The Indians were pretty drunk, as they had sold the skin to their host and were getting their pay by degrees. They gave me a drink of firewater and bestowed many thanks upon me. I went on, and on coming to the river where the mill now stands, I forded it, though it was from 2 to 3 feet deep. I think our rivers are not as large and deep as they were 50 years ago. I got through the river all safe and all wet, but there was not a house within 4 miles where I could warm or dry myself. I arrived home about 9 o'clock in the evening, after an absence of 10 days, hungry, wet, and as tired as any Michigan pioneer ever was. I now had my house to finish. For this purpose I went to the new sawmill and bought 700 feet of whitewood boards, in payment for which I was to chop 1½ acres of thick timber on the flats below the mill. The boards were paid for in 6 or 7 days. The next thing was to get them home. There was no wagon that I could get within 4 miles. I got Mr. Taylor's wagon and 1 yoke of oxen and another yoke from Mr. Benton, then went to the mill with my team and loaded up 1/2 of the boards, hauled them across the river and up the bank on the east side, with much ado to climb up. I cut a long pole and let the leaders go to the top of the bank. I then fastened them to one end of the pole, and the other end was fastened to the end of the tongue. This was the only way we could climb the bank with 350 feet of light lumber, with 2 yoke of heavy oxen. When at the top of the bank, I unloaded the boards and returned for the rest. A repetition of the process took the remainder to the top of the bank. I then put all the boards on the wagon and went on through the woods as cheerful as anyone, and got home just at night with 700 feet of boards from my chamber floor, etc. The next day I took the oxen and wagon home and chopped 2 days to pay for the use of them, and 1 day to pay for Mr. Benton's oxen. The mill was about 3 miles away only. This was only pioneering a little in a new country. It was all right. End of section 25. Section 26 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Michigan, Volume 2, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Wayne County, Part 2. I have now been here about 1 year and have on hand 600 bushels of ears of corn, 80 bushels of potatoes, besides corn stalks, turnips, pumpkins, etc. I am selling my corn in the ear at 25 cents per bushel, potatoes at 50 cents per bushel, and pumpkins at $1.25 per load. I sold over $125 worth of produce within 1 year from the time I commenced to chop. This, too, is nothing but pioneering. It shows what young men can do in 1 year if they have a mind to try. Without a single dollar, an axe, or anything to eat, or a house to live in, or a bed to sleep on, or anything but their hands, a disposition and a will to work. Now, for the benefit of timid young men, I will sum up in a few words the whole affair of my first year's settlement. In the first place, I had nothing but my hands to begin with. In the second place, I had good health. In the third place, I had good land and a good country. And in the fourth and last place, I had a will, a determination, and perseverance. In 1 year, I had 7 acres cleared and fenced with a good 8-rail fence, 4 more acres chopped, a good double log house, a good log stable, a good well of water, stoned up, arranged with curb, sweep, and pole, all in superb old-fashioned style, a good corn crib full of ears of corn, 1 cow, a yoke of steers, a calf, and fodder enough to keep them over winter, a sow and 7 pigs, and a plenty of corn for them, 6 hens, and provisions for a small family for a year, axes, etc., all paid for and owing no one a cent. More than this, I had $50 of spare money in my pocket. I now went to Detroit with my neighbor Benton to buy some things necessary for farming and for the house. Here I found Mr. Lyon, Mr. Allen Tibbets, and some other acquaintances, all on the same errand that I was. We put up at Mrs. McMillan's, a small log house opposite the Yankee boarding house where the Franklin House now stands, corner of Bates and Larned Streets. In the evening, the conversation turned on the subject of the back settlements, that is, back of the city, alias in the country. There was a man present, a stranger to the company, who said, "I wish I could see that young man who jumped from the Good Intent a year ago, the 9th of December last, when she was starting from Buffalo for Detroit, and the whole crew and 14 passengers were lost." One of my neighbors, I think it was Mr. Henry Lyon, who had heard me tell the story of my escape from that ill-fated vessel, said, "He is here." "My God," said he, "I had rather see him than any other living man." I was out of the house at the time, but soon came in, and I thought he would pull me to pieces. He was so rejoiced to know that I was alive, and that I then stood before him. I had to give him a full history of my trip through Canada, and of my proceedings up to that time. We talked till midnight, and then parted, wishing each other a long and happy life. We pioneers, thinking we were of sufficient consequence to have a township organization, a meeting was called to be held at the house of John Tibbets sometime in the month of February 1827. The exact date I cannot give. John Tibbets was called to the chair, and A.B. Markham was appointed secretary. At this meeting we agreed that the name of the town should be Plymouth. This name was proposed by William Bartow, then a member of the Legislative Council, appointed by Governor Cass. The name Leroy was sent in as the first choice of the people, but if this name had been appropriated by any other town, then Plymouth was to be the name. The Legislative Council passed an act which was approved by the governor of 12th day of April, 1827, to wit, quote, "Be it enacted by the Legislative Council of the Territory of Michigan that all that part of the county of Wayne included in the surveyed townships 1 and 2 south, range 8 east, shall compose the township of Plymouth, and the first township meeting shall be held at the house of John Tibbets in said township." End quote. On the 28th of May, 1827, a meeting was held at the house of John Tibbets. William Bartow was elected moderator and A.B. Markham clerk. At this meeting, the following township officers were elected, to wit, Supervisor William Bartow, Town Clerk Allen Tibbets, Collector A.B. Markham, Assessors Roswell Root, Erastus W. Starkweather, and Henry Lyon, Poor Masters Rufus Thayer and Luther Lincoln. I think highway commissioners were also elected. Judge Witherell of Detroit, who was at that time a justice of the peace, was present and administered the oath of office to those who were elected. Luther Lincoln built a grist mill this year, the first one in the town. The Ramsdells built a sawmill this year at Waterford, now called Meads Mills. Many settlers came in this year. Of course, many log cabins had to be built and roads cut out. We had logging bees occasionally, and they were always done up in the best of pioneer style. We were called upon to go off about 3 miles to build a log house. A log house is different from a log cabin. It is larger and taller. We went onto the ground, but no preparations had been made, so we went at it in full pioneer fashion, for the man wanted a house and not a cabin, and there were only 6 of us besides the man, and he was no pioneer yet, and I guess he never was. We cut the logs, got them onto the ground, and got the house up about 4 logs high. When night coming on, we started for our own log cabins. The next day we were all there in good time and went to work with a will, for we found we had got to build the house. The man did no work, but he grumbled some, acted cross, and made a fool of himself. We finished the house at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the second day. Mr. Wilmart, the surveyor, happened along just as we completed the job, and as the man was not there to accept the job or to thank us for the 2 days' hard labor, and as the jug was empty and had been all day, we thought we would give the building a name and thus add another item to our pioneer operations. One of us went to the top of the house and the others hoisted the empty jug to him. He then said, quote, "Here stands the walls of a spacious house, built not for a man, but for a mouse. The walls stand here without a steeple, built by proud and independent people. Its name is Rosecrans Delight, built in 2 days and finished before night." End quote. Then the old jug flew. The pioneers shouted, and the very trees seemed to clap their hands for joy and bow their heads in perfect submission to pioneers' wit. I was loaded down with offices. I was fence viewer, roadmaster, collector, and constable. I was after runaways a good share of my time, and I found every one I went after, never lost one. When I found them, I would seize them and bring them to justice. Led by the tinkling of the bell, I would dash through swamps and rivers, over logs and brush till I found the old bell cow, seize her by the whiskabout if it was dark, bid her start, and she would take a beeline for her place of duty. After milking, I would take a bowl of Johnny cake and milk for my supper, go to bed, and sleep like a king. Satisfied with my lot, I passed my days in cheerfulness and health. I think it was in the early part of the year 1827 that a meeting was held at the house of John Tibbets for the purpose of organizing a military company. Ira M. Huff was chosen captain. Stephen Root, Abram Laraway, and others were chosen under officers. I made out the papers and sent them to General Schwartz, and he sent them their commissions at once, and they soon entered upon their duties. All these things were accomplished within 2 years from the time the first tree was felled in the town. The first minister that ever preached in this township was Elder Hickox, who then lived on the River Rouge in the neighborhood of the memorable Widow Creamer's Tavern. The meeting was held at the house of William Tibbets on Section 28, Town 1 South, the John Allen Farm. I think it was in May 1826. The next preacher was Elder Swift, the father of Dr. John Swift of Northville. The first doctor who came into this town to attend a patient was Dr. Webb of Farmington. The first doctor that settled here was Dr. J.D. Davis. The first postmaster was Gideon P. Benton. He carried the mail in his hat or tied it up in his handkerchief. The first justice of the peace was Henry B. Holbrook. He was appointed by the governor and legislative council. The first frame building erected was at Northville. The first brick building was erected by Henry Ward on Section 32, known as the Schutz Farm. The first blacksmiths that located here were John Miller of Northville, or near where Northville is now, but it was all woods then, and Mr. Freilich of Plymouth, or near where Plymouth Corners are now, but it was all woods then. Mr. Miller commenced work first. The first child born in town was Oscar Phillips. The second was George A. Starkweather. The first white woman that ever shot a deer in this town was the wife of Justice Gilkey on Section 2, Town 1, Range 8 East. The first bear killed in town by a white man was shot by G.P. Benton. John Tibbets owned the first pony that was brought here, and the first horse was owned by Samuel Sterling. The first horse team that was started in town was owned by myself. The second was Mr. Freilich's. The first girl that was married in town was the daughter of Erastus Starkweather. The second was a daughter of Mr. Tibbets. These items appear to be but trifles, but they are pioneer history. In the summer of 1827, many new settlers came in, but not so many as in 1826. The roads were cut up very badly. I started a light team to carry passengers and freight to and from Detroit. No one of the present day can imagine the state of the roads. In some places, the rich, mucky ground would let the wagon wheels into the hub, so that from 10 to 1,200 pounds was a load for a good pair of horses. I went to Detroit a number of times and carried landlookers down and brought others back, at the same time doing some errands and bringing things back so as to make good wages. During these trips, I saw much suffering. Some of it was too bad to be remembered by even an experienced pioneer. One morning, I started from Ten Oaks to return to Plymouth. I found in the woods, about 3 miles from Ten Oaks, a loaded wagon stuck in the mud. I called out for the teamster and found a woman and a yoke of oxen hard by in the bushes. The oxen and the woman were covered with mud. The woman said they got fast there the evening before and worked till late to get out, but the oxen would not draw, so they found a dry spot and camped out. I hitched my horses to the tongue of the wagon and the oxen on ahead and hauled the wagon out onto hard ground, all safe. I left the poor muddy woman crying for joy and waiting for her husband to come and be happily disappointed. This is only one circumstance out of many such that occurred at that time. At one time, I was moving a man and his wife with their household goods. We came to a piece of bad road, and the man got off from the wagon, while his wife and myself remained on. We were sitting on a chest when the four-wheel on her side dropped into a deep hole where the mud and water was 1 foot deep for some rods around. She went off head foremost into the mud. Her head went all under, but it did not hurt her. It was at this time that Pride had a fall, and a muddy one too. She washed, changed her dress, and then was all right, plus the first lesson in the art of pioneering. The crops this year, 1827, were large and good, wheat yielding as high as 40 to 45 bushels, and some was said to go to 50 bushels to the acre. Corn and other crops were equally good. There was not much of a cash market for the produce. Wheat was worth from 63 to 75 cents per bushel, and corn 50 cents. This was the price in Plymouth, but in Pontiac and Detroit it was 10 or 12 cents higher. We, of course, had but little to sell. Some of us had to buy, and some had to sell. This summer a tax was levied and collected for the first time in the town. The 2 townships were taxed $154.40. $87.50 to the county. More than one half of this sum was paid by the return of non-resident lands. The rest was paid in money. $66.90 were paid to the supervisor of the town. There were 140 taxpayers. I was the collector, and the tax was to be collected by the 1st of February. Therefore, January was the month in which to do it. The snow was deep, and I had to trace the section lines for roads, particularly in Township 2 South. I plodded through the woods and snow for about 2 weeks collecting. I then counted up and found that I had collected enough to pay off by throwing in my fees all but about $2.50. The most of what remained unpaid was over on the south part of the South Township, about 10 miles from my home, so I went and cut and split rails for Mr. Benton for 62.5 cents per hundred and got the money and paid off, and have ever since been satisfied to live without an office. After I had got my fall work done, I decided to chop and clear 8 acres. I measured it off and went to work and had the timber all down by the 15th of March. I then measured off 2 acres more, and this was finished by the 1st of April. The result of this winter's work was 10 acres chopped and the brush piled. By this time, some of our pole bridges and hollow log sluiceways had to be renewed. This we did, and then went to farming. The first plowing of any account that we did was done this spring. On the plains, there was considerable plowing done in 1825. About this time, John Miller and Israel Nash built a grist mill near where Northville now stands. Compared with the mills of the present day, it was not much of a mill, but it answered the purpose that it was designed for at that time. The stones were worked out of a large boulder that lay in the vicinity, and they did good work. One day, toward evening, I started with a bag of wheat on my pony to patronize this new mill. I got to the river and found our temporary bridge was washed away. Of course, I had to ford the river somehow, so I found the best place I could and made the attempt. I got on behind the bag to keep it from pulling off and rode into the river all right, but how to get out on the opposite side was the question. The banks were high, the water was knee-deep, and the pony had to jump out with the bag of wheat and myself on his bag. But I was in the river and must get out or stay there, so I found the best place I could and bid the pony do his best. He went out, leaving the bag of wheat and this old pioneer in the water. I hoisted the bag of wheat out and then got out myself, feeling assured that I had had a good ducking. I loaded the wheat onto the pony, then got on myself and went to the mill as quick as I could and related my ill luck to the miller. After a hearty laugh, he ground my wheat and I started for home. It was very dark and I was 2 miles from home, with a river to ford. When I arrived at the river, I was a little troubled to know how to get across without getting my flour wet, but I did it. I tied my pony to a tree, took my bag of flour on my back, waded the river, and found the other side in safety. I then returned for my pony and soon got home all right, minus the wetting. I think it was in December 1827 that I started to go west on a pioneering excursion. For this purpose, I obtained a fine French pony of a Mr. Thomas, who lived on the River Rouge below Conrad Ten Eyck's tavern. Borrowed a saddle of one of my neighbors, put up some bread and dinner for the journey, and some tobacco as a token of friendship to the Indians with whom I expected to associate during my journey, and then started to see the western prairies of which I had heard so much said. I forded the river, passed a few houses where Ann Arbor now stands, and went on to Saline, where I found Mr. Resden, from whom I gathered some information. I then bent my way towards Pokagon in the western part of the territory, where some of my relatives settled in 1825. After leaving Saline, with its 2 or 3 houses, I saw no other dwelling till I got to Jones, where Jonesville is now. Here I found Mrs. Jones only. She was in a small log cabin, with only half of the floor laid, no other persons save Indians nearer than Allen's Prairie, 3 or 4 miles away, so she said. Mr. Allen had just settled on that small prairie. I stayed all night at Jones, for all houses were taverns at that time, floor or no floor. A fine dish of venison with hot johnny cake and some cold beans composed our repast. With a few blankets and my saddle for a pillow, I laid down in one corner of the cabin for the night, hearing my pony chewing his scanty bundle of stalks and a few ears of corn as he was tied to the corner of the cabin on the outside. I had a good sound sleep, and in the morning fed my pony, then made a fire on the ground in one end of the cabin, for there was no fireplace or chimney in the half-finished dwelling. After eating as good a breakfast as the cabin afforded, I called for the bill, when the noble and venturesome wife of the first pioneer of Jonesville said, quote, "Not anything, unless you are willing to pay a shilling for the corn your pony had. We too are pioneers." End quote. I thanked my hostess and took the trail for the west. A few miles brought me to Allen's Prairie, a small but finely located spot for settlers and a good home for pioneers. This was the first prairie I ever saw, and I thought it could not be surpassed in quality or beauty. I passed along to Bronson's Prairie, another beautiful spot. Further on, I came to another beautiful prairie, the name of which I have forgotten. The noble pioneers of this prairie had been digging a well, and one poor fellow was buried in the bottom of it by the caving in of the earth. After sympathizing with the people for their loss, I went along to the plains where Coldwater Village now is. A small log hut stood there that was known as Godfrey's Trading House. Here I found a Frenchman by the name of Coquillard and a few Indians, all of whom were sober and very friendly. One or two of them could speak very poor English, and I obtained from them much valuable information in regard to the settlements and the country in general. These Indians told me that I would be perfectly safe in pocket and person if I did not meddle with their rights. This I found to be correct after being with them for over a week. A few miles further on, I struck Coldwater River, and on its west bank I found another trading house, but I did not find any pioneers here. At these trading houses there were Frenchmen who were trading with the Indians for their furs and skins, paying them in trinkets of all kinds and a little silver coin. The river was higher than common, and I had to ford it as I did all rivers. There were no bridges at that time in the western part of the territory. I went into the river on the east side, making my course directly toward the cabin on the west shore. I passed along very cautiously for 2 or 3 rods in water about 3 feet deep, when suddenly down we went, horse and rider, into the cold water in the month of December, nothing to be seen of the pony above water but his head and neck. The rider let go of the bridle, and with both hands paddled for life to help the little fellow save his life and the life of his master. After swimming 2 or 3 rods, the pony struck bottom with his feet, and he seemed to be as well pleased as I was to find that we had got safely out of that hole. We finally got across, and I found that if I had gone upstream about 4 rods, where the water ran more rapidly, I would have avoided the swimming process. This, however, was nothing more than a short lesson in the art of pioneering. I exchanged a few words with the trader, and then went on as fast as the pony could carry me for 2 or 3 miles, until he began to be warm. Then I dismounted and ran a few miles in my wet clothes till I felt a reaction. Then pony and his rider were all right again. Passing many fine locations and some pioneer cabins, I soon came to the most beautiful spot of ground I ever saw. It was White Pigeon Prairie. There it lay in all its natural beauty. Not a bush or a stone was to be seen on any part of it. Not a furrow had been plowed or a fence built. There was a new cabin on the southwest end, just in the edge of the woods, but I did not call on my brother pioneer who had located there, so I did not learn his name. I went down to the St. Joseph River, where the village of Niles now stands, and forded the river with but little trouble. There I found a log cabin that contained a man and his wife, who seemed to be perfectly happy. I stayed with him overnight. The next morning I went up the river on the west side to visit a place near the big bend of the St. Joseph River, known as Carey's Mission. Here I found a fine farm containing several hundred acres, and on it were 2 or 3 good log houses, several small outhouses, huts, etc. I saw Mr. and Mrs. Carey. They were good-looking white persons. They were teaching the Indians the English language and the Christian religion. There were many tribes of Indians nearby, all being taught by these missionaries. I went among the Indians and learned that they were not so well pleased with the missionaries as some would suppose. I dined with the missionaries. They had Indians as servants or helpers. All these helpers could speak English and were very polite. After dinner, I took the trail through the reservation to strike the Chicago Trail, and when 8 or 10 miles from the mission, I found many wigwams and many Indian families, all of whom seemed to be well situated in their way. I called at one of their dwellings and found the head one very intelligent. He could speak some English, and I could speak some Indian. Among other information that I got from him, I found that the Indians were not very well pleased with the missionaries. He said it was no benefit to the Indians to learn to speak the English language or to learn the Yankee tricks. He said the missionaries made the Indians clear their lands, make their buildings and their fences, plant and till their corn, etc., without pay. I then went on through a beautiful country to a fine rolling prairie on which a man was situated by the name of Beardsley. There were a number of settlers on this prairie, but Mr. Beardsley was the first to locate there, and the prairie took his name. Here I got supper for myself and pony, and then started on a trail through the woods for Pokagon, 10 miles distant. I did not start till after dark, and had got about halfway through when I found a large litter of what I supposed to be foxes. I dismounted and went at them and kept up the war for some time, and I think I came off best as they left the field first. They, however, renewed the attack just after I mounted my pony. I was afterward informed that these foxes, as I supposed them to be, were prairie wolves. I soon got through the woods, saw a light at a distance, made for it, and found a log cabin, about 12 feet square. I entered and found my old uncle and aunt, whom I had not seen for more than 16 years, and that was when I was a boy of about 14 years old. I thought I would dissemble a little and not let myself be known to the old folks for a while, so I asked if Mr. Malcolm, a blacksmith, lived there. I was traveling and my horse needed shoeing. The old lady raised her specs and said, "You are a Markham. You need not try to deceive me," at the same time coming toward me with both hands up. "Now tell me whose son you are, Asher's or Darius." By this time she had hold of me, and I gave up and told her who I was. Then my aunt, in true pioneer fashion, called to Uncle Israel, who was on the bed asleep, saying, "Israel, Israel, here is one of Darius's boys. Get up and see him." So Uncle Israel got up, and after a few words with regard to the family, the death of my father, etc., had passed, we went and found a place for the pony. He not having a barn, nor even a shed, we went to one of the cousins and found a yard well filled with corn and stalks. So we asked permission to turn the pony in, and this was granted. We returned without giving any information with regard to my unexpected visit. My old aunt had the tea kettle over a wood fire in a fireplace in one end of the cabin. The chimney was made of sticks and plastered inside with clay. Now commenced the pioneer stories and a history of good and evil circumstances, which continued until the cock crew in the morning. We then thought it was getting late and time to retire. After a nap or two, we got up and renewed our history of pioneer life. My uncle said the old chief Pokagon was averse to their settling on that prairie unless they had special orders from General Cass. The pioneers satisfied the old chief that they had legal papers, whether they had or not. Fearing that Pokagon would find out their dishonesty, one of the pioneers went to Detroit and procured legal papers from General Cass. All was then quiet. The Markhams and Putnams occupied this prairie for some time. These Putnams were the sons of Mrs. Putnam, who with her young son were taken by the Indians in the time of the War of 1812 at Sandusky and taken as prisoners to Detroit at the time the city was in possession of the British. I think one of the sons of this lady is still living as one of the oldest pioneers of Pokagon, and if he should see this little sketch, it might induce him to furnish pioneer history that would be of great interest to the pioneers of Michigan. He is now, if living, 85 or 6 years old. In company with my cousins, I went along the St. Joseph River to its mouth, saw a few trading houses at the place now called Berrien. We crossed the river near its mouth in a canoe by means of a rope tied to each bank. Only one or two could cross at a time. The canoe was fastened to the rope in such a way that a passenger could draw himself across, and a small cord was fastened to one end of the canoe to draw it back for another load. This was pioneer economy and the mode of crossing the St. Joseph River in 1827. There were many Indian mounds on the prairies in this part of the country. In the course of this trip across the state, I saw many Indians, and in my stay with some of them, I am sure that I was as well treated as wild men of the forest were capable of treating a human being. I visited Little Prairie Ronde and Big Prairie Ronde, Door Prairie, and then on to where the city of Chicago stands. There were no settlers at this last mentioned point, save a few trading houses. I arrived home safe and sound, well pleased with my journey and satisfied with the country, but too poor to become a settler on either of those beautiful prairies. Besides, I had no wife at that time to assist or accompany me. I was gone about 3 weeks and camped out on the prairies 4 nights, stayed with Indian traders 2 nights, and with the Indians 5 nights. I forded the Huron River twice, the Raisin twice, the Coldwater twice, the St. Joseph 4 times, besides several smaller streams. I did not find a bridge in my whole journey. In closing this sketch, let me say, quote, "My hair is white, my whiskers brown. I'm the oldest settler in this town. My wife is gone, my children too. I cannot tell what I shall do. But I shall live a man, I know, as long as I can plow and sow, and when my time shall come to die, I'll bid you all a kind goodbye." End quote. Plymouth, Wayne County, Michigan, January 14th, 1877, and the 52nd of my pioneer life in this town. A. B. Markham. End of section 26. Section 27 of articles from the collections of the State Historical Society of Michigan, Volume 2, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Bygones of Detroit, General Hugh Brady, by Honorable George C. Bates, published in the Detroit Free Press, October 14, 1879. Quote, "I love the military. I love the military," end quote. Grand Duchess. Among the sweetest memories and most cherished recollections that cluster around Detroit in these beautiful October days, there are none dearer, purer, or nobler than those which are evoked by a visit to the corner of Jefferson Avenue and Hastings Street, where the headquarters of the Northwestern Military Department of the United States were stationed for so many years from 1835. Where dwelt that pure patriot, superb soldier, and true gentleman, General Hugh Brady, whose nearest neighbor was the genial, jolly, hospitable Frank Larned, who died years afterwards as Paymaster General of the United States Army. When I stood last evening in front of that quiet, unpretending, plain, old-fashioned house built by General Brady in 1835 and occupied by him down to 1851, the time of his death, and recalled the eminent and distinguished men who in bygone times used to crowd its hospitable quarters, when I ran over in my memory the important national army movements that had been prepared and mapped out there, when I reflected that at that time Hugh Brady commanded all the military posts west of Detroit, clear away to the Mississippi, then our western outpost, and that then in all that region, where now are 12 millions of people in Nebraska, Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, Utah, Nevada, Colorado, Oregon, and California, nothing but Indians and wild beasts roamed over the plains. When I looked upwards to the twinkling stars and then down upon the remembrance of bygones in Detroit, I was lost in amazement at the rise, progress, growth, and extension of our beloved Union since those days when, quote, "I was young and this old town sheltered me," end quote. Under that humble roof there used to congregate in olden times such men as General Scott, Worth, Macomb, Wool, Whiting, and all the old army soldiers, each one of whom, like General Brady himself, could point to his bleeding wounds received in the War of 1812 for free trade and sailors' rights, and each one of whom were eminent heroes, patriots, sans peur et sans reproche, true gentlemen of the old school, whose official duties in the far northwest required an annual visit to military headquarters here. There, too, might have been seen Bishop Onderdonk of New York, Judge John McLean of Ohio, a man whose massive brow, solemn dignity, and majestic presence would always remind you of Washington himself. Often there, also, one might meet Colonel James Watson Webb, many years before lieutenant in the Army, then editor-in-chief of the New York Courier and Inquirer, a splendid, elegant, and accomplished journalist. Charles King, too, of the New York Commercial Advertiser, afterwards president of Columbia College, who was a kinsman of the Forsyths, Kerchevals, and Kinseys here. Millard Fillmore, the pompous, precise counselor at law, afterwards President of the United States, while all along each year from 1836 down to 1842 came new regiments of infantry and artillery, commanded by General George M. Brooke, Colonel Fanning, Colonel Whistler, Colonel Belknap, and others, all of whom clustered around General Brady as heroes of the Revolution would around Washington, and whose families married and intermarried here until Detroit became literally the military headquarters of the Northwest. And today, at every outpost of our Army, will be found the children, grandchildren, and sons of citizens of Detroit. It happened to me to visit the first tent ever pitched by the Army of the Union on Puget Sound in 1853, and the first man who greeted me was an old-time Army beau of this city, and my first visit to Camp Douglas in Utah was to the quarters of an accomplished Army lady, the granddaughter of Colonel Edward Brooks, collector of this port under General Harrison, and a resident of Detroit from 1822 down to the time he went to Washington in 1852, or thereabouts. But of all these distinguished military men, none was more respected, loved, admired, and sought after than Hugh Brady. Brave as Caesar, he was as modest as a country girl. With a vast knowledge of public men and public measures, he was as quiet and gentle as a lady. Having again and again faced death on the battlefields at Chippewa, Queenstown, Niagara, and Lundy's Lane, where time and time again, amidst such slaughter as was never seen on any previous battlefield of our country, he was colonel of the 22nd Foot Corps, which crossed bayonets with Colonel Basden, colonel of the British 21st. He was yet so diffident, so modest, so brave, that any mention of his gallant exploits in his presence would drive him from the circle of conversation. But whenever duty called him to action, there he went calmly, resolutely to do it. Not only was General Brady a true soldier, but in all the broadest aspects of the word, he was an accomplished American gentleman, and his old home was the seat of hospitality, kindness, charity, and benevolence. He was born in Northumberland County, Pennsylvania, in 1768, and entered the Army as ensign in 1792, and joined his regiment with General Harrison, whose commission bore date the same day, and served gallantly with General Wayne in his western expedition. After the defeat of St. Clair, he was made lieutenant February 1794 and captain in 1799. Having been dropped in the reduction of the Army, he was restored in 1808 by Jefferson, and during the war he fought heroically under Scott in 1813, all along the Niagara frontier and at Chippewa, where Scott in his report of him says, quote, "Old Brady showed himself in a sheet of fire," end quote, and where he was wounded in the groin by a ball striking his sword scabbard, which disabled him. That old battle sword used to lie on the buffet in his reception room, and beside it another sword with solid gold scabbard, set with diamonds, rubies, and pearls, presented to him by his native state, Pennsylvania, in token of its appreciation of his services to his country, a legacy today for his descendants, which, with his character and virtues, are worth more to them than all the gold of California or the bonanza of silver in Nevada. Among the most important of his public duties here on the frontier was to remove the Winnebagos and Potawatomis from northern Illinois and Wisconsin west of the Mississippi, which he did in person in 1835 with so much prudence, care, and kindness that these wild sons of the prairie actually worshipped him, and in their incantations and war dances commingled commendations of their dear old father. In modern times, all men who are sent to take care of the Indians are expected to cheat them of their food, make them presents, then steal and sell them, and our government encourages and winks at these frauds. For the Indian Department today in Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, and Utah is officered by a band of thieves much worse than Charles Williamson and his gang, who robbed the stage on the way to Deadwood in July last, as the writer hereof can demonstrate, if permitted to bring witnesses before Congress. But had any public governmental thief stolen so much as a handkerchief from the Indians under Hugh Brady's care, he would have been hung under the nearest tree, and his superiors in Washington, if Confederates, would have shared the same fate. The Army then, and now too, thank God, had on its muster rolls no Indian thieves or whiskey thieves, and today, if the Indians were turned over, as they ought to be, to Sherman, Sheridan, Terry, Miles, Merritt, and such men, would, under honest treatment, become peaceful and quiet. Modoc Joe, Sitting Bull, and Nez Perce's Joe have all been driven to take up arms by a persistent course of villainy, robbery, and plunder by Indian agents and officers in our territories that would disgrace all the road agents of the Black Hills, and every man from the mountains knows and has evidence of this. But the most delicate duty devolved upon General Brady was the maintenance of peace and law upon the frontier during that war called the Patriot War, commencing in 1836 and ending with the Ashburton Treaty of 1841. Time and space forbid me now to give the history of this singular uprising in Canada, which almost culminated in war between the Kingdom of Great Britain and the United States. But to Winfield Scott and Hugh Brady, both nations are indebted for the continuance of peace. During the winters of 1836, 7, 8, and 9, large bodies of men, claiming to be acting under orders of Canadian patriots, collected along our frontier and threatened invasions and incursions into Canada contrary to the neutrality laws of the United States. And in order to arrest and prevent such operations, General Brady at first, with a few United States recruits and the old Brady Guards, a splendid independent military company composing the very elite of the young men of Detroit, had to guard this frontier from Fort Gratiot on the north to Cleveland on the south, to move his troops from time to time whenever the Patriots gathered, and aiding and assisting Colonel Daniel Goodwin as United States District Attorney and Conrad Ten Eyck as United States Marshal, to arrest and disperse all who threatened to invade Canada. Old as General Brady was, he was always on hand, and whenever or wherever a band of patriots gathered, there the old chief was ready to pounce upon them. As an evidence of his coolness and brave devotion to duty and his country, let the following incident be preserved. On the afternoon of February 18, 1838, one of the very coldest days in all the winter, a large body of patriots and tatterdemalions generally had come up from below, near Toledo, and all along shore, had crossed on the ice and taken possession of Fighting Island in British waters. They carried with them several pieces of artillery, and as soon as they made a landing, commenced to erect their camps and throw up temporary fortifications. The alarm was soon sounded along the frontier, although we had then no telegraphs, and Judge Wilkins as district judge, Ten Eyck and Goodwin as civil officers of the United States, soon summoned General Brady and his troops to take position on the American shore opposite the island, and so capture, arrest, and punish all the patriots if they should fall back into the United States for breach of the neutrality laws. The cold was frightful, but General Brady instantly moved in sleighs the whole command to the point designated, composed of Brady Guards about 120 strong, and some 700 of United States recruits that General Scott had pushed on from Buffalo on the old steamer United States, which landed here about the 12th of February, 1838, the lake having been open all that winter until closed by the intense cold of the last few days. The Brady Guards, of which the writer was one, and the recruits got into position in front of Fighting Island. About 4 o'clock p.m., pickets were thrown out some miles above and below the island, and strict orders were given to the command to halt and arrest all persons, quote, going to and from the island, and if resistance was offered, to destroy and crush them, end quote. Hugh Brady, then just 70, moved up and down that line straight as an arrow, and every inch a soldier, quietly giving his orders and encouraging all the men, some of whom strongly sympathized with the Patriots, to do their entire duty. Having completed his own arrangements, he called to the front Lieutenant Edmund Kersley of the Brady Guards and his own aide of the regular army, and giving this message to them in tones which were heard along the lines, he dispatched them on the ice to Malden, where old Colonel Basden of the 21st English Foot commanded the garrison, the same old hero who had crossed bayonets with Brady in 1813 at Lundy's Lane. "Present," he said, "General Brady's compliments to Colonel Basden, and say to him that I am here in command of the United States troops, with Judge Wilkins, the United States District Attorney and Marshal, and that if the Patriots shall break up and retreat from Fighting Island to our shore, I shall arrest and my government will try and convict them." End quote. Now, Colonel Basden was an old-fashioned soldier, and at his mess dinner he and his brethren in camp drank deeply, and it so happened Brady's envoys arrived and delivered the message when they were all deep in their potations. Colonel Basden received the message without even asking its bearer to sit down, and instantly replied, quote, "Present Colonel Basden's respects to General Brady, and say that I have the highest respect for him personally as a soldier and a gentleman, but that I have none for his government and its outlaws, that I shall attack with all the force at my command those damned rascals on Fighting Island as soon as I am ready, and if they retreat over the United States line, I will follow and destroy them wherever I may find them." End quote. He then rudely dismissed the envoys. Just at early twilight, that fearful cold night, the long roll beat, and our whole command rushed to arms, formed in line of battle, and waited for what next was to come. With all possible dispatch, some 20 soldiers with guidons or red flags were sent to mid-channel on the Detroit River on the American side of Fighting Island, and measuring off distances, planted those flags on the ice some hundreds of rods apart, thus marking clearly and distinctly the dividing line between Canada and the United States. This done, the bugle sounded the call. The troops formed in hollow square, old Hugh Brady in the center. When taking off his hat and the troops uncovering, he repeated distinctly his message to Colonel Basden. The rude reply received, and, pointing to those flags, he said, quote, "Men, that is the boundary line between our government and the British. If a damned redcoat crosses that line, attack them, beat them back, and I have faith you will do it." End quote. The troops marched to their several positions. The sentinels, wrapped in overcoats and blankets to keep from freezing, resumed their weary rounds, and all waited in anxiety for what next might happen. The old Brady Guards, the very best volunteer troops ever organized, thought that they snuffed the scent of battle afar, and were eager to see how they would feel under real fire. Night wore away, cold, oh so cold, and about 4 o'clock a.m. the rumbling of the British artillery was heard on the ice opposite the island, and directly the roar of cannon along the line, the skipping of balls on the ice, the knocking of snow and ice from the trees, which could plainly be seen, told that work had at last begun in earnest with shot and shell. Our call sounded, and the line of battle was promptly formed, General Brady watching every detail, and like the old war horse, he walked to and fro as if ready for anything, and our men watched with breathless interest what was to come. Soon the Patriots broke and fled, and our troops arrested them in large numbers as they came to the shore. After a brief cannonading, we heard the rattling drum and shrilly fife of the British troops. Breaking into two columns, one from the right, the other from the left, they marched like one man, above and below Fighting Island, endeavoring to capture the retreating patriots, and we watched them coming on until, to our great relief, we saw that they had kept close to, but moved not beyond, the British lines. And as they filed away, great red-coated beef-eaters and beer-drinkers stood in silent admiration of their prudence and our good luck. It was simply because old Hugh Brady was there and would tolerate no huzzas from our rejoicing hearts. But I must pause. These memories grow as I recall that noble patriot in those bygones. In 1851, in driving a team of spirited horses, they became entangled in telegraphic wires dropped from poles for repairs, ran away with him, threw him from the carriage, fatally injured him, and God called him away. But as he had lived a soldier's life, so he died like a soldier. When his hour had come, and his weeping family saw that his end was near, they sent for the Reverend George Duffield, their pastor, a man whose long life illustrated in all his acts and doings the characteristics of his Master Christ himself, whose purity, devotion, self-denial, eloquent appeals, and keen admonitions to the erring made him the man for all true Christians to imitate, and to whom the writer hereof is under greater obligations than all his spiritual pastors and masters. Mr. Duffield came. The family gathered around the bedside of that poor old man, and kindly and quietly as a child took the hands of the soldier to tell him death was at last there, and this colloquy then ended all there was on earth of Hugh Brady. "General, you are very ill, my friend, very ill." The general opened his eyes and, pressing Mr. Duffield's hand, replied, "Yes, yes, sir, I know it. But, General, you are badly hurt and very ill." "Oh, yes," he faintly replied. "Yes, I know it, Mr. Duffield." A pause, a silence, a few deep sobs, when Mr. Duffield said, "But, General, you are very, very ill. I am sorry to tell you, you are just about to die." Instantly, raising himself up straight as in health, his eye flashed under his bandaged forehead, and he firmly spoke out, "Mr. Duffield, let the drum beat. My knapsack is slung. I am ready to die," and sank away into the arms of death. His funeral escort was commanded by Colonel Whistler, and consisted of the 4th United States Infantry, in which Grant was captain, and 136 Brady Guards constituted the mourners, and as, quote, "the soldiers discharged their farewell shot, o'er the grave of our hero we buried," end quote. They were forever disbanded, and now, gray-haired, worn out, they are among the bygones of Detroit. But may the family of Hugh Brady and his namesakes, the old Brady Guard, be ever ready in all hours of their lives, and especially in its last moments, to echo his dying words, quote, "Let the drum beat. My knapsack is slung. But Brady is not dead, he but sleepeth. For the brave die never, being deathless. They but exchange their country's arms for what is now their country's heart. Give then the dead their due. 'Tis they who saved us." End quote. End of section 27. Section 28 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Michigan, Volume 2, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Narrative of Colonel Michael Shoemaker, Part 1. Of the part taken by the 13th Regiment Michigan Volunteer Infantry in the Battle of Stone River, or Murfreesboro, in Tennessee, on the 29th, 30th, and 31st December 1862, and the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd January 1863. On Friday, the 26th of December 1862, the Army of the Cumberland, commanded by General H.S. Rosecrans, broke up their camp near Nashville, Tennessee, and commenced moving towards Murfreesboro. The 13th Regiment of Michigan Volunteer Infantry, of which I was in command, was part of the 3rd Brigade of the 1st Division of the Left Wing, which was under the command of Major General Thomas Crittenden of Kentucky. Our brigade was commanded by Colonel Charles G. Harker of the 65th Regiment Ohio Volunteer Infantry and was composed of the 51st Regiment Indiana Volunteer Infantry, Colonel A.S. Strait, the 73rd Regiment Indiana Volunteer Infantry, Colonel Hathaway, the 64th Ohio Volunteer Infantry, Colonel J. Ferguson, 65th Ohio Volunteer Infantry, Lieutenant Colonel Young, my own regiment, and the 6th Ohio Light Battery, commanded by Captain Cullen Bradley. Colonel Harker was a graduate of West Point, a young man about 26 years of age. Our division moved out towards Laverne in the rain, which continued to fall all the forenoon. The enemy were directly in our front, and there was more or less skirmishing with our advance guards during the afternoon. The Confederate Army, commanded by General Braxton Bragg, which had retreated from Kentucky, was encamped between Nashville and Murfreesboro, and we encountered their outposts soon after leaving our camp. They resisted our advance, giving ground only as they were forced to do by the pressure in front and want of support by the main body of their army, which would, if it had been given, have brought on a general battle. We encamped for the night near Laverne. On the 27th, we continued our advance, my regiment marching with full regimental front on the left of the road, and as the other regiments advanced on our right and left in the same manner, the whole face of the ground was swept over. Our skirmishers, who were well in advance, were almost constantly engaged, and at Laverne, the 1st Brigade of our division had quite a sharp fight, with a number of men killed and wounded before they could dislodge the Confederate forces from the houses and other defenses which they occupied. There was skirmishing and fighting along our entire front all day, the enemy slowly but constantly retreating as we steadily advanced, but disputing every inch of ground. They kept a battery in the road, which would occupy every elevation in it and fire upon us until we came dangerously near, when they would limber up and retreat to the next favorable position, where they would halt and again open fire upon our ranks. This was repeated all the day and gave us considerable annoyance. We moved forward in this manner to Stewart's Creek, where we encamped. The rain fell steadily all of the afternoon, but did not in any manner retard our progress. There was heavy firing on our right all day. We remained in camp on the creek from Saturday night until Monday morning. Sunday was a very pleasant day. The birds were out singing, so much so as not only to attract our attention, but also to afford us great pleasure, it being to us a novel experience for a day in midwinter. I took advantage of my leisure moments and wrote to my wife with a pencil as follows, quote, Stewart's Creek, December 28, 1862. My dear wife, we have had 3 days of hard work, with more or less fighting every day. A few men have been killed and quite a number wounded, but none in my regiment, though we were under fire each day. Yesterday at Laverne, we had quite a heavy skirmish, and a shell struck a short distance in front of me, but did not explode. Christmas Day we were out all day for forage. We drove the Confederates 3 miles and loaded 300 wagons. We did not get back into camp till long after dark. Got supper and to bed about 11 p.m. The next morning the whole army commenced to advance, and we are now within 8 miles of Murfreesboro. The enemy contest every foot of ground, and we expect a strong opposition when we attempt to cross Stewart's Creek, on which we are now resting. Friday and Saturday were very unpleasant. We had rain half of each day. This is a very pleasant Sunday morning. It is now 10 a.m., and you, I suppose, are preparing to go to church. We shall undoubtedly go on to Murfreesboro and may have a big fight. I doubt if we shall have anything like a battle until we pass that point. I wrote a long letter on the 24th. I have received none since the 23rd. I suppose communication will now be very irregular. There is a report that the rebels have possession of the railroad at Cave City. If so, it will interrupt the mails. When I learned we were to advance, I made no application for leave, as I would not be away from my regiment at such a time. We are all sitting around a campfire, awaiting orders. We have but 3 wagons to a regiment, and our accommodations are of course limited, yet we all enjoy it, with all its discomforts and hardships. It is early up and late out now every day, and frequently after being out all day we have to do picket duty all night. We took quite a number of prisoners yesterday. They say we will have a battle at Murfreesboro, but I don't believe it. Lieutenant Colonel Warden is not with us. Kiss the children for me. Affectionately, your husband, M. Shoemaker. Our skirmishers crossed Stewart's Creek on Sunday afternoon and captured a wagon load of muskets and sabers. The first day of the battle, Monday morning, December 29, 1862, broke bright and pleasant, the birds singing as though all the world was at peace and as happy as they. Our army resumed its march, and we advanced to Stone River under a continuous fire from the Confederates. Our brigade struck the river at the ford, just below Murfreesboro, where it bends to the east and on the east side of the railroad. About sunset, we were ordered to cross the river and force our way into Murfreesboro. My regiment was on the left and in the advance, with Company A, Lieutenant Van Arsdale, and Company I, Lieutenant Slayton, thrown forward as skirmishers under command of Major Culver. The Confederate troops occupied the opposite bank, and as we entered the river, we were received with a perfect shower of balls, which did us no damage, as they all passed over our heads, but they kept up a disagreeable pattering in the leaves and branches under which we were advancing. The ground occupied by the enemy was much higher than the river, and this probably was the cause of their shooting so wide of their mark. They retired as we advanced, and we continued our onward march up the bank, through the woods, until we reached a cornfield, where we halted and corrected our alignment. I found my regiment quite in advance and considerably overlapping the 51st Indiana. In getting my regiment into position, I placed part of my men so that they could enfilade any force approaching us. The entire brigade was now ordered to lie down on their arms and await further orders. It was now quite dark, and evident that the Confederates were in front in force, but not in battle array. I could distinctly hear their officers giving the words of command, and that apparently in hot haste, for the purpose of securing a proper formation to resist our attack. I have always been of the opinion that, if our advance had not been stopped by order of our own superior officers, we would have surprised the enemy before they could have formed their ranks, and would have driven them from their position, which would have left Murfreesboro open to us without further fighting or opposition of any kind. The Confederates would then have retreated to the Tennessee River without giving us battle. But as it had to be fought, perhaps the ground was as favorable for us here as it would have been elsewhere. The Confederates evidently were not expecting us to cross Stone River so late in the day, and were not, in my opinion, prepared to offer an effectual resistance to our advance had it continued directly upon them after reaching the cornfield in which we halted. While our forces were lying in the cornfield, and between 9 and 10 o'clock p.m., the enemy, who had now got into line, poured volley after volley into what they supposed to be our position. They were correct in locating my regiment, and had not my men been lying down, our loss would have been quite large, for the bullets rattled among the cornstalks above our heads like hailstones. As it was, we had but 2 casualties. One boy was wounded within a few feet of myself, and Walter DeLong, orderly sergeant of Company F, who was in advance with the skirmish line, was killed. Thus, the first man wounded and the first killed in the Battle of Stone River, or Murfreesboro, belonged to the 13th Michigan. About 11 p.m., we were ordered to recross the river, which we did as silently as possible, and my regiment bivouacked in the open field on the rising ground near the river. I was very much fatigued, having been on the move since 3 o'clock in the morning. Randall, my attendant, took my saddle from my horse, placed it on the ground as a pillow, with a thin rubber blanket for a mattress, and on it I stretched myself, with my cap on my head, booted and spurred, my sword buckled to my side. In fact, I lay down accoutred as I had been throughout the day. My head was hardly on the saddle before I was sound asleep, although the crack of the musket could still be heard quite frequently. Adjutant Culver said to me the next morning, "Colonel, your head was not fairly on the saddle before you commenced snoring, and you snored so loudly that I could not get to sleep for an hour. I want it understood that ordinarily I do not snore at all, but at this time, owing to extraordinary fatigue I had undergone, I undoubtedly made some lively music of that kind." The second day. The morning of the 30th of December was quite bleak and cold. It was ushered in with sharp skirmishing, the Confederates again occupying the ground on the opposite side of the river from which we had driven them the night before. Our brigade did not change its position during the day, and some of my men built several impromptu windbreaks or shields with rails and cornstalks to protect them from the strong, cold, and piercing wind which prevailed all day. This was done on our left and over a rise of ground which protected them from the fire of the enemy, as they could not be seen by any of them within musket shot, though even there the whiz of the bullets as they flew over their heads would be heard every few moments. No fires were allowed, and the situation at best was uncomfortable. At night we again slept on the ground, the starry-decked heavens our only covering except a few army blankets, but these latter proved a very welcome addition. I have never been able to understand why General Rosecrans allowed, as he did, his army to remain inactive all this day, the 30th. Had he followed up his plan of attack as commenced on Monday, the 29th, the advantage of an offensive movement would all have been on our side. By the delay, he enabled the Confederates to concentrate in overwhelming numbers on his right wing, which, taken by surprise on Wednesday morning, was overpowered and lost largely in guns and prisoners, besides endangering his whole army. The eventful third day. On the morning of Wednesday, the 31st of December, we were ordered to cross the river again, while other troops of the left wing were to do the same at a ford lower down the river. In the meanwhile, from earliest dawn, the incessant booming of cannon and rattling of musketry in the distance on the right made it apparent that a desperate battle was being fought in that part of the field, and before we had made any movement, we learned that it was resulting in disaster and defeat to the right wing of our army, composed of the divisions of Johnson, Davis, and Sheridan, commanded by General McCook, which had been for the most part completely surprised. The Confederates, having massed their forces and taken the initiative, had attacked them with the first appearance of light and found them, particularly the divisions of Johnson and Davis, which were first struck by their advancing columns, quite unprepared to receive and check them. The horses of many of the batteries were away for water, and the guns were captured without firing a shot. The men of numbers of regiments were not in line and were captured or driven from their position and dispersed before they had time to form. The attack was so unlooked for, sudden and impetuous, that the troops of the right wing that were enabled to offer resistance could not stem the torrent and were driven steadily from one line to another. Many of them were taken prisoners, and a large number of cannon, 28 pieces, were captured by the Confederates. General Rosecrans, in his official report, says, quote, "Soon after a second officer from General McCook arrived and stated that the right wing was being driven, a fact but too manifest by the rapid movement of the noise of battle toward the north." End quote. Again, he says, quote, "At this moment, fugitives and stragglers from McCook's corps began to make their appearance through the cane brakes in such numbers that I became satisfied McCook's corps was routed. I therefore directed General Crittenden to send Van Cleve to the right of Rousseau, Wood to lead Colonel Harker's brigade further down the Murfreesboro Pike to go in and attack the enemy on the right of Van Cleve, the Pioneer Brigade meanwhile occupying the knoll of ground in the rear of Palmer's center, supporting Stokes' battery." End quote. General Wood did not lead Harker's brigade, but remained with the rest of his division in the left wing with General Crittenden, where, sometime during the day, he was slightly wounded in the foot, and went to Nashville, where he remained until after the Confederates retreated from Murfreesboro. The fortunes of the day were so far decidedly against us. In the meantime, General Rosecrans had formed a new line of battle with the center and left wing of his army, in part facing west and at right angles with his former one, and when the retreating but stubbornly fighting portion of the right wing, which still retained an organization, fell back upon it, the enemy were so warmly received that their advance was checked, and the fighting was of the most sanguinary character. The Confederates, encouraged by their success in the morning and up to this time, made attack after attack, marching up to our lines on all parts of our front with a bravery that could not be surpassed, delivering their fire as they advanced, with the evident determination of breaking through them and of driving our troops from the field. But they were met with a bravery and determination equal to their own, and failed in every attempt. So terrible and deadly was the fire of both artillery and musketry with which they were received, that they found it impossible to break our line of battle or force it further back, and they were compelled to retire as often as they advanced. The fortune of the day now seemed to be more evenly balanced. All this time, the Confederates were sending fresh troops to reinforce their attacking columns, and General Rosecrans was as constantly giving fresh support to his line where it seemed most to need it. General Rosecrans himself moving rapidly from one part of the field to another, proving himself to be equal to the occasion, and justifying the love and admiration which was felt for him by his whole army. The battle had now continued for several hours with unabated fury, but was now being fought with more equal chances for our being able to check the further advance of the Confederate forces. It is but seldom, if ever, that an army receiving such a shock as overwhelmed our right wing can recover from it, and that our army did not suffer a most disastrous defeat is owing to the indomitable bravery of our troops and the admirable disposition of his forces by General Rosecrans when he found his right wing defeated, and most of what was left of it rushing back on his center in the greatest confusion and disorder. He made amends as far as in his power for his error in allowing the Confederates to take the initiative and surprise one-third of his army. Until the new line was formed, our brigade had taken no part in the conflict, but the order to cross the river had been countermanded, and we were held in readiness to be placed, quote, where we could do the most good, end quote. Our time had now come. The Confederates were outflanking our troops on the extreme right, and it became necessary to meet and check a movement which otherwise might prove fatal, as all our transportation, commissary stores, and ammunition were endangered, and if they were lost, all was lost. Colonel Harker's brigade. Our brigade was detached from the division of General Wood and ordered to the extreme right of the army to meet and, if possible, repulse the enemy, who were making an advance which, if successful, threatened to be attended with such disastrous results. In executing this movement, we necessarily traversed the entire field of battle, and were witnesses of more of its incidents than any other portion of the army could possibly be. Fugitives were flying in every direction. Many regiments had become completely disorganized, a portion of them captured, and those escaping making the best of their way to any point of safety within our lines or to the rear, some with and many without their arms. Batteries of artillery were changing position and apparently moving in every direction. Baggage wagons and transportation were mixed up in the rout in inextricable confusion. Dead and wounded men were lying in all parts of the field, and there was a degree of disorder pervading that gave anything but a promising appearance to the aspect of affairs. Through all this turmoil and confusion, our brigade steadily pursued its way until we had left it all behind, when we were formed into line of battle and faced towards the enemy. The 64th Ohio, 65th Ohio, and 73rd Indiana Infantry forming the front line with the 51st Indiana in the reserve, Bradley's 6th Ohio Light Artillery on the left flank of the advance, supported by my regiment, the 13th Michigan. In this order we moved west from the Murfreesboro Pike, and passing directly in the rear of the log house which had been the headquarters of General Rosecrans the day previous. We advanced through the first piece of woods, across an open space of cleared fields, into the woods beyond, where the 64th Ohio, 65th Ohio, and 73rd Indiana regiments became actively and hotly engaged, the battery forming in the cleared field and opening a rapid fire on the enemy. My regiment was supporting the battery, and not being in a position to take an active part in the conflict, was obliged to sustain a heavy fire while in a state of inactivity and unable to return it. This is one of the most trying situations in which troops can be placed, but my men bore it bravely and without flinching, but were soon ordered to fall back with the battery, which, in consequence of the repulse of the other regiments of our brigade, was obliged to retreat out of the cleared field into the openings where it again formed, and opened its guns on the Confederates, who were advancing rapidly and in force directly in our front. The 64th Ohio, 65th Ohio, and 73rd Indiana had struck the enemy soon after entering the woods, and after a sharp and well-contested fight were defeated and obliged to retreat in disorder before the superior numbers of the Confederates. They, our forces, came out of the woods, retreated across the cleared fields, followed by the 51st Indiana, and disappeared at some distance on our right. The gallant fight of the 13th Michigan. My regiment was now left alone with Bradley's battery to contend with two brigades, which had just defeated four of our regiments, any one of which mustered more men than my own. Colonel Harker, our brigade commander, was with the defeated and retreating troops trying to rally them and bring them into line. No forces of ours but my own regiment were in sight, and I was the only officer on horseback on the field. We were on the left side of the battery, the ground sloping down in our front to a fence about 40 rods distant, which divided the openings from the cleared fields. The openings, or woodland, had scattered trees of small size at intervals, but not enough in numbers sufficient to obstruct observation or action. The Confederates came forward on a run, charging and firing as they advanced. Captain Bradley kept his guns working, throwing case and canister shot into their ranks as fast as his men could load and fire, but he was unable to check their advance, and having lost several men and 8 horses, which were shot down at his guns, and fearing his entire battery would be captured if he should longer attempt to hold his position, he limbered up such of his cannon as he could draw with his remaining horses and left the field, leaving 2 guns of his battery on the ground, one of which he spiked. The fact that the men and horses lost by Captain Bradley were killed by musket balls proves how determinedly he contested the field and how closely he was pressed before he abandoned a part of his battery. My regiment now alone confronted the enemy, who were fairly within musket shot. I had determined not to retreat without fighting unless ordered to do so, although I knew it was expected that my regiment would leave the field with the battery which it was ordered to support, but over which I had no control. I would not only have been justified in retreating, but I knew Colonel Harker expected me to do so, as he had no hope that my regiment could for a moment withstand the superior force which he knew was advancing against it, and which had already defeated all the rest of his brigade. But the battle is not always to the strong. I knew that my regiment could be depended upon, and was eager for the fray. When the enemy was near enough so that every shot would tell, I ordered my men to open fire upon them, which they did with most telling effect. We had not as yet been in the fight at all. My men were excited, but fresh and cool, so that every shot told. The advance of the Confederates was checked at once, and they retreated to the fence between the woods and the open fields, which they lined with their men, and which became at once a line of fire blazing at my little regiment. We returned it with such precision and effect as to hold them there, but unfortunately our line was much shorter than theirs, they outnumbering us probably 10 to 1. Consequently, the overlapping line did not come under our fire and continued cautiously and slowly to advance, so that after we had been fighting about 30 minutes, it was reported to me that the enemy was coming upon and about to turn our right flank. As there was no appearance of support for us, I ordered the regiment to retire, which was done in good order. Fortunately for us, there was a cedar thicket just in our rear, after passing through which I halted and formed my regiment facing the Confederates, who were halting on the line we occupied during the fight and showing signs of hesitation about a further advance. While forming my regiment, I was joined by Colonel Harker, who asked me to try and hold my position until he could bring me support, leaving immediately in order to do so. As the enemy had evidently halted and were not following up their advantage, I determined to attack them, and I now ordered my regiment to advance, charge, and regain the position we had lost. The blood of my men was now up. Every man moved forward with a will, and as if actuated by a common impulse. As we advanced, every man, officers and men, shouted and yelled to the top of their bent, and as if confident of success. As we emerged from the thicket, our men poured a volley of musketry into the ranks of the Confederates, who were engaged in examining our dead and wounded, and in breaking the muskets lying by them on the ground. The enemy were evidently taken by surprise by our bold and unexpected movement, and stunned and confused by the fire of our men delivered almost in their faces, they believing they had fallen into an ambuscade, scattered and fled without offering the least resistance, many of them throwing away their arms, some hiding among the rocks or behind trees, and others turning and firing upon us as they ran. We gave them no time to recover from their panic, but pursued them, yelling and shouting so that they might think us thousands instead of hundreds, driving them down out of the woods, across the cleared fields, and into the woods beyond. Their whole line was equally affected by the panic, and all fled together, as well on our flanks as in our front. We captured 68 prisoners and recaptured the 2 pieces of cannon lost by Captain Bradley's battery. As our men approached these guns, there was a strife as to who should first reach them. Julius Lilly was then the orderly sergeant of the Company E, a tall, strong young man, a good officer, and one of the bravest soldiers of the army. His length of legs and fleetness of foot enabled him to outstrip all his comrades, and as he reached the gun, he slapped it with his hand. At that moment, a musket ball fired by one of the retreating Confederates struck him in the side just below the ribs, and the space between its entrance and exit was about 8 or 9 inches. It did not, however, penetrate his bowels. Notwithstanding this wound, the sergeant refused to quit the field, and although I sent him to the hospital every night, he rejoined his regiment every morning, doing duty through the day, and this he continued to do until Sunday, when the enemy had retreated from Murfreesboro and the fighting was at an end. As I was reforming my regiment, I saw the 51st Illinois Volunteer Infantry advancing in line in rear of our left flank, but they did not in the least participate in the charge or fight, or in any manner aid in the rout of the Confederates. It was all accomplished before that regiment came up, and the official report shows that when it did come, it halted some rods short of the ground which we occupied during the fight, and which was the most advanced position of the Confederate forces when my regiment charged them. I think there was not a gun fired from their ranks, but their skirmishers picked up some prisoners who were hiding among the rocks and trees. The credit of this victory, for such it was, belongs entirely and exclusively to the 13th Regiment of Michigan Volunteer Infantry, and its importance cannot be overestimated. When we made our fight, my regiment was the only organized force, for the 51st Illinois were not yet in position, between the advancing Confederates and the Murfreesboro Pike, the railroad, and the river, and right here in the rear of our army and between it and Nashville, entirely exposed, lay all our commissary and ordnance stores, our transportation trains and hospitals, which would immediately have been cut off and captured but for the success of the 13th Michigan in this fight. And worse than this, the flank of General Rosecrans' army would have been so completely turned that to have saved his army, much more the day, would have been almost an impossibility. End of section 28. Section 29 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Michigan, Volume 2, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Narrative of Colonel Michael Shoemaker, Part 2. The Fruits of the Victory. I have always claimed that this repulse of the Confederate forces by my regiment was the turning point of this day's fight, and therefore of the Battle of Stone River or Murfreesboro. The enemy had, in other parts of the field, failed to carry positions they had attacked, but were returning again and again to the charge, while this was the first and only instance where a position they had once carried was taken from them. The advantage we gained at this point was never lost. We held the ground we had won, and that night bivouacked on the spot where we had fought the Confederates. To show the fierceness of the combat, the close proximity of the opposing forces, and the deadliness of the fire, I have only to state that my regiment had in killed and wounded over 1/3 of its entire number. The exact percentage of casualties in my regiment in this action was 35, 71 to 100%, and this in a fight which did not in time exceed 30 minutes, but during this time the pattering of the bullets was like a storm of hail, and of the few scattering trees in front and rear of our line, none of which exceeded in diameter the body of an ordinary-sized man, there were none in which 20 bullets could not be found in a space of 10 feet from the ground. This is not mere assertion, but the result of actual observation, and the wonder is, not that so many were killed and wounded, but that any escaped. The trees, however, intercepted all the bullets they received. While the enemy occupied the fence in our front, it actually appeared like a wall of fire. It was thickly lined with men, but so dense was the smoke that nothing could be seen but the flash of their muskets, and at this was the fire of my men directed. After this was over, all the fighting in this part of the field was mere skirmishing, in which I do not know that a man was killed. During the battle I was on horseback, the only officer on the field who was mounted, and yet neither myself or horse were touched, though the bridle was cut off just above the bits, so that they fell out of the mouth of the horse. Fortunately, he was very steady, a gray belonging to Lieutenant James R. Slayton, and had on a halter with which I guided him until the regiment was reformed, when I had it fixed so that I could use it. I attribute my escape to the formation of the ground, as it ascended from the fence, and we must have been 30 or 40 feet higher than the Confederates, and to the smoke which prevented them from seeing anything but the line of fire made by the flash of our muskets, which were on lower ground somewhat than that I occupied. At the close of the day I found myself so hoarse from shouting during the fight that I could hardly speak above a whisper. Official reports. In his report after the battle, speaking of the action of the 31st of December, Captain Colin Bradley, commanding 6th Ohio Light Battery, says, quote, I retired my battery and took up a position 500 yards in the rear, and again opened on the enemy with case and canister, who were advancing in force. After an engagement of 5 minutes, I was compelled to retire my battery and to abandon 2 pieces of the battery, one of which I had spiked, since removed, and sustaining a loss of 1 man killed, 2 wounded, and 1 man missing. Also 8 horses killed and 3 wounded. About this time, Colonel Shoemaker charged the enemy with the 13th Michigan, driving them off the field and recovering the guns, and for which Colonel Shoemaker should receive full credit. Signed, Colin Bradley, commanding 6th Ohio Light Battery. End quote. Captain Bradley was in a position to know the merit of our achievement better than any other officer, and aside from the casualties of my own regiment, the fact that with a battery of 6 guns loading and firing as rapidly as possible with case and canister, he was only able to maintain his position 5 minutes, and then obliged to retire with a loss of 2 guns, with 8 horses killed and 3 wounded, proves the fury and force of the attack which my regiment not only checked but repelled. There was no better or braver officer than Captain Bradley, and no better served battery, and such was their reputation in the Army. Captain Bradley was highly elated over the recovery of his guns, and from that time forth could not say enough in praise of the 13th Michigan and of the steady and determined valor of its officers and men. He said he always wanted them as the support of his battery. Colonel Harker, who commanded the brigade, in his official report says, quote, the 13th Michigan from this position fired upon the enemy with telling effect, and having caused their ranks to waver, followed up his advantage, supported by the 51st Illinois, which had come to our relief. They completely routed the enemy. The 13th Michigan retook the 2 pieces of artillery abandoned by our battery and captured 68 prisoners. For this act of gallantry, Colonel Shoemaker and his gallant regiment are deserving much praise. The enemy, thus driven from our right, did not again attempt to annoy us from that quarter." End quote. Thus terminated the action of our brigade and my regiment in that part of the Battle of Stone River, or Murfreesboro, which was fought on Wednesday, the 31st day of December, 1862. And as our engagement took place late in the afternoon, there was but little fighting after our own. There was an attempted advance of our cavalry on our right, but it did not result in an engagement at close quarters. We bivouacked on the ground we had recovered. Reflections in Night. The day closed with brighter prospects than it had opened, for while up to or near noon all had been loss and disaster for us, we were now everywhere holding the enemy in check, and in our own fight we had repulsed them most decidedly. Although the fortunes of the day had, on the whole, been strongly against our army, yet there was no despondency in our ranks or apparent among our superior officers. On the contrary, all were cheerful and confident of ultimate success. General Rosecrans, who I saw frequently during the day, was perfectly cool and collected, and seemed to feel equal to the emergency, exposing himself to the fire of the enemy without any apparent thought of danger. Colonel Garasha, his chief of staff, was killed while riding at his side, his head having been taken off with a cannonball. Lieutenant Kirby, another of his staff, was also wounded and lost a limb. In fact, no officer or man could be on any part of the field without being constantly under a fire more or less severe. Now it was the roar of artillery and the flying of cannonballs, now the shriek of the passing or the roar of the bursting shell, now the rattling discharge of musketry and whizzing of bullets, and if not these, it was the whir of the ball from the rifles of the sharpshooters who were in tops of the trees, and often so far distant as to be not only unseen, but the report of the guns unheard. Once during the day, while at the head of my regiment, as we were standing at rest near the edge of the woods just previous to our advance, several bullets struck near me, and it was so evident that the sharpshooters were making a mark of me being on horseback that several of my officers and men called to me, quote, "Colonel, the sharpshooters are firing at you," end quote. I changed my position, but I could not see the sharpshooters, nor hear the report of their rifles, nor could any of my officers. After the battle, a number of guns belonging to this corps of sharpshooters were found. They were the finest and heaviest guns of the kind that I ever saw. There were, during the week, many casualties resulting from their use in the hands of the experienced marksmen in the Confederate ranks. After night set in, the rain began to fall, and continued to do so in a greater or less degree until morning. Incidents of the night. Soon after we had made ourselves as comfortable as we could under the circumstances, having no tents or shelter to protect ourselves from the falling rain, and but few blankets to keep us warm, I received an order to get my regiment in marching order and hold them in readiness to march with a brigade to rejoin the division of which it was a part in the left wing of the army. We were on the extreme right of the army, and in crossing the field to regain our position, we necessarily had to pass over the ground occupied by the right wing, the center, and part of the left wing of our army. We found them all in motion and became aware that General Rosecrans was disposing his forces for the morrow's fight. Regiments, brigades, and divisions were constantly passing and repassing, apparently crossing the track of each other in every direction, and many of the scenes of that night are vividly impressed on my memory. In the 1st Brigade of our division was the 100th Regiment Illinois Volunteer Infantry, in which Rodney Stevens Bowen, the only child of my eldest sister, was serving as captain. Having been in a distant part of the field during the entire day, I was very anxious to know how it had fared with him. I knew his brigade had been in the fight, and feared he might have been wounded, if not killed. In changing position, we were finally halted quite near his regiment, and to my great satisfaction I found him unhurt. At no time during the battle were my feelings so much excited as when I met him. After exchanging congratulations, we made mutual inquiries as to the part our respective regiments had taken in the battle, and who of our mutual friends had been hurt. His regiment had lost a number of men, and I learned with regret that Lieutenant Mitchell, of Captain Bowen's company, was severely wounded, and I will add that he died of his wound soon after. I had known the father of Lieutenant Mitchell many years before at Wilmington, Illinois, and was grieved to hear that the lieutenant was so badly injured, but our minds were so taken up with the work before us that we had not much thought for anything else. The incidents of the night were not all sad. Some were amusing and some provoking. Among the former was a little transaction connected with Captain Bowen and his mess. After we met them, and when we had chatted some time, I said to them that neither myself, my officers, or men had had anything to eat since Wednesday morning, except what we happened to have in our pockets. It was now past midnight, that, having been away from our division, we had also been away from our supplies, and as a consequence were in a ravenous condition. Captain Bowen said their mess had some provisions, and that he would divide with me. He immediately sent for them and gave me a good share, which we, myself and officers, soon dispatched without standing very much upon the order in which it was done. In the meanwhile, the provisions which he had retained for the future wants of his mess had been placed near us, and presently one of the officers discovered that they had disappeared. Immediate search was made, and to my mortification they were found in the possession of my orderly, Townley, who with his mates had about finished them, and were eating with great evident relish and enjoyment. This gave Captain Bowen and his brother officers an opportunity for a hearty laugh at the expense of my regiment and its reputation, which was good for procuring and keeping supplies in its mess chests. It had always been said in the division, when we were on short rations, which was only too often, that the 13th were never out of supplies, and I am not only willing to admit, but take pride in the fact, that my regiment had an admirable good faculty of taking care of itself, but when we were given one half, it was going rather too far to appropriate the other. The circumstances, however, made the offense a slight one, and it was looked upon as rather a good joke than otherwise. A more provoking incident occurred later in the night. As we were marching and countermarching, we were finally halted near the front and remained some time in that position. I wrapped my blankets around me and with my staff officers lay down under a tree to try and get some rest, but I was so damp and chilly that I could not do so, and found myself getting very numb and stiff. I had not been near a fire since leaving Stewart's Creek and was very cold. Seeing a fire at a distance in the rear, I said to some of the officers that I would go to it and try to get warm, and requested them, if there was any movement of our troops, to notify me. I left my blankets on the ground and went to the fire. Very soon thereafter, all who had been lying near me came straggling, one after another, to the fire, but each with his blanket around him. I soon returned to my resting place and found my blankets gone. Some regiment in marching had passed near the spot, and acting on the rule which mostly governed in the army, of taking what you wanted if you could find it, had appropriated my blankets. I was vexed and sorely annoyed, for the loss was one that could not be replaced while the army was engaged in actual hostilities, and I reproved my officers for leaving them so carelessly. Fortunately, I had on at the time a heavy, rough overcoat, so that I did not suffer as much from the cold and rain as I otherwise would have done. We attained finally before daylight, as did the entire army, the position we were to occupy at the opening of the battle on the next day, and were allowed to get what rest and refreshment we could, but our condition was such that the amount of either at our command was of the most limited kind. Thus passed the night of December 31st, 1862, and January 1st, 1863. It was truly a watch night, and we saw the old year out and the new year in under circumstances such as to deeply impress on our memories its manifold and various incidents. The fourth day, Thursday, January 1st, 1863. On the morning of New Year's Day, instead of making social calls on our friends at home, ours was a call to battle on the banks of the Stone River, opposite Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Our army was in order for the fight, and responded to that call in a manner reflecting the highest degree of credit upon it for courage, for discipline, for endurance, for self-reliance, and all the qualities which go to make up a good army. But if it, as a whole, is entitled to this credit, still greater praise is due to our gallant commander, General Rosecrans, for the skillful manner in which on this eventful morning he handled his army. After the events of Wednesday, it was to the masterly tactics of General Rosecrans, more than to all other things combined, that our ultimate success was due, and for this he has never had the credit he so richly deserves. It was the position in which he placed his army on the morning of the 1st of January, and the results which followed from his tactics at that time, which finally decided the battle in our favor, and it has always been a source of wonder to me that no more notice has been taken of this fact in the official report, or by those who have written of this battle. When the fight closed on the night of Tuesday, December 31st, our army was facing westward, with the left resting on or near the river at the first ford below Murfreesboro, and extending northerly, nearly parallel with and crossing the railroad and Stone Pike to or near the hospitals where the transportation was parked. During the night, the left wing was swung back and formed, with a center, a line facing south, crossing the railroad at right angles, and situated on rising ground, with a force of artillery of both sections, said to be 100 guns, in front, but massed so far as it was possible for it to be. This movement caused our army to vacate most of the ground which, on this line, had been so stubbornly and successfully held by the left wing and part of the center on the previous day. Our battery was immediately in front of and supported by our brigade, and was stationed just east of the Nashville Pike and between it and the Nashville and Chattanooga Railroad. On New Year's morning, the first call was made by the Confederates, who came out of the woods to the right of our front, and finding the ground abandoned which they had fought so bravely but so ineffectually to win on the previous day, they evidently thought we had abandoned the field and were retreating towards Nashville. On they came, regiment after regiment, brigade after brigade, and division after division came marching onto the ground our forces had vacated, all shouting and cheering as they advanced so as plainly to be heard as well as seen by us. This continued until the plain was filled with their troops, all exulting in the belief that our army was in full retreat. Their exultation was of short duration, for when their forces were fairly uncovered and were in the most exposed situation possible for them to be, our artillery along the whole line at a given signal opened fire upon them as one gun. The effect was terrible and almost instantaneous. The cheering and shouting was at once changed to shrieking and groaning, and the interval was very short between the opening of our fire and the time when this whole splendid and exulting array of troops were rushing and surging, a disorganized mass, fleeing into the woods in their rear for protection from the sweeping and terrible shower of shells and balls which was mowing down their ranks. Most of them apparently ran for their lives without any regard to their military organization, and all of them rapidly availed themselves of the welcome protection of the woods from which they had marched forth but a short time before so confidently, and in their own minds with victory securely within their grasp. This all occurred under my own eyes. I saw and heard it, and nothing I have ever seen or heard before or since will at all compare with it in any respect. I never saw a finer sight than that presented by the Confederate forces as they marched, making the welkin ring as they came into the fields in our front, or a grander one than when our whole line of artillery opened fire upon them, nor one more exciting than when, surprised and struck with sudden fear and astonishment at the reception they had met with, they broke and ran howling back into the woods. This was the manner in which we received their New Year's call, and this was the last of the fighting for the day. There was more or less skirmishing and a continuous whistling of bullets from the rifles of sharpshooters, but aside from this, the day passed in quietness, though not in peace. General Rosecrans. It was this display of generalship in organizing and arranging his forces during the night, and the resulting very decided repulse of the enemy in the morning, which, coming as it did under my personal observation, more than all else caused me to admire General Rosecrans, and to believe that he had greater ability as a military commander than most of the officers who have commanded our armies, and more than he now has credit for having had. I have never seen any particular mention of these maneuvers, and of the splendid results arising from them, and have often wondered to myself why they had received no greater attention. But if the truth must be told, I have never read any account of the battle that would be recognized as describing it by any officer who took part in it, if he did not know to what it referred, and from this criticism I will not exempt the official report of General Rosecrans. He is, in my opinion, much better qualified to command an army than to write its history. If a true history of any of our battles is ever written, it can only be after the writer shall have examined and consulted the reports of commanders of regiments, brigades, and divisions, but more particularly the first named. The reports of regimental commanders give the detail. They state where was success or defeat, what were the casualties, and give particulars which can be found nowhere else, and from which an intelligent and true account of the battle can be compiled. They not only give all the details, but they must also almost invariably state the precise facts, for they are reporting to their superior officers, where falsehood can at once be detected and where it will not be allowed. With the advance in rank, there is less accurate knowledge of the facts, and usually, I am satisfied, there is more latitude in the statement of them, made to affect some personal end, or the advancement of some favorite, or of oneself. Night of January 1st, 1863. In the evening, our battery and others were advanced in front of our lines, our own being placed in front of a small clump of trees just west of the railroad, and my regiment moved from its position in rear of our battery to one directly in its front, so as to prevent the guns being taken in the night by surprise. Our outposts and pickets were thrown forward, and every precaution taken to ensure that my command would be ready for action at a moment's notice, after which we lay down on our arms to get what rest we could. Some of my men found a large piece of canvas, a wagon cover, I think, which they brought to me, and as many of us as could crawled under it, so that outside of the four sides were 4 lines of heads, the bodies being covered with canvas, and all pointing towards the center. This covering was very acceptable, as we had been 2 nights without any, and although we were from the frozen north, yet we did not find it over-comfortable to sleep on the ground in the open air in the month of January, even in the balmy clime of Tennessee. Before daylight, on the 2nd of January, we moved to the rear of our artillery and rested on our arms, ready to support it when necessary. The Confederates had in the night brought up 3 batteries of artillery, 18 guns, and placed them point blank at a distance of about 80 rods from and immediately in front of our position, which was protected by our own battery and 2 others, giving us at this point the same number of guns, 18, as the enemy. The 5th day, Friday, January 2nd, 1863. In the morning, after some preliminary skirmishing, the ball opened, and these 36 pieces of artillery were loaded and discharged as rapidly as possible, so that it was one continuous and deafening roar of cannon. My regiment was in the open ground immediately in rear of Captain Bradley's battery, behind us being quite a little elevation of cleared ground, and the ground in our front also rising gradually to the point where the batteries were placed, so that we were in a slight hollow, as it were. When the cannonade commenced, the men were ordered to lay down on their arms, and in this trying position they were obliged to remain for an hour or more, while the balls and shells were flying not only over and around them, but into their ranks, killing and wounding their comrades, and scattering their blood, brains, and limbs over the survivors in every direction. This, in my opinion, was the most trying ordeal through which my regiment passed while under my command, and was the severest test of its courage and discipline which it could undergo. When the men were actually engaged in the conflict, there was an excitement and necessity for exertion, which of themselves took away all thought of personal danger, or of self at all. But here, perfectly inactive, with the flash and the roar of artillery, and the ceaseless tearing of the balls over and through their ranks, or in the ground immediately around them, the shrieking and bursting of shells, taken altogether, was a more trying test of all the qualities which go to make up a good soldier than any other which it has been my fortune to witness. My regiment went through that trial without flinching, though 1 out of every 18 of the little band I had remaining after the fight of Wednesday was either killed or wounded, while thus lying in their ranks, and this is a large proportion of casualties for any artillery fight. When the batteries commenced firing, all the mounted officers sent their horses to the rear. This we did to protect them from the fire which was concentrated upon our position. I was immediately in front of my regiment from first to last, and between it and the batteries, part of the time lying down and part of the time moving in front of my men. While lying down, a cannonball passed over me and struck the ground so near my feet that it would have hit me had I been sitting or standing, and this narrative would never have been written. Colonel Harker was lying by my side at the time. The shower of balls and shells was so incessant that it was one continued whiz and whir of solid balls or explosion of shells. I shall never forget a comparison or figure that presented itself to my mind as I was watching the cannonballs strike the ground near my regiment, then ricocheting and bounding away over the eminence, disappear in the distance. I had often watched a locomotive engine drawing a long train of cars on the Michigan Central Railroad and regarded it as one of the best representatives of force that I had ever seen or could imagine, and now, on the battlefield of Murfreesboro, seeing the cannonballs flying through the air, tearing up the ground and moving out of sight with apparently little or no diminution of force, the figure of the locomotive engine presented itself to my mind, and I could not but draw a comparison between the two, as I then did, so unfavorable to the latter as to lead me to say to myself that hereafter it would not be with me the first and leading representative of force. This artillery duel continued for over an hour, and was the closest, heaviest, and most hotly contested of any artillery fight during the battle. The ground in front and rear of my regiment was literally plowed with cannonballs. Just before the close of the fight, one of our batteries, said to have been the Board of Trade Battery of Chicago, retreated out of line and took position in rear of our right, from whence they by mistake or for a less excusable reason opened fire on my regiment and the battery of Captain Bradley. I immediately moved my regiment to the left and across the railroad so as to be out of range of this fire in the rear. Captain Bradley was very indignant and said to me that he should prefer charges against the commander of the offending battery, but if he ever did so, they were suppressed for the good of the service. About the time that I moved my regiment, the Confederate batteries, finding that they could not drive us from our position and were suffering as much damage as they inflicted, ceased firing and withdrew. The same tactics which came so near being a success on Wednesday in the attack on our right wing was on this day, Friday, again put in practice against our left wing. Immediately after noon, that portion of the left wing, which was across Stone River, was attacked by an overwhelming force of the enemy and driven back some distance, some of them even across the river in considerable disorder, and but for the foresight and ability of General Crittenden, the left wing might on this day have fared as badly as did the right wing on Wednesday. General Crittenden had stationed his batteries on the north or west side of the river so as to completely command the opposite bank and enfilade any force advancing down the river. When our troops were forced back and the Confederates came within range, they were met at once with so crushing and deadly a fire that their advance was checked. General Crittenden had also, as soon as the force and effect of the attack was realized, dispatched reinforcements so that in a short time the advance of the enemy was not only checked, but the ground lost regained and held until the final close of the battle. When the fight across the river was the hottest, orders came for our brigade to march at once to the rescue. Since the close of the artillery duel, the horses of our mounted officers had not come from the rear, where they had been sent to avoid the cannonballs and shells. We now sent for them, but they could not be found. The fire had been too hot for our attendants, and they had gone to such a safe distance that our messenger could not find them, and we were all obliged to march on foot with our commands. This involved the fording of Stone River, which all alike were obliged to wade through, and we found it no desirable undertaking on a raw January day. The water was not above our knees, and we at that time thought but little of it, so much were our minds engrossed with the stirring events of the day. When we arrived on the ground, the enemy had retreated, and the firing nearly ceased. We were stationed in a cornfield, where we bivouacked for the night, and in the meantime our attendants came up with our horses after having some difficulty in finding us when they returned to where they had left us. I was very glad to see them, as all of my scanty supplies were strapped to my saddle. End section 29. Section 30 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Michigan, Volume 2, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Narrative of Colonel Michael Shoemaker, Part 3. Night of January 2nd, 1863. Soon after dark, the rain commenced to fall and continued to pour down heavily all night. The ground on which we were located, a cultivated cornfield, was one mass of mud. I had 2 rubber sheets strapped to my saddle, one of which I spread on the ground, and with the other over me I laid down, accoutered as I was, regardless of the mud, the rain, and of the report of the guns, great and small, of which there was more or less all night. During the night our troops were engaged throwing up breastworks, each regiment working 2 hours and then relieved by another. When my regiment was called for, Lieutenant White, who was acting as adjutant, said to me, "Colonel, don't get up. I can take out the regiment and superintend this work. You are very much fatigued and can be of no service, as it is merely labor that is wanted. Lie still, and you will be better prepared for service tomorrow." I felt that he was right, and that I would better perform my duty by following his suggestion than I would to get up and go with the regiment on fatigue duty, working in the entrenchments. There is a limit to human endurance, and I began to feel that so far as I was concerned, unless I took care not to expose myself unnecessarily, I should soon reach it, and I concluded it would be better for the service and for myself if I should remain where I was. I accordingly did so, though the degree of comfort with which I rested may be inferred from the fact that when I got up in the morning and pulled up the rubber sheet on which I had been lying, there was an indentation in the mud made by my body of about 1/3 of its depth, and this immediately filled with water. Such were many of the comforts of the life of a soldier, and of which those who have had no experience can form but little, if any, correct idea. The 6th day. Saturday, January 3rd, 1863. On Saturday it rained nearly all day. We moved out of the mud, but remained on the Murfreesboro side of the river. There was no close or heavy fighting, but sharpshooting, skirmishing, and artillery practice all along the line. From our batteries we shelled their lines, and it was evident that General Rosecrans was making arrangements for a general advance as soon as the weather would clear off enough to enable troops to move. This, however, it did not do during the entire day on Saturday. Up to this time, though we had marched from Nashville in pursuit of the Confederates for the purpose of forcing a battle, and had brought them to a stand at Murfreesboro, yet so far, in the actual fighting, we had up to this time invariably fought on the defensive. To this there was on no day and at no time an exception. Our army, as an army, had not since Monday night made an offensive movement. The Confederates had taken the initiative on Tuesday morning and had followed it up so well, as always, to act on the offensive and keep our army on the defensive. In my judgment, General Bragg had, up to this time, displayed decidedly the best generalship. His army every day had been directed for a purpose, which became apparent to us only when the attack was made. Our losses in men, cannon, provisions, and in all warlike material was greater than theirs, and I am unable to understand why General Bragg abandoned the field and retreated south across the Tennessee River with his army instead of renewing his tactics by again concentrating his forces and attacking some part of our line, or of acting on the defensive and awaiting the issue of an attack by our army. In doing so, he, in my opinion, made a great mistake, and left not only the prestige but the fruits of victory with General Rosecrans and our army, while he could not claim that his army had been so badly defeated as to make such a movement necessary. It was this error of the Confederates, as well as the courage and tenacity with which our forces held their position, and the tactics of General Rosecrans, which gave us the final triumph. After dark on Saturday night, there was heavy musketry firing across the river and apparently in the center, but there was no attack from either side and no engagement. Sunday, January 4th, 1863. On Sunday morning, the rumor came from all quarters that the Confederates had abandoned the field of battle, evacuated Murfreesboro, and were in full retreat south towards the Tennessee River. This we soon found to be true, and our forces occupied the town sometime in the forenoon. Our brigade crossed the river and were taken to more comfortable grounds, where we bivouacked and were given an opportunity to take the rest that all, officers and men, so much needed, and where, for the first time since the Sunday preceding, they were allowed to build fires and supplied with food sufficient to satisfy the cravings of hunger. The feelings of the men are best exemplified by the expression of one of them as we were marching by the right flank onto the grounds on which we were to bivouac. He exclaimed so loud that I heard him, and the words came as from the bottom of his heart, "Thank the good God, here are plenty of rails," meaning that they indicated good fires, warmth, and some degree of comfort. I was more affected by the hearing of this cry than by any incident of the battle, and the tears came into my eyes. To understand the full force of what was said, it must be remembered that this was in midwinter, in January, and that not a man of my regiment had been near a fire since the previous Sunday, except a few officers a short time on Wednesday night, and in the meantime there had been heavy rains 2 nights and all of one day. In addition to this, rations were necessarily served so irregularly, when at all, that we were hungry most of the time. We did not get in any one day more than would suffice for one good meal. We were always in the front, and it is no exaggeration to say that there was no hour of daylight from Monday afternoon when we crossed the river until Saturday night that we could not hear the bullets whistle. That the battle was well fought and was one of the most sanguinary on record is proven by the proportion of casualties. According to the official report of General Rosecrans, he went into the fight with 43,400 men, and of these, 8,778, or over 20% of his entire force, were killed or wounded, while the comparative loss of the left wing, of which my regiment was part, was 24.5%, or almost 1/4 of the whole. In my regiment, we had killed and wounded 39.75% of our whole number, being within a fraction of double the proportion of the casualties sustained by our army as an entirety. This great loss in my regiment proves the fierceness of the conflict and the courage and determination with which we held our ground on Wednesday, the 31st of December, when most of this great loss occurred. At the close of the fight on Sunday morning, at roll call, every man of my regiment was accounted for. There was not one man missing. All who had left Nashville were present, dead, or wounded, and in the hospital. There were but few, if any, regiments in the whole army with so clean a record. The hospitals. After I'd seen my men supplied with rations and made as comfortable as they could be without tents, I went to the hospitals to look after the wounded officers and men of my regiment. I cannot describe the scenes I saw there or the impression made upon my mind by them, but I hope I may never be called upon to look on the like again. Stretched on each side of each of the doors of the main building were several dead bodies awaiting burial. Inside of this hospital, a large abandoned brick house taken for that purpose, every room of which was filled with the dead, the wounded, and the dying, the odor, for want of proper ventilation, was simply intolerable. Captain Webb, who was wounded on Wednesday, was in one of the rooms. I went in to see him. I am not squeamish or nervous. I never fainted in my life, and never before or since was made so sick by any offensive matter as to be in any danger of vomiting. But here in this hospital, where the wounded officers were obliged to breathe this vitiated atmosphere all of the time, I was so overcome by the stench and became so sick that to avoid vomiting, I was obliged to leave the building. Very many of the wounded were in tents, and I have no doubt but they had much better chance for recovery than those in the hospital buildings. Captain Webb was not thought to be severely wounded. He was hit by a musket ball in the arm. The surgeons decided that it could be saved, and it was not amputated, but instead of saving his arm, he lost his life. Owing, I have no doubt, to the impure atmosphere in which he was kept, gangrene set in, and he died soon after. There were many wounded to be attended to, and quite a number of volunteer surgeons had come or been sent to the assistance of those attached to the army. Some of these were accused of taking advantage of the situation to perform surgical operations, particularly amputations, when they were not necessary. Certain it is, many such were performed either through ignorance or design, and many times the responsibility of such an operation was taken by surgeons who acted with more haste than discretion. I myself heard an army surgeon, a medical director, say the butchery was horrible, that much of it was so unnecessary as to disgrace the profession, and such was his indignation at what he believed to be the principle, or want of it, governing the action of such surgeons, that he said emphatically that one half the operators ought to be shot. I have no doubt but many of these operations were very reprehensible, but they were perhaps unavoidable under the circumstances, as the regular army surgeons could not attend to more than a tithe of the wounded. The only cause for surprise is that any surgeon from the loyal states could be so brutal and heartless as to experiment or perform a surgical operation without a sufficient reason on men who were suffering at such a time and such a cause. In corroboration of what I have said, I have given the following extract from the letter of a correspondent of the Ohio State Journal. Quote, Murfreesboro, January 14, 1863. On the morning of January 3rd, I visited the hospital tents of the 11th Brigade, and although I nerved myself to witness any amount of suffering, it made me sick of life and disgusted with humanity. In close proximity to a large tent, I saw nearly a cord of amputated legs, arms, and feet, interspersed with slices of human flesh, lacerated and torn by shells and cannonballs. Every few moments, men would arrive with a wounded man and dump him down as if he were a log of wood. Such is war. The finer feelings of human nature are blunted by the frequent occurrence of death and suffering, and if you have no intimate friend or companion who has in former times messed with you and is pledged to see that you are tenderly taken care of in case of casualty, you will stand a poor chance after a hard-fought battle. You at the North, who have neither seen or felt the realities of a sanguinary war, know nothing about it, neither can you realize it. The surgeons, with few honorable exceptions, the very men who are appointed and paid by the government to alleviate the sufferings of the sick and wounded soldiers, become so accustomed to sickness and suffering that they are as hardened and callous as the nether millstone. No word of condolence or encouragement ever escapes their lips. End quote. After returning from the hospital, I wrote my wife in pencil as follows. Headquarters, 13th Regiment, Michigan Volunteer Infantry. In camp near Murfreesboro, Tennessee, January 5, 1863. My dear wife, after being under fire 10 successive days, we yesterday had a day of rest. We were 3 times in severe engagements, under a most terrific fire from musketry and cannon, and every day under scattering fire. Nearly half of my men are killed or wounded. In the engagement of the 31st, over 1/3 of my men were hit, and my own escapes have been almost miraculous. I was on horseback on the 31st during the entire engagement and had the bridle shot off so that the bits fell out of the mouth of the horse. The 13th was the only regiment of the brigade that was not driven off the ground, and we recaptured 2 pieces of cannon which our brigade had lost and took 68 prisoners. The fight was a terrible one, and no regiment has done better, if as well as mine. Our position was a most important one, and we maintained it. I send you a copy of my official report. For myself, I can only say to you that the hotter the fight, the clearer my perceptions were, and the cooler I was. I am very busy writing reports, looking after the wounded, procuring supplies, etc. We have had a good deal of rain and no shelter since I last wrote you, with but little to eat. The hospitals are awful to behold, worse than even the field of battle. You can form no idea either of the one or the other, and God knows I never want you to see either. I do not believe we shall have any more fighting here. As General Crittenden said, quote, "It was a year's fighting crowded into a week," end quote. From Wednesday morning till Saturday night, the fighting was incessant. Strange as it may seem, I have no doubt but my regiment saved the army. We were on the extreme right, which the enemy tried to turn, and if they had succeeded, they would almost certainly have had our whole army at their mercy. Our brigade was attacked, and every regiment but mine was beaten and dispersed, the battery driven back and 2 pieces of it captured, and nothing between the enemy and the accomplishment of their object but my little regiment. I knew the importance of our position and determined to make the most of it. I saw no superior officer during the fight and managed the whole thing myself. I must confess we succeeded beyond my most sanguine expectations, for I verily believe the enemy outnumbered us 10-1. It was wonderful the way my men held themselves under fire. I have seen nothing like it. I was shouting to them all the time, and when we advanced I took off my hat and, swinging it around my head, charged with them straight on the enemy, who turned and run, thinking undoubtedly that it was a large body of troops attacking them. I am very well, but excessively fatigued, as are all the officers and men. I think the number killed and wounded on both sides larger than in any battle ever before during the war. A lieutenant that we took prisoner told me that my regiment did terrible execution on them as they advanced on us, that they had a great many killed and wounded. Remember me to my friends. I have not heard from you since we left Nashville. We have no mail. Kiss the children. Affectionately, your husband, M. Shoemaker." End quote. Further of the Battle of Wednesday, December 31st, 1862. The lapse of time, it is now 1878, reflection, and all the further knowledge I have since been able to obtain not only confirm the opinion expressed in my narrative as to the important bearing the action of my regiment had upon the Battle of Murfreesboro, but render it still more clear to my mind that if we had not made the stand we did, when we did, and as we did, the battle would have been irretrievably lost. And in this, I think, all unprejudiced minds acquainted with the ground on which the battle was fought and the facts, most of which are shown by the official reports, and as well known to my regiment and to the brigade, will agree with me. In corroboration of my views, I give the following extract from the Nashville Union, Tennessee, which was copied into one of the Jackson papers, or I would not have known that it had been published. Quote, "The bravery of the 13th Regiment and the gallant conduct of its commander, Colonel Shoemaker, at the Battle of Murfreesboro is universally applauded. The Nashville Union of the 1st inst. Thus compliments the regiment and its commander. Quote, 'A band of heroes. The smoke and excitement of the late bloody but victorious Battle of Stone River has passed away, and most of the regiments that distinguished themselves have received their meed of praise from the press. But there is one regiment that deserves more than a passing notice. We refer to the 13th Michigan Infantry, belonging to Colonel Harker's brigade, Wood's division. Colonel Harker was ordered with his brigade from the left wing to support the right, and arrived in time to render efficient aid in checking the further progress of the rebel horde that had so suddenly been precipitated against McCook. The brigade was at once brought into action, the 13th Michigan being one of the regiments held in reserve. The overwhelming force of the enemy brought against the advance line drove them steadily back, when 2 guns belonging to the 6th Ohio Battery were captured by the enemy. But they did not hold them long, as the 13th, which occupied a little cedar grove, were speedily formed and rushed upon the enemy, yelling like hyenas, charged them, drove them from their position, retook the lost pieces of artillery and over 60 prisoners. In the gallant charge, the regiment lost about 1/3 of their active number engaged, but drove back a force outnumbering them at least 10-1. Great praise is justly due to this regiment for its unparalleled gallantry, both officers and men, who are said to have fought like heroes during the day, and when night came and the roll was called, every man was accounted for. They were either dead, wounded, or in the ranks. There were no stragglers from this regiment. The commander of the regiment, Colonel Shoemaker, is highly spoken of, not only for his bravery in leading his men to this gallant charge, but for the judgment and ability he displayed in the management of his men during the battle. Truly, the state of Michigan has reason to be proud of the troops she has sent to defend the government and the Union." End quote. For the better understanding of all the causes which contributed to our success, I will add that both officers and men who were taken prisoners by us stated to me that when they halted on the line of battle of my regiment, the Confederates gathered together in groups to examine the dead and wounded and to break up the muskets on the ground. At this time, the officers talked of the danger of an ambush, and that idea became prevalent in their ranks, so that when we charged down upon them through the cedar thicket, their ardor having been dampened by the determined resistance which we had made, they were prepared to be surprised, and in reality fled without waiting to see our numbers or make any fight at all. Had the Confederates not have halted, and they ought not to have done so until they encountered an opposing force, I would not have had time or opportunity to rally and form my regiment, and they would have encountered no opposition which they could not, with their numbers, have overcome without difficulty, and the flank of General Rosecrans' army would have been turned. After this had been done, it would have been difficult, if not impossible, to have saved our army from annihilation. It was audacious for us to act as we did, but it was in that very audacity that the germ of success was contained, for had we advanced quietly and in regular order, we would most undoubtedly have been repulsed. Our success was owing to a number of fortunate circumstances, but this does not in the least detract from the merit of our success, for it is by taking advantage of just such circumstances that the fate of most battles is decided. We did not wait to see what the Confederates were going to do when we found they had halted and were hesitating, but charged them with such ardor and noise that we at once turned their hesitation and disorder into defeat. Quote, "Out of this nettle of danger we plucked the flower, safety." End quote. After the battle, on the night of the 5th of January, it rained from dusk until morning. We remained on the same ground until the 7th, when we crossed Stone River, marched through Murfreesboro, and bivouacked on the Bradyville Pike. On the 9th, I visited Colonel Bradley of the 51st Illinois. That night it rained again all night, and we were still without tents or covering of any kind to protect ourselves from these cold January storms. On the 10th, I went in command of my own regiment in the 65th Ohio for forage. We filled all our wagons, but were out all day in the rain. On the 13th, I was visited by Dr. A.W. Bowen, father of Captain Bowen of the 100th Illinois Infantry, and Franklin Mitchell, father of Lieutenant Mitchell of the same regiment, who was killed on Wednesday, both of Wilmington, Illinois, and O.W. Stillman of Joliet, Illinois. The 2nd and 3rd Brigades went out today, the 13th, southward, on an expedition, the object of which, so far as I could judge, was to see if there was any force of the enemy in that direction. Though absent 3 days, we found no opposing force in arms. On the 14th, it rained in the afternoon and all night, so that on the morning of the 15th, our camping ground was entirely under water. The 2 brigades, 2nd and 3rd, returned on the 15th from the expedition on which they started on the 13th. We had rain, sleet, snow, and hail nearly all day, so that on the 16th our grounds were covered with slush. On Sunday, the 17th, our quarters being almost entirely under water and altogether uncomfortable, we moved to the Manchester Pike, and our transportation came up the same day with our tents and supplies. We were now, for the first time since Sunday, the 28th of December, enabled to make ourselves in some degree comfortable and have our regular supplies and rations. For just 3 weeks in the heart of winter, with frequent and severe storms, we, in common with most of the Army of the Cumberland, had been without tents or shelter of any kind, and most of the time with but a very scant supply of provisions. Yet this, with all the discomfort and suffering attending our privations, was borne without a murmur, though I must say we were very thankful when our extraordinary trials were at an end, and we had to bear only those attendant usually upon an army in the field, which of themselves are such as none but those who have endured them are inclined to believe. The active campaign was now closed, and the army, instead of following General Bragg and pressing our advantage by preventing him from recruiting his now demoralized forces, was for months thereafter engaged in building the fortifications at Murfreesboro, which was made the strongest place in the West, but which were so extended that they would require an army to defend them, and in my opinion were never worth a tithe of the money expended upon them. I think it proper to add, in explanation of the details of this narrative, that I have for many years kept a diary. I was able to do this while in the Army, and this has enabled me to refresh my memory as to many incidents of the war. I can, by reference to my diaries, tell where I have been on any given day for over 30 years. My letters to my wife were written with a pencil. I took advantage of every opportunity to write home, and frequently did so every day. At this time, I had no thought but of consolation to my family in my absence. On my return, I found most of them had been preserved, and as they always stated where we were and what we were doing, they, with my diary, gave quite a detailed history of the movements of the Army of the Cumberland while I was in it. End of section 30. End of articles from the collections of the State Historical Society of Michigan, Volume 2, by Historical Society of Michigan.